An original EMP Post apocalyptic story audiobook, by the author, Declan Conner, set at a time of a devastating doomsday scenario, through the eyes of one survivalist family. Chapter 1. Professor Edward Carter closed the computer data report file and frowned at the inference of what the data was telling him, together with confirmation from their research by his Australian counterparts. There would be no getting away from the dire likely outcome. He pushed back in his leather chair at his desk, with one of the casters scraping on the ceramics, having succumbed to abuse from his weight over the years. As head of the United States Geomagnetism Survey Program, responsible for collecting data on the Earth's magnetic field, the responsibility of what he discovered felt as though he had 90 more pounds added to his body mass. The leather groaned as if complaining at his 240-pound frame, as he pushed back on the chair cushion. Clasping his hands behind his head, he closed his eyes in somewhat of a pensive mood. As much as he'd loved his career path, he now regretted attending his science teacher's demonstration, using a sheet of paper over a magnet, then sprinkling iron filings over the paper, for the experiment to display the magnetic field that had sparked his interest in magnetism. His knowledge that he'd accumulated over the years of data research, he thought, was now a curse as he opened his eyes and shook his head in despair. At that instant, he wished to be blind to what the data was telling him and the fate likely to befall humanity. Carter leaned forward and slapped the surface of his desk with the palms of his sweaty hands in a determined effort to dispel his negative thoughts, then reached over for the intercom button. "Gloria, call the White House's scientific director and arrange a video conference call. Tell him it's a code red situation, and it would be better if the president and his executive team could join the conference. Once you know the time of the conference call, contact the heads of all departments to drop whatever it is they're doing to meet me in the boardroom. Oh, yeah, and send out for half a dozen cream donuts. But your diet, sir." "To hell with the diet. There's no point," he said, and heard Gloria's disdainful sigh over the intercom speaker. He released the intercom button, and then sighed himself, as a sign of inward resignation of the likely fate of him and his family in the very near future. Carter reached over and picked up his cell phone from the desk, then scrolled to his contacts and called his son's number, his fingers now tapping out a beat on the surface of his desk, until his son picked up the call. "Jason, where are you?" "Just getting ready to go into a lecture." "Why?" "Don't ask, just listen. It's not something I can talk about over the phone in detail." "Forget the lecture. I need you to go home and to collect Mary. Go to the supermarket and buy as much dry and canned provisions as you can fit into your pickup, then take them to my cabin. Nothing that will need refrigeration, and make sure they have long expiry dates. Make as many trips as you can and I'll meet you both there tonight after I've finished at work," he said. "You know the drill. Unplug everything and take what you can into the Faraday cage in the basement. Just make sure that neither you nor Mary tell anyone what you're doing or where you're going." "But why?" "I'll need to tell Mary why, or she'll likely refuse if she thinks it's another of your dry runs. She's meant to be going to a party with her boyfriend tonight." Carter took a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed the sweat from his brow. "Look, it's what we've talked about that might happen. This time it's for real. Get her to send a text to him and to say we have a family emergency, and we need to go visit them out of town where they don't have an internet connection, then have her switch off her phone. If you get pushback, call me and I'll read your sister the riot act," he said. "Oh, crap. Okay, if it's for real, you got it, I'll just have to see if she'll comply," Jason replied, and the call closed. He sat there for a while, wondering if he'd done the right thing in preparing to survive the catastrophe that he'd imagined might happen, though not so soon. With his bunker at the cabin, he hoped that what he'd prepared to go into survival mode wouldn't be in vain. He sighed, trying to get his head around if the Earth's core flipped, then with the loss of the magnetic field that shielded the radiation emanating from the solar winds and cosmic radiation, he knew society would break down, maybe even go extinct and end up like Mars if the atmosphere was blown away, dispersed in the universe. If that were the case, then all he'd done as a prepper would be to have prolonged the agony of a certain death from the cosmic radiation that would destroy his body inside and out. His thoughts were interrupted when Gloria entered his office, carrying a tray with his coffee and donuts. She placed them on his desk and smiled. "The meeting is scheduled for 11:30. It's the earliest the White House could get everyone together." He looked at his watch. "That'll give me an hour to prepare, thanks," he said. As she exited his office, he stared at the donuts, wondering if they were the last ones he'd ever get a chance to eat before an EMP might destroy the energy grid and have the bakery oven closed down, along with the rest of industrial output. His intercom buzzed. "I have Mr. Johnson, the director of NASA, on the line returning your earlier call." He pressed the button on his intercom. "Taking the call now." "Patch it through," he said and lifted the handset from the cradle when the head of NASA's voice boomed in his ear. "Ed, long time no see. What can I do for you?" he asked. "Good of you to call back, Tom. I need the current data on sun flare activity. I have a conference call with the president and his executive team at 11:30. Really, I could do with you in the video conference if you can fit it in with your schedule." "Sure, I can do that. What is it you're looking for regards the data?" "The strength of the current activity." "No problem. The coronal mass ejections are quite strong at the moment. We're heading into the 11-year cycle when the solar storms pick up strength." "Yeah, I'm aware of that. It's something I'll need you to explain to them at the White House to add to my findings." "Understood. I got your dispatch delivered by secure courier, so I'll know what to say in that context of the report you sent. Best not say any more over an insecure line." "Speak to you at the conference," Tom said, and the call closed. He placed the handset back on the cradle and pressed the intercom button. "Gloria, find me the article on the scientific paper Professor Langford produced on the current disruption to migratory birds as it relates to the changes in the magnetic field and bring it to me at the boardroom." "I'm on my way there now," he said. "I'll do that right away." Carter placed both palms down on his desk to take his weight and ungainly rose to his feet, with pangs of anxiety burning in his chest. He took the pen drive from his computer with a copy of the data reports, then placed it in his briefcase and waddled out of the door and down the corridor in the direction of the boardroom. He stopped at the restroom, entered and walked over to the sink, turned the faucet, and cupped his hands under the flow and splashed the water on his face, then wiped it away with a paper towel. Taking a tube of sunscreen from his pocket, he applied it to his face, then rubbed it in the skin on his hands. Raising his vision, he looked at his image in the mirror, but saw nothing of himself, only inner thoughts, hoping that whatever emergency plan the federal government could put in place would ensure the survival of its citizens, or at least some of them. Chapter 2. Taking his seat at the table in the boardroom facing the giant screen, Carter handed over his pen drive to the technician in charge of setting up the conference call. A glance at his watch to check the time, and it would be another 10 minutes before the rest of his heads of department arrived for the 11:30 a.m. video conference. Tapping the setting icon on his cell phone, he changed the setting to vibrate and turned off the volume, then placed his cell in his pants pocket, just as the rest of them arrived on time. He thought it was like a wake, with everyone nodding at him without saying a word, somber faces all around, then taking their seats to a scuffling of chair legs, then silence. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath at his cell vibrating. His heart sank when he retrieved his cell. It was a call from Jason. That could only mean he'd hit a problem. He turned to the technician. "I have to step out to take a call. Let me know if I overstep the mark when the conference is about to start." The technician nodded, then carried on testing the system by tapping on his keyboard, to clips of data graphs flashing on the screen. Out in the corridor, he took the call. "What's the problem?" "I only have a few minutes," he said, maybe a little on the harsh side. "It's Mary. She's having a fit here. She wants to know if her boyfriend can come with us." Carter sighed. "Put her on the phone." He paced around in a circle, waiting for her to take the call. "Dad, why can't Roberto come with us?" "Because I said so. We've talked about this, and I don't want to hear any more. This is not a test run. Send him the text and turn off your phone." "But Dad." "No buts. Do as you're told. Do I make myself clear? We can't have outsiders knowing we have supplies, and especially someone you only started dating a month ago. If nothing happens, then we'll go back home, and you can see him again. Have you got that?" "Yeah, I got that," she said in a sulk. "Good, then I'll see you at the cabin later. Put Jason back on." Jason picked up the call. "She stormed off into the kitchen," said Jason. "She'll get over it when I get there and give her a hug. Just get in there with her. Make sure she sends the text and turns off her phone. Then put it with yours in the mobile Faraday cage I had made to take them with you." "Will do," Jason said, and the call closed, just as the technician opened the door and called him back inside for the conference call. Taking his seat, the technician swung the boom mic in Carter's direction and then held up the flat of his hand to start the 5-second countdown, curling each finger, then his thumb into a fist, and his image appeared on screen, along with an image of the president and his executive team and the head of NASA. Carter ran a finger around the inside of his shirt collar, then composed himself in readiness to open the meeting. "Mr. President, gentlemen, ladies, sorry for the short notice, but this is a code red situation. I'll try to give as brief an explanation as possible as to the emergency we're about to face. Basically, the magnetic North Pole is moving at an accelerating pace and it's already just past Siberia. The magnetic field is rapidly weakening. All the data is showing that there's every likelihood of the poles flipping and Earth's magnetic shield strength dropping further, and which fights off the coronal masses of charged particles from the sun and cosmic radiation. It was already down from 10% last year from when records began. It's now accelerated to 40% down to date. Hence, the northern lights are becoming more widespread as you're aware. In fact, we can all see them for ourselves. The threat to the power grid infrastructure is now at danger levels. The president raised his hand. Professor Carter, I take it that it will be temporary. Besides, it's not as though it's something we haven't experienced in some states in the past, just local incidents of power outages, he said, with no look of concern. Carter rubbed at his brow at the president's naivety of the situation. With all due respect, sir, not if the current rate of acceleration continues. Paleomagnetic records show that the poles have reversed 183 times in the last 83 million years. The last one occurred around 42,000 years ago, but there is no periodicity. The length between the occurrences, according to geologists, they say it can be anything from thousands of years to millions of years. We can only go by the current data that in all mathematical probability deduced from the data, it's about to happen. When it does happen, to answer your question, and according to our paleomagnetic laboratory researchers at USGS, when the magnetic field weakens, it can last for more than a human's lifetime, but it won't be entirely lost, and it'll remain at around 10% of what it should be for some time. The president raised his hand, giving Carter time to retrieve his handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Okay, so as a layman, I understand sun flares can be destructive to our energy infrastructure, but without scientific speak, what would be other ramifications? Carter wondered what rock he'd been hiding under not to know the consequences. The loss of the energy grid in itself would bring down society, he mused. He sucked in a deep breath, then answered him. Cosmic radiation for a start. With the magnetic field diminished, the charged particles will attack the energy system. UV rays will reach dangerous levels, and other cosmic radiation would enter human and creatures' bodies, destroying or mutating cells and causing skin and other cancers, leading to premature deaths and deformities of offspring. It's significant that the last time the magnetic field weakened and the poles reversed, called the last Champs excursion, it was the same time that humans commenced cave dwelling and using ochre as sunscreen and cave painting, together with wearing rudimentary clothing. At the same time Neanderthals disappeared during an ice age, who were not as advanced in cave habitation as humans. Fast forward to today and there's communication, food production, and economic activity, never mind that aviation would have to cease that we'll have to face. Oh, yeah, and severe climate change. I think this would be a good point to bring in Tom Johnson, the head of NASA, to explain the likely communication and aviation problems. Go ahead, Tom, but again in simple terms that are easily understood, said the president. I'll do my best, sir. Basically, on the side of the Earth facing the sun, the magnetic field shields the Earth from solar flares and radiation to around 22,000 miles, down from 37,000 miles last year. On the opposite side of Earth to the sun, the field stretches out into a tail. At the weakest point of the magnetic field, charged particles get through the shield into the outer atmosphere and the radiation reacts with various chemicals that make up the atmosphere that cause what we call the northern lights. With the shield now weakening, and that phenomenon spreading, maybe we should rename them as the universal lights. While they may look pretty, they are wolves in sheep clothing carrying immense danger to satellites and aviation. Take the Hubble telescope. There's a magnetic anomaly in the Atlantic where the shield is weak, covering an area of 4.5 million square miles and expanding. It also appears to be splitting into two and expanding west. It poses a threat to knocking out the telescope's electronics, so we have to shut down the computers when it travels through the anomaly. Flights and shipping to and from Brazil from Europe and Africa and the rest of the world have to take flight paths and navigate around it to avoid the anomaly, for fear of their computers malfunctioning, so we have practical experience of what to expect with satellite communications. With the current weakness, we're in danger of losing the ability to communicate with all satellites, including military and civilian, such as Starlink and GPS for navigation, and shortly aviation will have to be suspended. I can't make it clearer than that, he said. The president interjected. But I thought that aircraft structures acted as Faraday cages and they can withstand thousands of volts from lightning. Carter answered him. That's correct, the same for modern vehicles. However, what you have to consider is that the aircraft would be flying blind, with no GPS, radio contact with traffic control, and maybe damage from cosmic radiation. Never mind there'd be no runway lights. Carter picked up the paper on migratory birds. We already have a paper on the effect of the pole's movement on migratory birds. I know in our state we're seeing species of birds never seen before. Juxtapose that with aircraft heading for LA and they would likely end up in New York, with no GPS, radar, or contact with air traffic control to guide them. But that's not the only problem we could face. Tom, could you explain how charged particles affect the Earth's crust? Tom cleared his throat. Yeah, I'll explain. From data we have collected over the years, in tandem with the cycle of sun flares every 11 years, we now believe that charged particles affect the movement of the tectonic plates, causing increased volcanic and tsunami activity, which as you know will add to the disruption of aviation and shipping from what we have already outlined. It's not exact, but some scientific estimates reckon as much as 90% of the world's population will expire at around 9 months after the Doomsday scenario outline commences. The president sat bolt upright, with a look of alarm. Okay, I get the picture, but how long have we got to prepare for our survival as part of the 10%, the president asked. Carter cradled his fingers together under his chin. Hard to say exactly. If the current rate of loss continues, we'll start losing satellite comms sometime next week, but that's only a guess. We're already experiencing some intermittent disruption to radio and TV broadcast. When that increases in intensity, which could be as early as next week, we'll have to ground all flights. Goodness knows when the grid will be attacked, but we're entering the sun's 11-year cycle where the Earth will be pummeled with charged particles from the increased activity of solar winds, as Tom said. If we get a superflare from the sun, which has the power of billions of atomic bombs exploding, of the likes of the Carrington event in 1859, that event knocked out all the old telegraph system. It even caused some instances of paper igniting, with some telegraph operators getting electrocuted, and that was with the Earth having a strong magnetic field. UV, X-ray and other cosmic rays follow on behind the sun flares at a slower rate, and they are the ones that cause damage to life and limb. Carter saw the president pushed back in his chair, with exchanged glances around the table in the White House Situation Room. The president coughed, then leaned forward. I understand you have a slideshow for us. Now would be a good time to see the data for ourselves. We have the speakers of the House and the Senate joining in the conference. Carter saw the images of both speakers appear on screen. We'll do that now and we'll take a break here for quarter of an hour. Carter caught the technician's attention. Roll the slides from my pen drive and turn off the camera. Margaret here can talk them through it while we take a 15-minute break, he said, then set off back to his office. All he wanted was the day over with, so he could get to the cabin for the weekend and to make plans to survive whatever fate would throw at him and his family. Chapter 3. After his coffee break, and with the donuts devoured, he took his seat back in the boardroom. If everyone on screen had looked somber before, they all now looked as though they'd had a bad smell under their noses, probably after their slideshow presentation of the data had hit home as to the veracity of what had already been said. I see you're back, said the president. At this point, we have matters of state to discuss that involve national security, so you can leave the conference call. We'll be in regular contact for data briefings. Thank you, Mr. President, Carter said, and then turned to the technician. After you've cut the feed, take a copy from the hard drive and I'll have Gloria archive the conference call. The technician nodded. I just have to get something from my car, then I'll take a copy, the technician said, while looking distant as if his mind were elsewhere, and he dashed out of the room. Carter followed on with the rest of his team and returned to his office. He stepped over to the window, then stared out into the distance over the parking lot. At that moment, the landscape disappeared from his consciousness. He looked inward with a sense of isolation, as if everything around him crumbled away to the depths, leaving him stood on a precipice. A shake of the head and he dispelled his negative thoughts, then sighed. Down in the parking lot, he saw the technician climb into his vehicle and drive away at speed. He wasn't the only one when he saw a number of his heads of department from the meeting hurry to their vehicles. It wasn't that they were going to lunch, he thought, as he looked at his watch. Not with them carrying their briefcases. Rats deserting a sinking ship came to mind. Carter stepped over to his desk and flicked the button on his intercom. Gloria, did the technician leave a pen drive with you for archiving? No, not seen him. Carter dropped his backside on his seat and rubbed at his brow. Okay, then go to the boardroom and take a pen drive to copy the file he's recorded of the meeting for the archive. I'll do that right away. He turned off the intercom and pushed back in his chair, swiveling it from side to side as he thought what to do next. Then it struck him, and he retrieved his cell phone from his pocket, then hit the icon for his banking app to check his balances. He couldn't see the point in leaving his money sitting there for if, or when the banking system collapsed. He shook his head at that thought, while considering money could become worthless and only end up as useful for lighting fires. All the same, he scrolled to his contacts for his bank manager's number. The manager answered right away. "Ed, what can I do for you?" "If it's for a round of golf this weekend, I won't be able to make it." "No, it's not that. What's the limit I could draw out today from my personal and investment account in cash?" "Our branch limit is $100K. Would that be enough?" "Yeah, it's for a private sale for equipment I'm buying. I just checked my balances, and I have $75K, so I'm good." "I'm glad you phoned. I've been meaning to call you. I see your new LLC account is just about out of funds. It's been 7 months now since you cashed in your 401K to invest in your new business venture. Any idea when it's likely to start trading?" He could hardly tell, and it was never his intention to trade, and he'd used the LLC to get his 401K funds liquidated without having to pay tax, so he could use the funds to prep for the disaster he'd predicted. "Almost there, anytime soon," he lied. "It's all good. We can talk when I arrive at the branch to collect the cash. I should be there in say an hour." "Fine, see you then," the manager said. Carter let out a sigh of relief as the call closed, when there was a tap on the door and Gloria entered. "Well, that is strange," said Gloria. "When I arrived, the screen was on with an image of an empty Situation Room at the White House. It looked as though they hadn't cut the feed at their end. Anyway, I closed everything down, but when I downloaded the file, it took forever for such a short meeting, so I checked it, but I didn't look past where the president said to end the call. I don't have the security clearance that you have. I need to know what to do. I can't archive it if it continued recording their national security meeting. Leave it with me and I'll take a look. If it does carry on recording, I'll delete their meeting, and you can archive it later and delete it completely from the hard drive." He glanced at his watch. "Listen, you can finish early. Go home to your family, and whatever you do, stock up on food from the supermarket. I'll leave the pen drive on your desk so you can deal with it on Monday." She walked to the door, then turned. "Thanks, and don't worry, I'm not naive as to what's happening. I'm already stocked up to the rafters with provisions." "Are we going to get through this?" she asked, clearly distressed. He wished she hadn't asked that question, and he had to dig deep for an answer. "I'm sure we'll be fine now the government are aware of the situation. They're bound to have a plan in place to take care of everyone." She didn't look comforted by what he'd said as she turned and exited, but then neither was he. With the pen drive located in the port on his computer, he loaded the file and pressed play, then scrolled on to where his meeting ended and stopped the playback. He hesitated. Carter doubted his security clearance was high enough to watch on, and to be privy to matters of state. "What the hell," he said, and pressed play. The president turned to the head of Homeland Security. "So, what plan do we have in place for such an event as we're faced with?" the president asked. The head of Homeland Security's cheeks looked rouged when he answered. "Well, as you know, we have plans for natural disasters through FEMA, sir, but they operate on a skeleton administration with funds dispatched to the individual states to take care of matters on the ground." "Yes, but what about this specific situation?" Elbow on the table, the Homeland Security Director rubbed at his forehead. "Sorry, but we don't have one for on the national scale presented, Mr. President. It was discussed in a congressional meeting back in 2024, but all we ended up with was a report on our shortcomings. The cuts in the federal budget implemented on Dodge's recommendations starting in 2025 and onwards by the succeeding administrations have precluded us from stockpiling transformers, and they have a custom 9-month lead time from China for deliveries. There just isn't enough backup stock to replace them in sufficient numbers if we have a nationwide blackout." The president set his elbow on the table and rubbed at his brow while shaking his head. He raised his vision. "God knows what will happen if the press get hold of this. There'll be anarchy on the streets, riots and supermarkets looted. The whole damned economy will shut down, just like Professor Carter said." The National Security Advisor held up his hand. "This is another of those occasions like back in 24 with the drones in New Jersey. Best we keep it from the public, sir. As it is, all the states have told everyone of increased UV rays and to only to go out with sunscreen applied." The head of Homeland Security chimed in. "We have the publicity side covered, sir. President Obama issued an executive order back in 2009 that's not been rescinded. We can classify all information regarding the situation and effectively have a gag order with all news outlets until we need to address the nation, if we decide that's what's required, that is." The president shrugged. "Yeah, and how long before some smartass posts it on social media, and it goes viral? We'd better have all our options on the table over the weekend and come up with a plan by Monday." I just don't get how we'll communicate with the public and services in states if we have a national comms blackout, and it's blowing my mind," said the president. "That's already taken care of, sir," said his security advisor. "From Bunker Command in the Cheyenne Mountains, we have an independent hardwired telecom system using shielded cable buried in trenches, with relay stations buried underground and powered by solar from above. Good thing we supplemented it with fiber optic cable, so it's secure. It connects with the Joint Services bunker in Pennsylvania on through to all government state facilities and military bases." "Thank God for that," said the president. His head of security continued. "Unfortunately, the undersea cable is copper wire, so we'll likely lose international comms." He turned to his legal advisor. "What's open to us in an emergency? Can we get the law enforcement, the National Guard and the Army to guard all food distribution facilities, supermarkets, gas stations and hospitals if needed?" His legal advisor tapped his pencil on the table and pursed his lips. "We'd need the cooperation of the individual state governors to allow the Army to be deployed under the Insurrection Act, which would maintain civil control. But besides that, there are many other options. Some needing Congress's approval, some you can declare." The Speaker of the House intervened. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'm guessing you're talking about the suspension clause in the Constitution to stop action under the writ of habeas corpus for, say, prisoners of riots and looting such as was used for Guantanamo Bay prisoners." "Yes, that's correct, but then there's the Insurrection Act that gives the President emergency powers for such events as we're likely to face to deploy all the armed services on home soil in an active role, but really, we need to get the states' governors to agree in advance of such an outcome, or in some states they might end up facing off against their National Guard. I'll list the options and provide you with them later today. We might even have to get both houses to agree on suspending the Constitution and introducing martial law. That would suspend all civil laws and control, and place everything under military control under your command, if it gets that bad." Carter noticed the door open, and a woman handed a sheet of paper to the president. He scowled as he read the note and then slammed it on the table. "Damn, the power is out in some areas of Florida, Texas, and Southern California. Space Force have reported that GPS is down." The Homeland Security had chimed in. "I think you should start making plans to stock up the Cheyenne Mountain bunker with provisions in readiness to move you as president and our executive team, together with Congress and the Senate there. The vice president would need to evacuate to the Joint Services bunker in Pennsylvania." Carter stopped the playback. He'd heard enough. He needed to get to the bank before their servers might go down. It was looking as though it would be no longer, "we the people," but, "we the government." But then he couldn't really complain, seeing as how his motto going forward would be me, myself, and I, together with my kids and to hell with everyone else, he thought, and then fisted the desk. Chapter 4. Carter cursed under his breath that he'd wasted time using a good chunk of his cash to buy gold from coin and bullion stores, with dusk now falling. He'd been heading along the US 38 West to get to Moorefield in West Virginia, when his cell phone rang. He touched the monitor screen of his Cybertruck to pick up the call, surprised to hear Tom from NASA on the line. "Hi Tom. Thanks for attending the conference call. What is it you want?" "I have that data you asked for. Around 20 hours ago there was a mega coronal mass ejection. It could arrive any time from now to the next 5 days. It's already created a serious problem. Some of our swarm satellites that monitor our magnetic field and solar activity are down. The ones that are still operational, we'd shut down to protect their circuitry. We're pulling our hair out here trying to get control of the ones out of action, but it looks like they're toasted. We're going to be running blind for data going forward." "Damn, okay. So that means you won't be patching through the feeds for us to analyze the data. Good thing we're heading into the weekend, or we'd all be sat twiddling our damn thumbs. Any chance of launching more satellites to replace those out of action?" "Maybe in 9 months' time, for what good that'll be," said Tom. "Do you have the number from the data when the feed stopped?" Carter asked. Tom recited the number, and Carter took a mental note. "Damn, that's the top end of a Category 5. Not seen one of those before." "Better let the White House know we won't be able to update them," Carter responded. "That's my next call. I need to call them to cease all air traffic." "Got to go," he said, and the call closed. Carter's mind wandered. As much as his priority was to ensure the survival of himself and his children, there was a wider family out there who would have no such survival plans. He couldn't help but think that he was being selfish when he considered he could accommodate 20 people at his homestead. But then he'd calculated he had supplies stashed that would last 15 years for the 3 of them. All rescuing others would do would be to reduce the timescale for survival from himself and his kids. But then an image of his younger brother flashed through his mind. He'd not spoken to him for 5 years, since he got himself incarcerated for armed robbery, until he got released a week ago, that is. Carter thought Doug would have been the last one to have phoned him when he was released, when the call came through begging for help, but he denied him. He imagined his mom, God rest her soul, would have turned in her grave at him denying his brother the help he asked for. Especially when he'd promised her on her deathbed that he'd take care of him. He sighed, and glanced at the time, then made a call to his son thinking that it wouldn't be long, before his cell service might go down. "Jay, where are you?" "Moorfield, in sight of the Appalachian Mountains. We've stopped off for a coffee, then we're heading north for the bridge over the river to get to Harrison's Landing, then on to the cabin. Listen, forget more provision runs. When you get there, put the ladder up to the wind generator and fit that Faraday cage I had fabricated to the generator as a priority. I'm around an hour behind you. Before that, get your Cybertruck under cover in the barn and get it on charge inside the cage." "Okay, will do." The call closed. Carter felt the pressure of the world on his shoulders. The image of his brother flashed through his mind of the times playing on the swing in his grandmother's backyard. He just couldn't get the images playing back in his consciousness of them growing up together. They'd been thick as thieves until Doug dropped out of high school and they became estranged, bringing a smile to his lips at some of the things they'd got up to before then. He sighed when thinking that he'd never had any guilt when they lost touch after he went out of state to university. He'd been too busy studying. He gripped the steering wheel and let out a growl, then slapped the steering wheel. If Doug's wife hadn't kicked him out of his house when he lost his job, he thought that maybe he wouldn't have fallen in with the wrong crowd and got himself banged up in prison. He reached over for his cell and scrolled through his call, then picked up the number Doug had called from. A moment of hesitation and he hit the call icon. A woman answered. "Beckwith Halfway House, Jocelyn speaking. How can I help? Is it possible to speak with Doug Carter?" "Sure, he's in the common room. I'll go get him." He hoped he was doing the right thing as he waited. Doug picked up the call. "What is it you want?" "I thought it was all said," Doug snapped at him. "Yeah, well, I'd still not forgiven you for what you put Mom through before she passed away. So, yeah, I said my piece, but that was then. I've calmed down. I have an offer to make to you." "So, what's this offer?" "Me and the kids are moving into a self-sustaining homestead at the old Hesketh mine in West Virginia. If things get tricky over there for you, you're welcome to come and stay with us." He heard Doug laugh before he answered. "Tricky? It's tricky all right. And just how would you expect me to freaking get there? I have no car of my own, no cell, and around 50 cents in change in my pocket." Carter had to think for a while. "Do you have ID?" he asked Doug. "Yeah, why?" "As soon as you get off the phone, give me 15 minutes and I'll send some money through MoneyGram that you can collect at the local office." "How much?" "Enough to get you here. Go grab a pen and I'll give you directions." "Oh, yeah, I might need your social security number." Directions given, the attempt at small talk faltered when the call was hit by static, and the call failed with no service. He cursed under his breath. With the internet down, that meant he couldn't use the app to send the money, but at least he thought he'd done his duty to his mom. With the distractions, it was as if he'd been driving on autopilot, unaware of the traffic. The highway lights suddenly failed. Out front, a vehicle swerved across the lanes then came to a halt, only to be hit with another vehicle, causing him to swerve violently. A quick glance in his rearview and one of the vehicles had burst into flames. That sort of honed him in on concentrating on the road ahead, until distracted again. He noticed a number of vehicles parked with the hoods up, one guy scratching his head. You'd expect to see the odd breakdown, he thought, but there were quite a few. Older cars by the look of them. Carter's eyes widened and he jammed on his brakes when approaching a stationary vehicle at speed with no lights, coming to a halt with a lurch only a few inches from smashing into his trunk. He reversed and steered around the vehicle and continued on, more than a little on the nervous side, fingers trembling. Carter was just thankful that with his truck's GPS out he knew how to get to his cabin. At least Tesla's promise was holding up, he thought, if it was EMPs knocking out the power and the batteries of the older vehicles stranded at the side of the road. He was thankful he'd made the purchase, knowing that with all the electronics of his Cybertruck shielded from EMP attacks, that he'd likely continue on, although it annoyed him that his screen wasn't showing traffic ahead that almost caused him to crash. Finally, he arrived at Moorfield. It was only a small town of around 2,500, but he hadn't expected to see the streets deserted. There wasn't one street light working and everywhere was in darkness, save from the odd houses with candlelight flickering and a transformer on a pole on fire. He hadn't expected a blackout so soon. It was looking as though everything he'd predicted was about to come to pass, which sent a shiver through him. Chapter 5. Driving along the road skirting the Appalachian mountain range, Carter saw the peak he'd been looking for silhouetted against the night sky. The northern lights now were out in force, mesmerizing as the different colored streaks danced around. Another mile further along and he pulled over, stopped, and then exited his truck. An old wooden signpost with a faded sign pointed in the direction of his mine. Carter took a hold of it and ripped it from the post, then hauled it on over onto his passenger seat. Behind the wheel again, he took a left, and drove over the bush and the weed-covered terrain that had grown through the broken concrete roadway, which along with the sands of time, it had made the road indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain, unless you knew what you were looking for, that is. Carter approached the mine's tailings mound, now looking more like a natural hill, covered in brush, and that thankfully obscured sight of the entranceway. He cursed inwardly that he could see the glow of lights emanating from his homestead, nestled at the base of the mountain range. He steered around the mound and on through sheer cliff sides to the narrow entranceway, then stopped outside his cabin and killed his lights. Carter sighed when the door to his cabin opened to a flood of light. Jason stepped outside wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and waved his hand to greet him. Carter rolled down his window. "For goodness sake, tell Mary to roll down the blackout blinds and close the damned door. Grab a coat and a cap, then open the barn doors for me so I can get the truck inside." As he waited for Jason, his mind worked overtime. He hoped that the 4 prefabricated units that were joined together, with independent electric utilities and backup batteries from roof solar panels to make what he called his cabin, under a wire mesh Faraday structure he'd had built, that it would work to keep them safe. He pulled over to the barn just as Jason opened the doors for him to drive inside, and on into the Faraday cage. Carter parked alongside Jason's vehicle and a charger port inside the cage. "Why the fuss over the blinds?" Jason asked. "Because I could see the glow from miles away, that's why. Come on, hurry. Let's get the doors closed and on over to the cabin. I need to explain to the both of you what's needed going forward." Halfway to the cabin, Jason grabbed him by the shoulder and pointed to the sky. "What the hell is that?" he said. Ed looked at where Jason was pointing, and it sure wasn't the dancing northern lights he was pointing at. Chapter 6. Mesmerized at the sight of the night sky, against a backdrop of the different colored hues of the northern lights shimmering and prancing. Even more spectacular was the arcs of individual white lights, spaced out evenly and appearing to float downwards in slow motion, when the lead one extinguished, followed by the others as if someone were taking pot shots at them in order. It wasn't the one arc, but many of them. He knew exactly what he was witnessing. It would be the low-orbit Starlink satellites falling to Earth and burning up in the atmosphere. Carter tugged at a wide-eyed and open-mouthed Jason's sleeve. "Better get inside," he said, and both quickened their pace, passing through the cage entrance, closing it behind him. Before entering the cabin, it had been a relief when he'd noticed the radiation detection strip outside the cage hover a tad above the green and into the orange. "Where's Mary?" he asked Jay. "She's in her cabin." "Then go and get her." Jason disappeared through the connecting door, returning with a sullen-looking Mary, lips pouted. He stepped over to her and gave her a hug, but she planted her palms on his chest and pushed him away. "Hey, what's wrong?" he asked. The last thing he needed was for her to be in one of her moods. She dropped her backside on the seat cushion and inspected her shoes, which she shuffled on the floor. "You know why. I could be at the party with my Roberto. It's not like the world is ending. Not after Jason said we could go home after the weekend." "I hate you," she said, and stamped her feet. He let out a long soulful sigh and sat beside her, then tapped the cushion on the bench seat for Jay to join them. "That's where you're wrong, young lady, so less of the sulks. We all need to pull together if we're to get through this. I've never really explained in full, but now's the time I'd better tell you what's happening, and what we'd face if we'd have stayed at home." He took a deep breath, and both listened intently as he repeated virtually all that he'd said and heard in the conference call. Jason stroked his chin. "So, besides the EMP's damaging circuitry, can they harm us?" he asked. "No, but the increased UV rays can, which is why everyone has been told to only go out with sunscreen and wearing sunglasses. But then there's the cosmic radiation that can harm our bodies, but that's beyond my pay grade to know the effects. Apart from astronauts have to wear shielded clothing," he said, not wanting to alarm them by spelling out the damage that could occur to their bodies. After a brief pause, he continued. These cabins I bought are constructed with material including the glass that'll protect us from UV rays that penetrate the mesh cage that surrounds us, that protects the interior, including the solar panels on the roof from EMPs, but if the radiation gets to danger levels, we'll have to move into the bunker. Fortunately, it's not like nuclear radiation that hangs around for thousands of years, so when the detector shows the all clear we can return to our cabins. Mary turned sideways to face him. Her cheeks flushed, and she chewed on her bottom lip. So does that mean we'll not have internet and access to social media? She asked. Yup, afraid so, unless the government can find a way around it to get it up and running again. No TV, no radio either. Her mouth gaped with her cheeks reddening some more, as if embarrassed rather than shocked. Oh, hell, no. I might have. She stopped mid-sentence, her cheeks rouging even more. She had a look of nervousness about her and averted her gaze. Might have what? Asked Jason. Doesn't matter, she said, and rose from the bench sofa and scurried out through the connecting door with her eyes moistened. I'll go and see to her, said Carter. No, leave her. She'll need time for it to sink in. I know I'm finding it hard for me to get my head around. To be honest, I thought when you bought the homestead and started to prepare it, I thought you were being paranoid, after Mom passed on, and you were using it as an obsession to take your mind off of her, so I'd just gone along with it, said Jason. Did you really? Well, now you know everything, but yeah, I do feel lost without her, and it has kept my mind occupied. Jason put a hand on his shoulder and gave it a squeeze, then let go. Listen, I need some time on my own too to think this out, said Jason, and rose from his seat, and then walked on through the connecting door to his cabin, leaving Carter alone with his own thoughts. He knew that Jason had been right to some extent. Right there and then, his own mortality seemed pointless, and he wished he could join his wife, save for he'd made the same promise to Sandra, on her deathbed in hospital that he'd made to his mom about Doug, and that was to take care of their children. All he knew was that he had 4 acres of fertile land, a mountain spring, and enough provisions in his bunker in the mine, beside what he could plant on the outside of his bunker. All he could hope for, he thought, was that biofarming unit he'd bought and installed in the mine, that it would provide them with fresh veg if they had to stay inside there for any length of time. He hoped he'd done enough to ensure all their survival in a physical sense. It was their mental state of mind and living in isolation that concerned him more than anything, which was something he reckoned no one considered as they went through their busy lives. But it wasn't just that which crossed his mind. Sustenance and tranquility of mind was one thing, but security with others out there who would want what he'd had the foresight to plan for, with just the 3 of them to fend anyone off if they chanced on the homestead, even though they'd had weapons and ammo stashed, and it troubled him. He knew that would be a challenge they would probably have to face, maybe if people broke the wildlife sanctuary laws in place and came hunting for game, but without knowing exactly where any threat could come from. Carter sighed at that thought and rose from his seat. He stepped outside and checked the radiation detector. It had now hit red. Mary! Jason! Get out here and collect your weapons, he shouted top note. We have to get down to the bunker, now. Chapter 7. 5 weeks had passed, with the first week spent in the bunker, after the radiation detector entered the red zone. There'd been no point returning home. Not when there were no visible lights on the horizon. Mary had appeared to be more relaxed after appearing nervy for the first week, staying in her own room for most of the time, with not much in the way of conversation or even eye contact. Then she'd appeared to snap out of it when they moved back into the cabin. Maybe she'd come to terms with their situation, Carter thought as he positioned the CCTV hybrid camera at the top of the tailings mound. Do you think this'll work? Asked Jason. Carter threw him a look of disdain. If not, we've just wasted 2 weeks digging a shallow trench to here for the fiber optic cable, never mind how much it cost me. Then goodness I bought it before the blackout. We'll soon find out when we get back to the cabin and check the monitor. One thing is for sure, if it were near the cabin and relied on Wi-Fi, there's no way it would work, so fingers crossed. Carter lifted his sunglasses, keeping his eyes closed and fingered away the sweat from his eyelid, then dropped them back into place. The both of them scrambled down the mound, slipping and sliding on the fine pebbles and rocks, making the task arduous. Outside the cabin, Carter checked the large compass fixed on a concrete plinth, positioned with a marker pointed to the actual North Pole. The hand for the magnetic north, he estimated, had moved another 1%. He deftly moved the marker hand into position over the magnetic north hand, while estimating that at 1% per day, the poles would likely flip in around 48 days if the movement remained constant. He shrugged to dispel the thought as if a ghost had walked through his being, then slapped Jason on his shoulder. Come on, let's get inside and out of these hooded jackets before we melt, he said. Shrugged out of his jacket, he removed his sunglasses and scarf face mask, then cupped his hands at the sink and washed away the sweat. "See here, it's working," said Mary. Jason returned from his cabin, and they huddled around the monitor. It was high fives and smiles all around. "That'll save us having to constantly patrol the entrance," said Jason. Mary turned to him, hands and hips, and with her jaw jutting out, she let fly. "Yeah, but it's not exactly TV, is it? I don't even see any critters moving around. It'll be like watching paint dry, thank goodness for the films we have on disc." Carter put his arms around the both of them. "All the same, it's something we need to keep an eye on at all times to be on the safe side," he said, to groans from Jay and Mary. "Whatever," said Mary. "Right now, you both need to shower. The pasta and beans will be ready soon. But first, you both clean up the dust you've brought in on your clothes. You made the mess, you clean it," she said, and then laughed. With the chores over, and the bland-tasting meal devoured, it was time to get back to work. He called over to Jason. "We need to check the batteries are charging. You check the 2 for the cabins at the end and I'll check the 2 near us. Let's get ready." Jason nodded. Both of them slipped on their jackets and neck scarves, then Carter tucked his pistol into his waistband, and put the strap to his rifle over his shoulder. Jason followed his example, and they put on their sunglasses then nodded at each other. It was such a relief to Carter that all the batteries were charging as normal. He turned to Jason. "We need to go to the barn. I have a hydro device with a small generator in a crate over there. We need to haul it to the spring waterfall and site it in readiness for if we lose our other power sources." Carter put his hand on the handle to the cage exit, when he heard Mary call out. "You need to see this. It looks as though we have company. There's an RV heading right for us." Carter and Jason hurried inside, and they huddled around the monitor. "Damn, it's the one thing I'd never thought of," he said, cussing inwardly that it was something he'd not considered. He recognized the RV if he wasn't mistaken. He only knew one person with an RV that knew of their location. That was his contractor who had outfitted the mine as a bunker and fabricated the Faraday cages. "You stay here and look after Mary. I'll deal with this," he said, and unshouldering his rifle strap, he hurried on outside, and rushed on over to the exit at the cliff entrance. He tucked himself behind a boulder, rifle at the ready with his finger caressing the trigger guard, not knowing what to expect, or how he'd deal with the situation. He heard the vehicle before he saw it, with the tires throwing up gravel on the underside of the chassis. When it came into view, he'd been right. He could see his contractor in the driving seat with who he imagined was his wife in the passenger seat. He showed his palm in the manner of a traffic cop and the RV came to a crunching halt. "Damn, damn, damn," he muttered under his breath as Greg climbed out of the cab, but his passenger stayed put. "What is it you want?" "You're all paid up," Carter said. "Me and Maisie need sanctuary. Looters burned down our home at our homestead. We won't be a burden. We have hens for eggs and 2 goats in the back for milk, and 2 rabbits we can breed for meat and some provisions." Carter didn't like the idea of someone he didn't really know to join them. "Have you nowhere else to go?" he called back. "You're joshing, right? It's bedlam out there. The police and National Guard are guarding the supermarkets and not letting anything out. The soup kitchens don't cover enough to feed a squirrel and there's no water coming out of the taps now the tanks are empty. They have all the supermarkets shut down. Local militias have formed and they're trying to overcome them. Gas stations don't have power to pump gas and according to my neighbor, armed gangs are using hand pumps. They're exchanging gas for food. If they can't eat or drink it, they won't accept the exchange. It's not like you can pay with a cash or credit card and the cash machines don't work. Last gas station on our way here, the gangs had taken out the cops guarding it. More fool those with EVs now the power's down. We daren't pull in there in case they herd the hens or the goats. So, anyway, I'm all but out of gas, so where could we go?" This was our last hope. Carter stroked his chin. There was no doubt that the eggs, milk and rabbit meat would be a bonus. "I get that, but what about the people you had working for you? Next thing I know they'll all be here and I can't have that." Greg rubbed the toe of his boot on the gravel. "I'm not stupid. If you recall, I employed people from out of state and housed them in the old mine office trailers. They'd have no chance to make it to here." Carter had a decision to make. They weren't family, with no loyalty to him, only the money he'd paid to them. It was hard to get his head around that people had lost their moral compass so quickly, but then most only had enough food in the fridge for a week and they'd need water the supermarkets would have in abundance. He thought it likely those guarding the supermarkets were using them as their own food and water source. Well, what's it to be? Are you going to give us sanctuary? Chapter 8. Carter noticed blood trickling from Greg's fingers. You injured? He asked. Just a flesh wound. Maisie will see to it later. She trained as a nurse. We were lucky to get away from our homestead in one piece, he said and turned sideways, swaying his arm in the direction of the side of his RV. Carter had been so fixated on Greg not getting the drop on him that he hadn't noticed the telltale bullet holes along the length of his RV. Wish we could have got more of the livestock and some of the veg, but there just wasn't the time when we were invaded. Carter stroked his chin through his neck scarf covering his face. How come you have time to run a homestead when you work in construction? He asked. The wife ran the homestead, I helped out at weekends. Greg maybe didn't realize it, but he'd just bought their way into sanctuary. Better drive over to the cabins. Park up there to wait for me outside and I'll get our medic kit from Maisie to fix up that arm of yours, he said, and set off trotting ahead as Greg climbed back into his cab. Jason greeted him at the door, with Mary looking over his shoulder, both with quizzical looks. What's happening? Asked Jason. Nothing to worry about, but we need to be cautious, he said as the RV pulled up and parked. It's my contractor and his wife. Greg constructed the bunker inside the mine, among other things here. He's injured and needs help. You stay here. Have your rifle by your side in readiness to cover me. Mary, go get the medic kit, but stay inside. Carter stepped back on over to the cab. You can both step out of the cab, medic kit is on its way. Maisie skulked behind Greg, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispered in his ear. He turned to her. It's okay, honey. Look, she's nervous about the weapons pointed at us. We're not armed, he said. Check us out. Carter stepped over and patted him down. From the clothes Maisie wore, he could see that she wasn't armed, and he lowered his rifle. He called Mary over when he saw her at the door with the medic kit. Give it to Maisie, he said, and turned to Greg. Sorry about the caution, but you have to understand, apart from working here, we don't know you. Greg nodded. It's understandable. I'd be the same if you'd have turned up at our homestead. So apart from the medic kit, what have you decided? He asked. You can stay. Drive over the far end where the old mine trailers are. You can put the animals in the compound where you stored your equipment at the time. Predators won't be able to get to them in there. Don't have power over there though. If you could help, we were about to fix a device at the waterfall with a generator as a power source. We have a spare solar system in the barn, but I'm loath to use that. You could use that hydro generator for power. Oh, yeah, and I have a stack of a variety of seeds that Maisie could plant, he said, as the prime reason he'd been sold on them staying, besides her being a nurse and the livestock. We can do that, said Greg. Mary stepped between them. No, I won't hear of them staying over there. We have a spare cabin with power and it's safe with all amenities. They can sleep there. It's no problem, Missy, really, said Greg. Carter glanced at Jason with his rifle now at his side on the strap. Jason lifted then dropped his shoulders. Carter stepped inside the cage and on over to him. Why are you scowling? Carter asked. I wouldn't have let them stay. We don't know them. They might cause problems. Yeah, well, I make the decisions. Carter was peeved that Jason questioned his authority, but he explained the couple's predicament anyway. Jason shook his head, not making eye contact. Like you say, you make the decisions, Jason said. He stepped back through the cage and on over to Greg, decision made. She's right. Your RV must stink with the animals in there. When you've dealt with your arm and got the animals in the compound. Come over here and we can talk. He looked on as they climbed back into their cab and set off in the direction of the compound. Carter stood there watching them. Greg was slight of stature. Maybe in his early 60s, and Carter guessed that he had a 6 inches height advantage over him, never mind his weight advantage. Besides that, he didn't look like the rough-and-ready type, and Maisie reminded him of his mom. All he could hope was that he was doing the right thing. Inside the cabin, Mary and Jason were arguing, but abruptly stopped when he entered. What's going on with you two? Jason had a sheepish look about him when he faced Carter. I know you made the decision for them to stay, but I've been thinking, what if he's lying, said Jason. What, you think they'd shoot up their own RV and Greg would self-harm for me to believe them? Jason looked at the floor and shook his head. Okay, but I still think we should be extra cautious, said Jason. I agree, but at least we can find out more from them as to what's happening on the outside in more detail. Not only that, I've never grown veg and salad stuff, so we'll have their expertise, besides the eggs and milk. She's a nurse, remember. If any of us get injured or sick, that'll be a bonus. Jason smacked his lips. If you say so, but I still say we should be extra cautious. Carter smiled at his acceptance, but inside he knew Jason was right and it concerned him. Chapter 9. After settling in Maisie and Greg in their cabin, there was a knock at the front door. Carter moved the blinds slightly to one side to see Maisie and Greg. He turned off the lights. "Come on in," he said and flicked the light switch once they were inside. "Why turn off the lights?" Greg asked. "You need to do the same and have your blinds down at night. Don't want others seeing the glow and investigating." "Ah, yeah, get it. I wondered why all our blinds were closed," he said. "Listen, as soon as the blackout is over and they've dealt with the escaped prisoners, we'll move back to our homestead. I'll have a house to reconstruct," said Greg. That gave Carter pause for thought. "Escaped prisoners," Carter said, his eyebrows raised. "Yeah, we were stopped at a National Guard roadblock when we were going to stay with our daughter and her husband and their kids. It looked as though they wanted to search the RV for escaped prisoners, but one of them only looked inside and then gagged at the smell of the animals, but they wouldn't let us pass and waved us on back the way we came. That was when I thought it best to come here." From what a guard told us, apparently, staff had stopped turning up and prisoners had overpowered the guards that were left. Without comms to call in backup, he said there was nothing they could have done to stop them, especially as it's happened at all the prisons. Jason, Mary, and Carter, they exchanged furtive glances as Greg continued. Another guard reckoned there could be anywhere up to 30,000 of them on the loose, probably some of the ones who sacked my homestead and are fighting the guards at the supermarket. So yeah, as soon as we see the energy back on from the mountains here, and they've rounded them up, we'll be gone from here." Carter threw glances at Jason and Mary after what he'd said. "I think you should tell them the same as you told us," said Mary. Carter rubbed his brow with the palm of his hand. He could now understand why the government didn't want to spell it out to the public for the panic it would have caused. He took a deep breath. "Look, I doubt you'll ever be able to do that and go back home. I'd better explain." Greg looked surprised at him saying that, with Maisie displaying a look of utter shock, pulling her hand to her mouth. "What does that mean?" asked Greg. It was that burden thing surfacing again, laying heavy on his shoulders, of knowing what the data showed, and that he'd have to tell them what he knew of the devastating scenario facing them all. As he relayed what he knew, having had to look at the floor as he recited all, having seen Maisie grip Greg's arm, with her hand covering her mouth and the tears forming, then running down her cheeks, it was more than he could bear, not been one for emotion. When he'd finished, he looked up to see an open-mouthed Greg turn and put his arms around Maisie, who started to bawl. "My daughter. The grandkids. Oh God, my sister," she cried out. Greg saved the day. "Better we go to our cabin. It's a lot to take in," he said, and helped Maisie to her feet and ushered her outside. With the door closed, Carter turned back on the lights. "Now you know how I felt at not letting Roberto come here," snapped Mary, with a look on her face as if she'd sucked on a lemon. She turned, unlocked the connecting door, and then disappeared into her cabin, leaving Carter with heartburn. Jason looked over at Carter. "Well, that was an experience. Good thing we have no close family." "Look, unless you need me for anything, I'll turn in and go to my cabin," said Jason. Left alone, Carter dropped his backside on the bench cushion. He thought that Jason had been right about not having close family. They all lived out of state, getting on with their own lives. It passed through his mind that after Doug divorced, his wife won custody and Doug failed to get access once the court heard of his charges, so Jason and Mary had no recollection of cousins since they moved to Canada. Sandra had been the one to have contact with her own family who lived out of state through the internet, but after she passed on, they hadn't kept in contact after the funeral. He sighed, wondering if he should have made more effort, but then he thought as it had turned out, the situation had left his kids free of emotion as it related to the fate of the wider family. Guilt overpowered him. He knew he'd been too busy with his career, and that he'd only had time for Sandra when she was alive and his kids, but work had always come first. A multitude of regrets flowed through his mind in the stillness of the room. He tugged at his hair and growled. There was a tap on the door. "It's Greg," Maisie's cried herself to sleep. "Is it too late to talk?" Carter rose from his seat and hurried to the door, turned off the light and let Greg in. "No, it's fine. I could do with the company. The kids have returned to their cabins." "What is it you want to talk about?" asked Carter. "That was something of a shock with what you told us. I hadn't realized that going forward the situation would be so dire. I've been thinking it would be better if we all pitch in tomorrow to clear an area for planting. It'll take some time to get the produce ready for harvesting, so the sooner we get started the better before it gets to winter." "Good idea. I'll have Jason help us," said Carter. "What about the biofarming unit I installed in the mine? Is the power connected?" "Yeah, it's not in use, but it has power." "Good. Maisie will need to start planting seeds in there a month before winter sets in. Is it the same code for the entrance? Yeah, I've not changed it. Look, I have to ask, I can see there's around a month's supply of dried and canned provisions in our cabin. Is it the same for the others? He asked. Yeah, we're all stocked up. Since you finished the bunker in the mine, we've stocked that up too. We probably have enough to last for 15 years, but now you're here, I'd say maybe 12. Though if we can get produce going and with your livestock, it'll probably still be enough for 15 years. After that, hopefully we'll have harvesting crops to carry on from there, maybe supplemented with hunting. Thank goodness for that, he said, then chuckled. Still, if it doesn't last longer, that's your problem. Me and Maisie will be 6 feet under by then. Anyway, how's the EV charger holding up in the barn that I installed inside the cage? Greg asked. It's good so far. Jason recharged his Cybertruck in there without any problem. Really, I should put mine on charge. Lucky you. I wish the RV was an EV. Listen. Better get an early night so we can start digging first light, said Greg. Carter saw him out, closed the door and turned on the light. Taking a seat again, he thought Greg had soon overcome his grief to be joshing at them both passing on, but then he thought, survival mode must have kicked in. Still, it just seemed strange to him he would react in that way. Chapter 10. Carter raised the blinds to the start of a new day, and saw Greg enter the cage, carrying a bucket and a jug. He walked up to the door and stood there. Carter opened the door and Greg greeted him. Morning, said Greg. I have breakfast here for you. Eggs and goat's milk. There's enough for all of you. Are Jason and Mary up yet? Come on in and I'll check. Carter walked along to their cabins and gave their doors a knock, then returned. That's good of you. I'll let Mary see to making breakfast, seeing as how we'll be doing the manual labor. Is Maisie joining us? He asked. Later, we've had breakfast. I've left her seeing to the animals down at the compound, but she said she'll be back to help making lunch. How is she? Carter asked. She's taken it bad. Family is everything to her. Look, while waiting for the others to arrive, I'll go put your truck on charge. You do that, but I doubt we'll be going anywhere other than in a dire emergency, although keeping it charged is a good idea. No way to reset it if it loses charge completely with the internet down. I'll take a wash and get dressed while you do that. Carter handed him the key for the padlock on the chain to the barn doors and a key card to open the truck and then told him how it worked. Greg was about to walk back outside when he turned to Carter. Listen, there's some leftover wire mesh I used to construct the cages and some posts in the barn. Is it okay if I use Jason's truck to take some down to the compound? Only, I'll need to lay some on the ground and build a run for the rabbits, or they'll likely burrow their way out of the compound. Right now, they're stuck in the cage I used to bring them here. Carter picked up Jason's key card and handed it over. Sure, no point putting it away when you've done that. Park outside of here. It's some distance to the compound. It'll save our legs driving over there. A quick wash and dressed, and Carter stepped out and unthrew the cage. The radiation detector strip was showing midway in the green segment, which was something of a relief. Over at the compass that was a different matter. He adjusted the hand. It had moved another 1%. It was looking as though the movement was at a constant rate. Like a ticking time bomb winding down to humanity's fate. He shrugged his shoulders at that thought. Glancing over at his cabin, he saw movement inside, and he headed back over there. Why is the barn door open? Jason asked. Greg is over there. He's putting my truck on charge and using yours to take some materials down to the compound. Is that wise? What if they steal it and drive off? He said, while giving Carter a look as if he thought him nuts. Oh, yeah, and where are they going to go now they know what's in store after what they've witnessed outside of here? Jason showed him his palms. Okay, but you told us to be cautious. Look, I know you're my dad and you're in charge, but really, we should talk these things through. Carter frowned that he would question him. At the same time, he sensed his cheeks flush. Mary stepped between them, saving any further embarrassment. I'll make a scrambled egg, seeing as how we have milk and some salt, she said. I'll have mine fried, replied Jason. Mary rounded on him. The hell you will. It's not a restaurant with a menu, or a democracy where you get to vote. If you want fried, make it yourself. Jason's cheeks reddened with a look of anger. That was twice he'd been rebuffed. Before Carter had a chance to intervene, Jason gesticulated with his arms in the air. Ignore what I have to say then, why don't you both? You're obviously both cut from the same cloth. I'll go check on the batteries, he said, and stormed out to Mary snickering. Carter placed both hands to his brow, then clawed his fingers down his cheeks. It's time you two stopped sniping at each other. You're not children anymore. Start acting like grown-ups. Mary stopped beating the eggs in the bowl and set it down on the worktop, a little on the heavy side, then turned abruptly. Really? Then if you started to treat us as grown-ups, maybe we would act accordingly. Carter was taken aback by her insolence. And just what does that mean? You decide everything for us for a start. Jason was right. We should have talked it over before you decided to give him the key cards to the trucks. Hell, we don't know them. Carter pouted his lips. He thought that her saying that was hypocritical of her. Is that so? You were quick to offer them the cabin without asking, or have you forgotten? Wait, I know what this is all about. It's because I wouldn't let Roberto come here with you, isn't it? Whatever, she said, and turned back to pick up the bowl, and briskly stirred in the milk. Jason returned and Mary handed him his scrambled egg. With everyone served, there wasn't any conversation. Carter broke the frosty atmosphere. Okay, you two, I have something to say. I know I can be authoritative, but judging by the mood around the table, this needs saying. In future, I'll not make any decisions without running it by you both. Bear in mind, the same goes for the both of you. The reason I let Greg have access to the trucks is that he brought the eggs and milk. I reason that if they meant us any harm, that's the last thing they would have done. Seeing as how none of us are rolling around the floor after breakfast, they've obviously not poisoned the milk. We have to learn to trust them. As for you two, I need you both to stop your bad attitudes to each other. Less sniping at each other and more in the way of discussion and compromise. Now do we have a deal? Mary gripped her stomach. Her eyes widened and she groaned. Cut it up, Mary, that's not funny, said Jason. Mary poked his arm with her finger. Jason let out an exaggerated ouch. Can't you take a joke, said Mary and snickered. Carter rolled his eyes at their juvenile banter. Yeah, it's a deal, they both said. Jason set his eyes on Carter. In all seriousness, Dad, I understand about trust, but it has to be earned. I still think we should be cautious. Extra cautious until they've proven themselves. Carter nodded, then reached out and picked up his pistol and slipped it into his waistband at his back. Okay, go grab your rifle and jacket. We have work to do. If you agree, that is, he said in a sarcastic tone, and they both laughed. Chapter 11. Greg arrived with Maisie at the cabin, with Jason and Carter stepping outside to greet them. Maisie climbed ungainly out of the truck first, then Greg. Maisie scuttled on through the cage to her cabin, not saying a word or making eye contact. Carter thought it odd that she appeared antisocial, despite her motherly appearance. Though thinking about it, she was probably still grieving at losing contact with her family. You'll need some spades from the barn, said Greg. I'll go and get them, said Jason. Carter turned to Greg. Is Maisie usually this quiet, he asked. I wish, he said and snickered. No, she's still worried about her family, that's all. Oh, speaking of the devil, she's here. Carter turned to see Maisie march on over. Well, have you asked him, she said, a little on the sharp side. Asked me what, said Carter. Maisie was saying earlier, she reminded me of a farm track that bypasses the roadblock for us to get to her family and bring them here. Our RV wouldn't have navigated the rough track, so we had to discount it, but your truck would make it with the suspension raised. It would need both your trucks. One of you would have to go with us to drive the second truck as Maisie can't drive. Carter froze momentarily at him saying that, then snapped out of it. Whoa there, that's a big ask, said Carter. I heard that, said Jason as he returned with the spades. From what you said about the escaped prisoners, that would be too big of a risk. I agree with Jason, so we don't need to consult with Mary, said Carter. Sorry, Maisie, but it's a no. Maisie looked daggers at them both, swayed her head at Greg, then turned and marched back inside the cage and onto her cabin. Greg shook his head. I told her it was a crazy idea. I'll go calm her down. You go in the truck and I'll see you down there, said Greg. Carter and Jason exchanged glances as Greg walked away. The both of them shrugged their shoulders at each other and then climbed into the truck. Wasn't expecting that, said Jason. Me neither. I could do without the hassle. She'll just have to get over it. Let's hope he can calm her down. When they arrived at the compound, Carter could see one of them had made a start digging over the ground. From where they'd left the spade dug in the soil, the RV would eventually need to be moved to continue on, Carter thought. With the sun beating down, the both of them slipped off their rifle straps and then their jackets and set the rifles down on the jackets. "What's the deep trench for next to the RV?" asked Jason. "Beats me. Maybe it's the start of a pond for irrigation." "Yeah, maybe." Making a start to continue on from where they'd left off, Carter felt his pistol stabbing into his back. He removed it and reached down, placing his pistol next to his rifle, then carried on digging until they reached the RV. He turned to Jason. "Go see if he's left the key fob for the RV and move it out of the way." Jason dutifully obeyed, but then Carter assumed he'd be glad of the rest as much as he was, and he leaned on his spade, his shirt now wet through with sweat and his palms blistered. "I can't find a key. It stinks in here and it's a mess," he heard Jason call out. "Look in the glove compartment," Carter called back. He didn't have long to wait to find out if the key was in there, when Jason called out. "Dad, you need to see this. Better put your neck scarf over your nose and come see. This doesn't seem right." Carter let go of the spade handle, pulled up his neck scarf over his nose and rushed inside the RV. Jason stood there with some papers in his hand. Even with the scarf covering his nose, the smell in there was atrocious. "What is it you found?" Jason thrust the papers at him. Carter couldn't see what the fuss was about at a cursory glance. All it was the registration document and a letter from the insurers. "What's the problem?" Jason handed him a driver license. "Look at the name on the photo on the license, same with the names on the insurance letter and registration document." Carter's mouth gaped as his mind ran amok. Not only was it a different name and photo, but it wasn't the address on the invoices he'd received from Greg. There has to be an explanation. Maybe he hadn't had time to change the registration and the guy he bought it from left his driver license behind. "Is that right?" said Jason. "You wouldn't think he'd leave a framed photo behind of him and who I assume would be his wife." Jason pointed to the framed photo fixed on the wall. "And look at those bullet casings on the floor by the door. I found a pistol in a glove compartment with an empty mag. Well, he was in a gunfight to get shot." Carter tapped the knuckles of his clenched fist on his chin. "Damn, thinking about it, the RV I saw him with didn't have a blue stripe down the side." Jason stooped and retrieved an AR-15 from the side of the seating area. He dropped the mag. "It's empty," said Jason. Carter had a bad feeling about Greg and Maisie. "Look in the drawers for any ammo. I'll check the bedroom." When he entered the bedroom, the stench overpowered him and he gagged. It wasn't from the smell of the goat droppings on the floor. It was obvious what the smell was from the contours under the bedsheet. He pulled down the bedsheet and winced at the bloated bodies of a man and a woman, though clearly identifiable as the ones in the photo, their chest clothing showing they'd been shot. "Get the hell out of here. There's corpses in here," he called out to Jason. "We have to get to Mary." Jason exited first. When he stepped outside, Jason stood with his hands in the air. Greg stood there, one of their rifles on a strap over his shoulder, his pistol tucked into his waistband and pointing the other of their rifles right at them. Chapter 12. Carter tried to think fast on his feet to defuse the situation with Greg, still training the rifle at him and his son. He turned to Jason. "Put your arms down for goodness sake. It's Greg." He looked directly at Greg. "Hey, I know we shouldn't have left our weapons out of sight, but we're back now. Do you have the keys to the RV? We need to move it to carry on turning over the soil." Greg had retained a deadpan expression. He hawked up some phlegm and spat it on the ground. "Nice try. I arrived just as you entered the RV. Heard what you said. Now the both of you put your hands on your heads or you'll end up like those corpses in there. Look, don't do anything hasty. I'm sure you have an explanation for the corpses." "Yeah, I have an explanation. The engine blew on my RV so I needed another to get here. Those are my neighbors and they weren't for letting me borrow their RV. Does that satisfy you as an explanation? Now open the doors to your truck. You drive, with Jason in the passenger seat, and I'll sit in the back. Drive real slow and park out of sight of your cabin next to my cabin. Speed up, or deviate from what I tell you, and I'll put a bullet in both your brains. Jason first. Get inside and seated but leave your doors open until I'm seated in the back." Carter gulped, at not knowing what he had in store for them. All he knew was that Greg could have terminated their lives for what they'd found, but for some reason, he appeared not to want to do so. Driving toward the cabins, Carter had to say something. "Look, I don't give a damn about your neighbors. I'd probably have done the same," he lied, hoping to gain some empathy. "We can still work as a team to survive." "Quiet, all I know is I won't have my Maisie denied having her family with us." Carter thought it better to keep quiet. If he still needed one of them to drive to her family's homes, at least he thought that would buy them some time to work a way out of the situation. A glance at Jason and he was gripping his knees. Greg told him where to park outside his cabin, then ordered them to climb out of their seats. Carter saw Maisie at the window, and Greg signaled her to join them. Greg swayed the barrel of his rifle for them to move and he ushered them behind the truck out of sight of his cabin. "Go and get Mary. Tell her that her dad wants her out here." Greg stood behind them so Mary wouldn't see he had the rifle trained on them. "What are you going to do with us?" asked Jason. "Like your dad said, we're a team. I just need to work out with Maisie how it will work." Mary stepped out of the cage with Maisie and on over to the truck. "What do you want?" she asked. Greg stepped out and pointed the rifle at her. "Follow your dad and your brother down to the barn," said Greg, to a wide-eyed Mary. Greg handed Maisie the pistol. "What brought this on?" asked Maisie. "They found the bodies." Mary turned and threw a look at her dad at her hearing that. Passing the compass, Carter stopped to take a note of the position of the hands. Greg stabbed him in the back with the barrel of his rifle. "Move," he said, then brought the stock down on the glass of the compass, smashing it to pieces and dislodging the hands. "Nothing to look at now, so move on," he said to anger welling inside of Carter. In the barn, Greg took the pistol from Maisie and handed her the spare rifle. "Cover them while I get the truck out of the cage. If any of them move, shoot them." Mary gripped Jason's arm and whimpered. Greg reversed the truck out of the cage, then turned to them. "Get in the cage," he ordered them. "Do as they say," said Carter. Once inside, Greg used the chain and the padlock from the barn doors to secure the cage door. "I'll need to discuss a way forward with Maisie, but one thing is for sure, her family will be living here with us," he said, as Greg and Maisie backed out through the opening at the barn doors. "What the hell do we do now?" asked Jason, his fingers shaking. "Well, we can't dig our way out of the concrete base. It's lined with extra rebar and wire mesh connected to the cage to complete the Faraday effect, and we don't have any tools in here to defeat the cage. Look, I'm as distressed as you both, but it sounds as though they still want us to go and get their family. Trouble is, there won't be enough space for us all to return even in 2 vehicles. "So what are you saying?" asked Jason. "They'll probably leave us out there to our own devices," he responded, not wanting to tell him they'd probably terminate them as witnesses to their crime. "What's all this about family?" Mary asked with faltered breaths. Carter left Jason to explain. Mary dropped to her backside on the floor and covered her face with her hands. Jason pulled into one side out of earshot. "I'm not stupid. If that's what they want us to do and the both of us to drive, one of their relatives with Greg can drive back here. If they took out their neighbors, a few more terminated won't worry them. It'll be a one-way journey for us that ends there," he said. Carter gripped Jason on his shoulder. "Then we'd better think of a way of escaping before we get to their relative's home." Carter stepped over to the door and gripped the mesh, closed his eyes and gave it a shake in frustration, knowing the cage was too well constructed to kick their way through. He let out a roar. "Damn it, how do I get us out of this mess?" Chapter 13. Time had passed slowly, from the sun piercing through gaps in the wood of the barn to now complete darkness. Even so, Carter could see Jason and Mary sat on the concrete, both asleep, legs stretched out, and with Jason's arm around his sister, her head on his shoulder. Carter licked his parched lips. It didn't bode well that for the time they'd been in there, Greg hadn't visited them with food and water, he thought. Inwardly, he cursed that he'd allowed the situation by giving them sanctuary, and now all their lives were at risk. It was looking as though there'd be no last meal for the condemned. He rubbed at his eyes at them stinging with a lack of sleep, but then he thought he'd found it impossible with scenarios running through his mind as to how they could escape. His thoughts were disrupted when the barn door scraped open, to see the diminutive figure of Greg in the shadows. He wasn't carrying food and water that he could see, just a rifle. "Get to the back of the cage," said Greg. Jason must have stirred at hearing Greg call out and he shook Mary. Carter reached out to each one in turn and helped them to their feet. Jason ushered Mary to the back of the cage and stood in front of Mary. Carter stood his ground. "What time is it?" "What's happening?" asked Carter. If your clock is right, it's 3 o'clock. It's time to go get our family. Stand back while I unlock the cage. He stepped back. Look, what's the rush? Why not tomorrow, and why at this time of night? We've not had water or food and I haven't slept. My vision is blurred from a lack of sleep to be driving, said Carter, hoping to buy more time for them all. You'll just have to suck it up until we get back here. Best we go now when everyone will likely be asleep. It looked as though his pleas had fallen on deaf ears when Maisie appeared. Greg turned to her. Go and get some of that bottled water for them and some of those energy bars, he said, and opened the padlock. Stay where you are while she comes back. Here's what we're going to do. You and Jason are going to drive. I want Mary with you, he said and pointed at Carter, and I'll sit in the back. Maisie will ride in the back with Jason driving. As long as you all do as you're told, it'll be fine. But understand this, if Jason tries to overpower Maisie, she'll not hesitate to shoot, and the same goes for me. Once we're back here, we can all start to get along again as one big happy family, only we'll be in charge. He was saying that, but Carter didn't believe him for 1 second. At least give us time to come around, he said as Maisie returned. Greg opened the gate door and tossed over the energy bars, then a bottle of water, and closed the gate, securing the chain with a padlock once more. I'll give you 10 minutes while I get the trucks over here. Then he turned and exited the barn with Maisie. Jason picked up the bottle of water and handed it to Mary. You first, he said, then after she'd gulped some down, they handed it around and tucked into the energy bars. Listen, said Carter. I noticed my AR-15 was on safety. I want you to check if the one Maisie will carry if it's also on safety. It'll only buy us a second if we make a move, but it's all I can think of right now. Jason put a hand to his mouth, then removed it. How about we try and divide and conquer en route, said Jason. What are you suggesting? Asked Carter. Have Mary say she's desperate for the toilet. Greg will likely want to guard the both of you while she takes a leak. I can feign having the cramp to get out of the vehicle. If both are on safety, we can make a move, and at a signal to Mary, get her to run. If one of us succeeds, we can go and help the other. What if I get shot in the back? Said Mary. Do you have a better idea? Jason asked. Yeah, let's go along with them. Greg said when we're back here we can all get along. Carter shook his head, then interjected. I'd like to believe that, but I doubt it. We can get 5 in each vehicle, 6 at a push. There's 5 of us. There are 4 family adults, and from what Greg told me they have 5 grandchildren, all in their teenage years. You don't have to be a math teacher to work it out that someone will get left behind. They'll likely fill the back with clothing. Me and Jason are witnesses to the corpses of their neighbors. They won't want the authorities finding out. Carter turned sharply at hearing footsteps. Greg entered with Maisie. She stood back pointing the rifle at the gate as Greg unlocked and unfastened the chain. Greg stood to one side with the gate open and waved the barrel of his rifle. Move. Carter thought Jason's plan was too big of a long shot, but it was their only hope as Greg and Maisie displayed a caution that prevented them from making a move. As they hit the highway, Carter could have kicked himself for answering Greg's questions about the code for the bunker and handing him the key cards. Even worse, he'd volunteered how long the supplies in the bunker would last. He thought that it had to have been their plan all along to glean the information from him so they could rescue their family and to know how everything had been prepared for survival. The eggs and milk offering had been their way of gaining trust. It reminded him of the old saying, beware of people carrying false gifts. He shuddered as they approached Moorfield. The town was in darkness as they drove on through, picking up a pack of dogs chasing their vehicles and barking. Probably abandoned by the townsfolk, he thought. Step on it and lose the dogs, Greg snarled at him. Foot down and they picked up the main highway. All he needed now was to find a spot where he could signal Mary to carry out what he thought was the only plan available to them, as crazy as the idea was. 20 minutes or so into the drive, and Carter saw what he assumed was headlights of 2 vehicles facing in their direction. What do you want me to do? Asked Carter. Chapter 14. Carter hoped it was a police roadblock ahead. Slow down and stop, said Greg. Park up and kill the lights. Open your doors wide open, but stay where you are. Try to get out or drive on and you're both toast. Parked up and with the doors wide open, Carter looked over his shoulder to see Jason pull over behind, but to one side of them. That wasn't all he saw, and he frowned. Greg climbed outside, and he appeared to glance down the road. He turned and walked over to Jason's truck and his lights extinguished. Greg must have spoken to them as Jason and Maisie's doors opened. Jason stayed inside, and Maisie climbed out. "Should I ask to take a leak now?" said Mary. "No. I saw him flick the safety off. Stay calm. We might be about to be rescued." Greg returned and stood behind the open back door. "Damn," he heard Greg say, and Carter looked out front. One of the vehicles ahead was speeding toward them. It stopped abruptly, around 30 yards out. Carter saw the silhouettes of 3 people climb out of the vehicle in the glow of their headlights. One of them crouched on one knee in front of their vehicle as if as a backup, with a rifle. The other 2 stalked toward them, rifles shouldered. "Damn, it must be a new roadblock." "Let me do all the talking if you know what's good for you all," said Greg. "It's all good," shouted Greg as the 2 approached. He stepped partially out, one hand in the air, but kept his rifle out of sight behind the door. When Carter turned, he gulped. These 2 heading for them weren't law enforcement of any type dressed the way they were. Not only that, but even in the moonlight, he could see one of them had a massive tattoos covering his face and bald head. Greg must have seen the same as he saw, when to an explosion of a round and a muzzle flash, the guy with the tattoos keeled over, then all hell let loose, with rounds flying and muzzle flashes out front to a high-pitched scream. Mary grabbed his arm. "He shot Maisie," she said in a distressed voice. "Maisie, you okay?" Greg called out to an exchange of rounds with the guy out front. The guy out front threw his arms in the air, his rifle taking flight, to Carter simultaneously hearing Greg drop to the ground. Carter leaned out to see Greg with a bullet hole in his temple. "Maisie's not breathing, she's gone, Pa," Jason called out, to Carter seeing muzzle flashes from the backup assailant. "Brace yourself," said Carter, and foot down, he charged toward the vehicle out front, the doors slamming to a close at the inertia, while hoping that Tesla's promise held good. Thuds and sparks on the hood had him flinching as he struck the guy, the windshield dislodging as it struck, pinning him to the front of the vehicle, and to a searing pain in Carter's chest as he lurched into the seatbelt strap. The next thing Carter knew was when he heard a distressed Mary repeatedly calling his name, then Jason leaning in to release his seatbelt. He was stuck there with the airbag inflated until Jason adjusted the seat and hauled him onto the road. "Is he okay?" Mary called out. Carter's mind was foggy and his ribs hurt like hell. "Don't know," said Jason. I'm alive." "I know that much," he groaned out. "Help me get into his feet, we have to get into my truck and get the hell away from here," he heard Jason say. Shaky at first and unsteady on his feet, he took a deep breath to a searing pain in his ribs. "Damn it to hell, Dad, you nearly totaled us both," said Mary. Carter glanced over at his truck, now embedded in the front of their assailant's vehicle, the guy sandwiched between the 2, clearly no longer with them. The front wheel, he could see that it was in an unnatural position on its side. There was no way he was going to be driving away from there. "Jason, better get my emergency backpack from the rear. If you lift the cloth, I have my spare rifle." Mary and Jason put his arms over their shoulders and set off to Jason's truck. "I can walk unaided now," said Carter. Jason stopped at the body of Greg, removed the pistol from his waistband, and slipped it into his own, then picked up the rifle. When they arrived at Maisie, she was surrounded by a dark expanding pool from her wounds. Mary avoided looking at her as she stooped to pick up the rifle. "Better get in the back," said Jason. "I'll drive with Mary in the front." "What should I do?" "I can't cross over with the median barriers." "There's no traffic, just maneuver to face the opposite way and let's get back to the cabins," said Carter, now sprawled out on the back seat and in discomfort. "How did you manage to get out of the truck?" he asked Mary. "Jay helped me get out. We thought you were gone." "So, he saw to you first." "I think he'll deserve a fried egg for that when we get back to the cabin," said Carter, and then winced as he attempted to laugh. "He can have whatever he likes," she replied and laughed. They'd been driving for some time when Jason spoke up. "Seriously, Dad, what made you go kamikaze at the guy? One bullet through the windshield and you could really have been toast." "Yeah, and me," said Mary. "I just hoped they were 9mm rounds he was firing. Teslas are supposed to be bulletproof up to that caliber. As it is, they hit the sloping hood and bounced over the windshield. Anyway, we're all alive, so let's not dwell on it, shall we?" All we've lost is my truck and I'll have bruised ribs for a few days. As they drove on, Jason reached out to the screen monitor. I've been dying to see this, said Jason. It's showing a recording. Carter forced himself to overcome the pain to sit upright and he looked at the screen. It was Maisie and Greg at the front of the truck. What do we do with Carter and his kids when we get there? Asked Maisie. We'll have to terminate them as soon as we get there. Can't afford witnesses to the two we terminated in the RV. When we get back here, we need to finish digging the grave and bury the ones in the RV. Okay, let's get into the barn and we can get going, she said, then they walked out of camera shot. Damn it, you were right, Dad. Good thing you didn't listen to me, said Mary. Yeah, well, as it's turned out, we didn't need to use Jason's suggestion and we've come out of the situation alive, thank God. When they reached the outskirt of Moorfield, dawn had broken. Hell, Dad. Look over there. Carter sat upright and winced at the pain in his ribs. He could see what Jason was talking about. He'd never seen so many people standing in line before which curled around a corner. As they passed the intersection, the line carried onto a large semi-truck and trailer parked across the road with State Emergency Services signed on the side. There appeared to be a bunch of National Guard and 2 armored vehicles with people walking away with boxes. They approached another intersection when a police officer and a National Guardsman stepped into the road and flagged them down. Better stop, said Carter. They parked and Carter climbed out. Better you two stay here and let me do the talking, unless they ask to speak with you. Yes, officer, can I help? You can. Let's see your ID and you can tell me where you're going and how your vehicle has charge. Carter knew he didn't have to show ID without probable cause of a traffic violation or a felony, but he thought it better to comply in case they'd introduced martial law. Sure. I have it here in my wallet. The National Guardsman stepped forward with his rifle pointed at Carter. Which pocket? The officer will retrieve it for you. Carter pointed to his back pocket and turned around. He felt violated as the officer slipped his wallet from his back pocket, then patted him down. Anything in your pockets I should know about? Needles, that sort of thing. Hell no, he replied. Pat down over, the officer stood back and fished in his wallet. He noticed he'd pulled out his calling card. Professor Edward Carter, director at USGS, said the officer. That's me. He removed his driver license. Held it up and looked at it, then at Carter. At least we know you're not one of the escaped prisoners. Who are those 2 in your truck? My son and daughter. We're on my way back to our cabin. We have a solar charger there for power, he said. What are you doing out here? The officer asked. Carter took a deep breath, thinking honesty was the best policy, especially as they could trace his vehicle back to him if they had emergency power for their computers and had them shielded. We were kidnapped at our cabin for the use of our vehicles at gunpoint. We were stopped at a roadblock and there was a shootout. Our kidnappers were terminated. I think the roadblock was manned by some of those prisoners you're looking for. They were taken out by our kidnappers in the action. The officer and guard exchanged glances. Carter gave them the approximate location. These kidnappers, what are their names? Gregory and Maisie Shields. He did some work at my homestead where we have our cabin. The officer appeared to be chewing it over. Carter worried about the bodies in the RV for if the police turned up at their homestead and found the corpses and they ended up as suspects. Look, I need you to see a recording and I'll explain all. After seeing the recording and hearing the explanation, the officer and the guard stepped away to confer. What are you doing for food? The guard asked. We have some supplies, but they won't last long. When they're done, we'll have to get in line here with the rest of the townsfolk. Good luck with that. There might not be any more deliveries, said the guard. Where's your cabin? The officer asked. The old Hesketh mine. I've heard of it, said the officer and took a note. Carter noticed the guardsman taking a note from his calling card. Then the guard handed his calling card to the officer who turned to Carter. Look, we have enough on our plate here. We're lucky State Emergency Services diverted these supplies to here because it's too dangerous in the city. Listen, we don't exactly have any detectives here, or an undertaker or a medical officer to autopsy the bodies. I'll write up a report from what you said and what I saw of the recording. We'll be in touch if needs be, but to be honest, the bodies are building up everywhere with home invasions, looting, and people taking their own lives, so you can go. Leave the RV and the bodies where they are. He handed Carter his wallet. Carter couldn't believe he was to let them go, without taking statements at the local police station. I don't get it, said Carter. We had blackouts before, but not had that sort of social disorder to any great extent in such a short space of time. Yeah, well, you can blame the internet before the power outage and some tech guy who worked for the same outfit you work for. He posted a data file on social media, and it went viral with everyone clipping it, and the news channels picked it up. The government acted fast, and orders went out to secure supermarkets and gas stations. Most of law enforcement have stayed at home to protect their families, which doesn't help. Look, you can go. Drive safely. Carter took a note of his name and badge number, climbed onto the back seat and tapped Jason on the shoulder. Drive on. Carter pushed back on the seat and shook his head. He realized that his head had been so far in the garbage can, he'd overlooked that the technician hadn't returned his pen drive. He thanked God inwardly that honesty had paid off, with only a white lie about the provisions in the bunker. That would have been the truth revealed as a step too far. All he hoped for that what had occurred would be the last of their problems, while annoyed at having given away his location to the officer and the guard. Chapter 15. It was a relief to Carter when they had left the river crossing behind and hit the road skirting the mountains. Carter saw the peak they were heading for and smiled. That smile turned into a frown. Damn it, there's a vehicle parked with the hood up near the tailings mound. Carry on driving past our turn-off, said Carter. Wouldn't it be better to take a closer look, asked Jason. Better not. Can't see any movement. They might have found the entrance. If they have, they might see us on camera, said Carter. Could it be someone else who worked with Greg? Mary asked. Don't have a clue. It could be someone headed to the mountains to hunt for game and they either ran out of gas or charge, or maybe had a problem with the engine, said Carter. Jason huffed. Oh, yeah. That'd be one hell of a coincidence. What should we do? He asked. You know the range of the camera. Drive on until it won't see us and then look for some flat terrain and cut across to the mountains. We'll have to climb up there and check out if they've found our cabins through our binoculars. Jason slowed and turned at a suitable spot. At least it looked that way. Carter winced at the pain in his chest at the truck bouncing on the terrain's undulations. The sound of the Cybertruck whipping brush as it traveled on, scraped on the underside of the chassis and was annoying. Jason slowed to walking pace until they arrived next to the mountains. Park behind those bushes over there so we can't be seen from the road, said Carter. They parked and all of them climbed outside. Go get our bug-out packs from the rear. You'll have to lift the straps of mine over my shoulder. It hurts when I raise my arms, said Carter. All loaded up, they set off through a wooded area with a gentle slope, then the trees thinned out and the slope became arduous. Come on, Dad. You're lagging behind, said Mary. Carter bent over, holding his knees and sucking in deep breaths. He wished he'd kept to his diet and maybe taken out a subscription to join a gym. As it was, he was all out of energy, his legs barely holding him upright. Jason scrambled back down the slope to him. Do you want us to go ahead and report back? No, I want us all together. Just need a rest, that's all. The force of that damned seatbelt when it tightened on my ribs has left me finding it difficult to breathe. Okay, we'll take a rest, he said and called out to Mary to return. They took a seat on some rocks. Listen, better check the mags in the rifles. Dig out the spare mags from your rucks and put the ones you remove in your jacket pockets. Carter dropped the mag on the Glock pistol. I'm lucky, the mag is full, he said. After a suitable rest, they moved on, and after a series of stops and starts over the next few hours, they arrived at a point where they could see into the homestead. Get this damned ruck off of me, said Carter. Jason did the honors, and Carter sank to his knees. You okay? Asked Mary. I'm alive, so we're good. I'll be a lot better on the way down. That was torture. Carter watched Jason remove his binoculars from his ruck, then set himself behind a boulder and scanned the homestead. Can't see anyone, he said. Only the goats and chickens. Maybe they were hunters. Great, then we can go back down, said Mary. Carter turned to her, eyebrows raised. We can't risk it. For the rest of the day, we'll take turns scanning down there and camp here overnight. If it's clear, we can venture down there tomorrow later in the day. Better safe than sorry. 20 minutes and Carter had caught his breath. He reached out and retrieved his binoculars. Help me to my feet, will you? He asked Mary. One hand on a rock and with Mary tugging at him, and the pain was unbearable. No, it's too painful. Leave me here. Mary shook her head, hands on hips. Jason, come give me a hand with Dad. Between the two of them and with Purchase on the rock, he finally rose to his feet. Jason went back to scanning duties and Carter joined him. See anything? No, nothing. Wait, over there at the entrance. Carter raised his glasses and scanned over to the entrance. Carter zoomed in. 3 youths and a young woman were pushing the vehicle they'd seen abandoned, with someone behind the windshield, steering. Oh no, said Jason. What have you seen? Said Mary as she joined them. Jason handed her his binoculars. They've arrived outside the cabin and a youth exited the vehicle. With the glasses to her eyes, Mary called out. It's Roberto, Mary said, all excited. What? You mean Roberto, your boyfriend, said Carter, and he turned sharply to her, to a stabbing pain in his chest. What the hell's he doing here? Mary handed the binoculars back to Jason with them both rounding on her. Her cheeks were bright red, then she inspected her sneakers. You'd better explain, young lady. Did you send him the text I told you to send? Yeah, but... But what? Said Carter. Explain what the hell he's doing here. Jason keeps scanning. She raised her vision, tears in her eyes. Sorry, Dad. I texted him like you said. But 2 weeks after we met, I had him drive me out here so we could have some alone time and we stayed overnight. I just thought we'd never need to actually stay there. I thought you were just crazy always going on about a doomsday situation. Carter dropped his head in his hand. Anger welled inside of him as he tried to get his head around what she'd said. Jason called out to him. Can't see they have rifles, but they all have pistols by the look of it, tucked into their pants at the waist. That information peeved Carter even more. Damn it, that's all we need. He turned to Mary. Does he know about the bunker in the mine? Carter asked. No, never mentioned it, just about the provisions in the cabins. I don't know the code for the bunker anyway. Look, I'll go down there and talk to him. The hell you will. I need to calm down. We'll stay right here. I'll decide what to do in the morning. Fury burned inside of him. He felt bad enough that he'd not thought to hire the main contractor from outside of the state after what had happened with Greg. What he not expected was Mary's lovesick actions compromising them. At the same time, he thought that what was done was done. Dad, they've opened the trunk and retrieved some rifles. No, wait, they're shotguns, Jason called out. I'll speak to you later, young lady. Better you keep busy and set up the tents, Carter said pointedly to Mary. She skulked away over to the backpack. Carter shook his head, then stepped over to Jason. How many shotguns? Carter asked. 3. Then there's no way. I think we should just walk in there. You go and help Mary put up the tents and I'll keep watch. Jason returned alongside Carter. Don't be too hard on her, Dad. Remember when we first arrived and she didn't finish her sentence after you told us what to expect? Yeah, I remember. You mean when she went all red-faced and disappeared into her cabin? That's it. Well, if she'd have finished, she told me just now that she would have said, I think I've made a mistake. Like me, she just thought it was all in your head up to that point. She didn't think it was a problem having him drive out here. Point taken, but it doesn't get away from the fact it could be a problem for us to get back in there. Mary had stayed hidden in her tent when Jason and Carter turned in as night fell and they climbed into their tents. Carter awoke as dawn broke, but turned over in his sleeping bag when he heard Jason call out. Dad. Mary's not in her tent. She's gone. Chapter 16. Carter froze momentarily at hearing Jason call out that Mary wasn't in their camp, not having quite woken up. He called back to Jason. Maybe she's gone to take a leak. Give her 5 minutes, then call out her name. When he attempted to unzip his sleeping bag, a pain shot through his chest, with his muscles stiff. Jason, help me out of this damned sleeping bag. I've stiffened up. Jason unzipped the opening and did the honors, unzipping the bag. On all fours, Carter backed out of the tent. Jason stepped over to Mary's tent, then arrived back and helped him to his feet. He looked pained. What's wrong? He asked. Her rifle and backpack are inside her tent. I'm worried about where she could be. Should I call out for her now? Asked Jason. Yeah. Best to be on the safe side. Carter fished in his backpack for a painkiller and bottle of water, then took a seat on a boulder. Having swigged down the tablet, he relaxed, waiting for the tablet to work its magic, but when she didn't return Jason calling out for her, concern struck. Damn it, where is she? Carter said. I'll go looking for her, said Jason. It crossed Carter's mind that she could have stumbled and fallen down one of the many crevices. He sighed. We'd both better look for her. I'll take left. You take right and we'll circle the camp. She can't have gone far. Carter steeled his resolve to overcome the aches and pains and rose to his feet. 20 minutes of circling the camp and both calling out her name drew no result, which set Carter in panic mode. Jason, meet me back at the camp, he hollered. When Carter arrived back at the camp, he was met by a red-faced Jason, holding a note. He thrust it at Carter. I had another look in her tent and found this. You'd better read it. Carter snatched the note from him and read it aloud. Gone to talk with Roberto. Can't see what the problem is. See you back at our homestead. His vision raised skyward, and he let out a roar. Idiot. What on earth was she thinking? Carter spat, and then turned to see Jason scanning the homestead. Can't see her down there, said Jason. Can't see anyone. Carter pursed his lips while trying to think of what to do. Should we go down there after her? If we take the truck, we might get to her before she enters, said Jason. Carter dropped his backside on the boulder and snatched his hand to his forehead. The way his limbs had stiffened up, despite the pain subsiding, he doubted they could catch up with her. What do you know about this Roberto? Asked Carter. Nothing, apart from she was constantly FaceTiming with him. Oh, yeah, and when I ribbed her over it, she said not to be such a dork 'cause they loved each other. She said I was only jealous 'cause I didn't have a girlfriend. Carter shook his head. Then we'd better hope he does love her. Let's get going. We can think of a way to approach them when we get to the truck. Dad, get over here. I can see Mary. Carter hobbled over to him and raised his binoculars. Mary came into view walking toward the cabins as if she didn't have a care in the world. As she approached the cage door, they must have seen her when he saw the door open. A young woman with flowing black hair walked out of the cabin. She was pushed out of the way by the three guys brandishing pistols. Mary waved, but then took a step back as they advanced toward her, all aiming their pistols at her. One lowered his pistol and walked up to her. She raised her arms and rushed forward as if to give him a hug, but he pushed her away and she stumbled backwards, ending up on her backside. Then she scrambled to her feet. Carter guessed it was Roberto, and from what he saw, not the welcome she thought she'd get. Jason repeated an expletive. Clearly as distressed as he was, Carter thought. This looks like it's going to get ugly, and there isn't a damn thing we can do from here, said Carter, with rage boiling inside at the treatment of Mary. No sooner had he said that, than the woman stepped up to Roberto, put her arm around his waist and kissed him on the cheek. She pointed at Mary and appeared to be cussing at her. Mary flew at the young woman, grabbing her by the hair, and then tussled her to the ground. The guys appeared to be laughing as the two of them rolled over and over. Mary ended up on top, when Roberto stepped over and punched Mary on the side of the head and she keeled over. One of the two guys picked her up and tossed her over his shoulder and set off toward the barn. Mary was clearly out of it, not struggling. We have to get down there and rescue her. It's too far a distance to take any shots, said Jason. Carter reached out for his rifle with one hand, the glasses stuck to his eyes with his other hand as the guy disappeared with Mary into the barn. They're all dead if that guy abuses her, said Carter, and rising to his feet, he fired 2 shots in the air in anger. The rounds echoed around the mountains. Dad, the guy in the barn is running over to the others and they're all hightailing it back to the cabin. They must have heard the shots. What about Mary? No sign of her. I reckon he locked her in the cage. Leastways Greg left the key in the padlock as I noticed when we left there. Carter covered his mouth with his hand, scratched at his stubble, then withdrew his hand. God knows how we do it, but we'd better get down there and get her out of there, said Carter. Chapter 17. Carter knew Jason was right and they'd need a plan. So blinded by rage, he'd not been thinking straight, other than that was his daughter down there, and goodness knows what they intended to do with her. He reckoned it had taken them 2 hours to get up there with him slowing them down. Even though the painkillers had worked to dull the aches, and it was all downhill, he was acutely aware how unfit he was. In those 2 hours it would take him to get in there, he knew they could be too late to rescue Mary. Any ideas? Carter asked. Yeah, we should split up. When I went looking for her, there's a way down into the homestead near to the animal compound. Trouble is, I'd have to rappel down there with 2 of our ropes tied together, so I doubt that you'd make it down there. Carter tugged at his hair, cursing inwardly that he wasn't as agile as Jason. So, when you say split up, you mean for you to go it on your own? That's ridiculous. Jason shook his head. I didn't say that. Hear me out for once, will you, and don't interrupt. Carter showed him the flats of his hands. Okay, the stage is yours. Better make it good, and quickly. Jason shuffled the toe of his sneaker on the dirt with his head lowered. Come on, spit it out, we're wasting time. Jason raised his head to look directly at Carter, his cheeks engorged. Look, that's my sister down there. We have to think this out. I suggest I go down there, and you stay here until you see I've got down there and behind the barn. If you see them come out of the cabin, fire off a few rounds to maybe make them think twice about going out there. Once you see I'm in position, you make it down to the truck and drive in there. As soon as I see you enter, I'll get in the barn. There's a hammer on the wall. I can bust the lock, park sideways onto the doors, and I'll get us both in the truck and we can get the hell out of there. Well, what do you think? Carter rubbed at the stubble on his chin. So, you're suggesting we surrender the homestead to them? Jason fired back without hesitation. If it means getting Mary out of there alive, what other option is there? Carter gripped at his brow with thumb and finger, then rubbed them up and down his face. Okay, the Tesla should shield us from any shotgun pellets, or 9mm rounds when they see me drive in there, but you'd be exposed going right away to get her out of there. Best you wait so you can use the cover of the truck. No way we're surrendering the homestead to them. I'll drive us to the mine entrance, and we can wait them out inside the bunker. When the provisions are done in the cabins, they'll have to leave. The camera overlooking the homestead is too high for them to get to it, so we'll see when they leave. Jason reached down to remove the rope from the outside of his pack. I'd say that's a plan. Pass me your rope, said Jason. Listen, before you go, you do realize that if they spot you all hell will break loose. If that happens you'll be on your own for a while to fight them off. That'll mean you might have to take a life, not to mention the chance of you losing your own. I get that, he said, while not appearing to dwell on the danger he'd be in. I'll take Mary's spare mags, said Jason. Carter sucked on his bottom lip. Better take my spare mags too. Don't want to lose the both of you. Carter stepped over to him and they embraced. He kissed Jason on his cheek. I love you, son. Be careful, he said, and they broke apart. He looked on as Jason slung the ropes over one shoulder and then his rifle strap over his other shoulder. Emotion struck, with his eyes now moist. He reckoned he was about to experience the most excruciating weight of his life, knowing the best laid plans could go awry. Chapter 18. Carter hadn't underestimated the angst that surged like a tidal wave when he saw Jason arrive at the crevice in preparation to rappel down into the homestead. He swung his glasses to observe the cabins for any movement. Not seeing anything, he traversed back to the crevice. Jason had already tied the rope to a boulder, and he looked on as he threw the rope over the edge of the rocks. He knew this was perhaps the most vulnerable part of the plan if they were to spot him, and so swung back to watch the cabin. His heart sank when the door opened. One of the men peered out, scanning around, his shotgun poised in readiness for anything untoward. He stepped out into the cage with the others following. Carter reached over for his rifle and fired off a single round, then snatched the glasses back to observe their reaction. It had the desired effect as they lowered their profile to crouch and then stepped slowly back inside of the cabin. To his relief, they dropped the blinds. He continued to observe. When he saw the blinds twitch, then they dropped back in place. Taking a look over at the crevice, Jason had almost reached the ground when the unthinkable happened. Carter's heart almost stopped when, with 10 feet to go, Jason lost his grip and tumbled to the ground. Pinpricks surged through his body as he saw Jason lay there, motionless. It could have only been for a few minutes, but to Carter it seemed like an eternity, when relief struck as Jason rose to his feet and dusted himself down. Then he reached over for his rifle and appeared to be checking it over. As Jason moved into the cover of bushes, he noticed him limping. With Jason out of sight, he scanned over to the cabin. That was when he noticed they had lowered the blinds in all the cabins. Hearing the round had obviously spooked them. Whether it was enough for them to stay indoors for the 2 hours it would take for him to get to the truck and into the homestead was another matter, he thought. He scanned over to the barn and zoomed in, then cursed that although the barn door was partially open, he couldn't see inside. He prayed inwardly that the blow that Roberto had given her to the head hadn't caused Mary any permanent damage. Zooming back out, he attempted to locate Jason, frantically looking from left to right, then caught sight of him, still limping as he stalked towards the barn. Carter could see he was now out of the line of sight of the cabins. He wasn't about to wait for him to arrive at the barn, and rising to his feet, he slung the rifle strap over his shoulder, taking one last look over at the cabins to see no movement, and then set off to his truck. By the time he arrived at his truck, although the climb down there was less arduous than the climb up the mountains, his legs were no longer accepting messages from his brain to move a step further. He reckoned that the last 15 minutes he'd been running on some God-given reserve energy. Now completely spent, he dropped to his knees beside his truck door. With his fingers shaking, he slipped out the keycard from his pocket and opened the door, dragging it fully open. He had to crawl and shuffle onto the seat. Pushing his head back into the headrest, he closed his eyes, with a silent prayer to God to give him one last ounce of strength. Either his prayers were answered, or a rush of adrenaline had washed through him with the urgency of the task in hand, which stimulated his brain to get him into action mode. Whatever, he sucked it up and fired up the vehicle and raised the suspension to full height, and then pulled out from behind the bushes. The vehicle bounced around on its suspension as he put his foot down and drove over the unforgiving terrain. 100 yards from the entrance and out of sight of the camera's field of vision, he stopped. To get to that position in haste while throwing caution to the wind, he'd risked ending up in a ditch. Almost there, he wasn't about to take any more chances and scanned ahead for the best possible route at speed. A slap of the steering wheel and then gripping it with a sense of determined resolve, he put his foot down ahead for the tailings mound and the entrance. A sense he had entered a zone devoid of fear ran through him. All those thoughts of differing scenarios that had plagued him of failed rescue attempts faded from his consciousness. It was all about getting Mary out of there now, even if it cost him his own life. Chapter 19. With his foot down hard on the pedal, and with blinkered vision, he tore along the entranceway. He knew there was no chance of getting in there without they'd hear him. Carter overshot the barn entrance, coming to a crunching halt, the dust cloud following, now engulfing the vehicle. He saw Jason's silhouette stalk toward him, with the truck giving him cover from the cabins. With Jason alongside, he slowly reversed to the barn entrance and saw Jason slip inside. Immediately, rounds struck the passenger door. Carter ducked and grabbed his rifle from the passenger seat, then opened the door and tumbled outside. From the cover of the truck, he returned fire to see two of them dart back inside. "I have her, Dad," Jason called out from behind him. Carter was solely focused on the cabin up front, when he saw a figure pop up from behind a rusting barrel and they fired off a round. He returned a single round, which smashed into the barrel. "Get her in the back and stay low before they have a chance to regroup." With all of them in the vehicle and with his foot down, they headed for the mine entrance. The distinct sound of bullets thudding at the rear had his nerves on edge when the steering became heavy. Clearly, they'd taken out a tire, he thought. As they approached the mountainside, the mine entrance appeared. He reached out for the remote for the entrance door and clicked the button. It was only an automatic garage type of door, and it raised excruciatingly slow. Carter ducked at the sound of a round smashing through the rear window to Mary letting out a scream. It was too late to stop when he raised his vision, and they smashed through the almost open garage door to a screeching of metal above, and the glass canopy window imploded. Carter slammed on the brakes. "Grab your rifle and give Mary cover. Mary, open the bunker entrance." "The code is your birth date followed by an asterisk," Carter hollered as he exited the truck and took cover with Jason. "It's open," Mary called out. "Then get inside," Carter said, and they all crouched and backed off inside, to a burst of shotgun pellets peppering the vehicle as Jason closed the steel door. Jason stumbled and dropped to his knees. "Dad, I'm hit," he called out, clutching at his chest, his eyes displaying fear. Angst surged through Carter as he got down beside of him. "Let's have a look," he said, and turned to Mary, who stood there, hand on mouth. "Don't just stand there. Go get the medic kit from the kitchen cabinet." As she scampered away, Carter helped Jason remove his jacket. It was clear where he'd been hit. There was a small dark and moist patch at a tear in his shirt. Fingers trembling, he fumbled to open the shirt where it was buttoned. "Dad, it really hurts," said Jason, then sucked in some sharp breaths. Carter sighed with relief, thanking God that it wasn't a bullet wound as he revealed the injury. "Shush, suck it up. It's only a pellet wound," he said, in an attempt to calm Jason down. All the same, he couldn't be sure how deep it had traveled. Mary arrived with the medic kit, tears running down her cheeks. "This is all my fault," she said and sniveled. Carter turned to her. "Never mind that. Help me get into his feet into the bedroom." He needn't have bothered saying that. When he turned, Jason was already on his feet. "It just stings now. I can walk to the bedroom." All the same, Carter took his arm and guided into the bedroom, with Mary following on. "We're going to have to get the pellet out, son. Mary, go get a Stanley knife from my toolbox. Boil some water and look in the drawers in the kitchen for some tweezers and a lighter." "Can't we use a magnet to draw it out?" said Mary. Carter rolled his eyes. "What, on a lead pellet? Just go and hurry." By the time Mary returned, Carter had cleaned up the wound. "I just need the tweezers." "He's lucky, I can see it," he said, to Jason, pushing his head back on the pillow, and then gulped. Carter ran the grip end of the tweezers through the lighter flame. Jason squeezed his eyes tightly closed and groaned out as he delved into the wound with the tweezers, then held up the pellet triumphantly. Jason laughed, while at the same time tears ran from his eyes. Carter turned to Mary. "Grab some of that antibiotic gel, then put a large Band-Aid over where it entered. I'll go take a look at the camera monitors." The relief was palpable as he stepped into the room with the monitors. Roberto and his compatriots were there on the door entry camera monitor, surrounding his truck. A face loomed large, then stepped back. Carter flinched as Roberto raised his pistol and the screen blanked to the sound of a hollow metallic ring reverberating inside of the bunker. At least the camera covering the cabins and barn was still operational, he thought. He stroked his chin. It was now a game of attrition, and all down to how long it would take them to run out of provisions. Chapter 20. It had been 3 weeks since they'd managed to get inside the bunker and to safety. Carter sat at the camera monitor that overlooked the homestead. He rued the fact that Roberto and his crew had supplemented their provisions in the cabins by spit roasting the animals. All the same, as disappointed as he was that there'd be no more eggs and milk once they were gone, the same would apply to Roberto and his friends once the cabin provisions were exhausted and hasten their exit. Movement over at the cabins caught his attention. A guy stepped outside of the cage, a shotgun over his shoulder. He strolled toward the barrels they'd stacked facing the bunker entrance. It looked as though it was to be the changing of the guard as the head of the one of them on lookout behind the barrels came into view. The door to the room opened and Mary stepped inside. She came up behind him and threw her arms around him, then leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "Any developments?" she asked. "Not really. Just watching the changing of the lookouts." She pulled over a chair and sat beside him. The images on the screen disappeared from his consciousness as he retreated into his inner mind. All the anger at her going it alone on that day was in the past. He thought it fortunate that she hadn't attended the party with Roberto. A lesson she'd learned the hard way, seeing as how he'd wasted no time in finding a new girlfriend. She was a different person, he mused. All the sniping and sulks had stopped, and her and Jason were getting along just fine, despite Jason laying it on thick for the first week after the pellet had struck him, with Mary only too willing to fetch and carry for him. That recollection brought a smile to his lips. As much as they were all adapting to life in the bunker and they were all getting along, he was reminded there were times that he felt so alone as he reflected on the time he'd had with Sandra in his life, before she was prematurely taken from him, and the times he'd wasted they could have shared, instead of been married to his work. Mary nudged him, snapping him out of his thoughts. "I can take over. You've been stuck in here for hours. You'll end up squint-eyed," she said and then tapped him gently on his shoulder. "Can't wait to get back into the cabins," she said. Carter turned to her. "Me too, and sorry to burst you bubble, but we have to be prepared to stay in here if the radiation levels show a high concentration." "Yeah, you said that before." "So, fingers crossed," she said and gave him a limp smile. Carter rose from his chair. "Right then, I'll leave you to it," he said and stepped over to the door. He heard his shuffle of the chair just as he was about to step outside. "Dad." "Police." He turned sharply and stepped over behind her, eyes glued to the monitor. "What the hell," he said, as a police car stopped outside the cabins. The officer climbed outside just as those in the cabin darted outside to a hail of gunfire hitting the police car. Fortunately, the officer had ducked and taken cover behind the engine block and he looked to be unscathed as he crouched, pistol drawn, but he hadn't returned fire. They were all poised with pistols at the ready should the officer show himself. Even the woman was on one knee with a shotgun shouldered and aimed at the vehicle. Carter had an oh-no moment when he saw that the lookout at the barrels was now stalking toward the barn to flank the officer. "I have to go out there," said Carter. "No, you don't have to do anything. It's not our problem," said Mary. "I don't mean to take them all on. I could get to the barrels and target the one heading to the barn, give the cop cover, then get back here. Go get Jason to cover me from the exit to get back here." There was no more discussion as he charged out of the room, collected his rifle and headed for the exit. When he arrived at the barrels, he got down at the gap they'd left to keep eyes on the mine entrance. He scoped the barn to see the assailant with his back close to the barn wall, and working his way to the corner. Carter scanned over to the police car to see it was the same cop who'd stopped them in Moorside, then quickly scoped back to the barn. With his target lined up in his crosshairs, he cursed inwardly as a fly landed on the scope glass. He shook the rifle to get rid of the fly just as the assailant raised his pistol. Carter squeezed the trigger. The guy keeled over, losing a grip of his pistol, and grabbed at his leg. Carter was about to take a second shot while cursing the fly had distracted his aim, when a second round of bullets rang out and the guy flailed his arms and dropped to the ground. He twitched a little, then lay there motionless. When he scoped back to the cop, he was aiming his pistol right at the body of his assailant at the barn. Apparently satisfied that the guy who had flanked him was finished, the cop waved in the direction of Carter's position, then turned back his attention at those at the cabin. They fired off a few rounds, then backed off into the cabin. To Carter's surprise, he saw first one armored vehicle, then another enter through the entrance to the homestead with plumes of dust following them. Carter didn't know what was going down and turned to see Jason at his Tesla, giving cover. He wasn't about to stay there to find out the intentions of those in the armored vehicles and hightailed it back to Jason. The both of them entered the bunker and closed the door and then headed inside the monitor room. Mary swiveled on her chair. "What's going on, Dad?" "Your guess is as good as mine. Let's watch it, see what happens." Chapter 21. The anticipation of what would happen had Carter's eyes glued to the CCTV monitor. The officer signaled to the lead armored vehicle, pointing to the cabins, then ran a finger across his throat. He could only imagine what was being said and cursed that the CCTV monitor didn't have sound. Both armored vehicles lined up either side of his police car, 50 calibers manned. The officer called out to a gunner in the turret to his left and they exchanged words. The gunner disappeared down the hatch, then reappeared with a megaphone. Holding the mouthpiece to his lips and directed at the cabins, he was clearly communicating with those inside. The rear doors to the armored vehicles opened and out poured a number of troops, taking position behind the vehicles. Carter had seen the blinds twitch, so those inside would know what they were up against, but so far, they hadn't made a move to exit and to surrender. It worried him that they hadn't seemed to respond. With the firepower out there, the last thing he wanted would be for them to open fire and destroy the cabins. Jason gripped his dad's shoulder, then let go. "Thank goodness the officer and the troops arrived. Now we won't have to worry about them coming back once they arrest them," said Jason. Carter turned to him and raised an eyebrow. "Don't count your chickens. We don't know why the officer and the guards turned up here. Let's see what happens." "They're coming out," said Mary. Carter turned back to the screen. Two of the men and the woman walked outside the cage, hands in the air. Carter couldn't make out which one was missing, but one of them had stayed inside. It all happened so fast. The soldiers rough-handled them, patting them down, then dragged them behind an armored vehicle and had them lay on the ground, arms up front. Carter turned his attention to the cabins as they started to zip-tie them. 3 of the soldiers stalked through the cage and up to the open front door, rifles shouldered. 2 of them stood either side of the door as the other charged inside with the other 2 following. He heard a dull thud, then one of the soldiers appeared, dragging out a body. Carter was more concerned that the officer was walking toward the entrance to the mine. He turned to Jason. "The officer saw me take a shot at his assailant and likely saw me head to our bunker," said Carter. "But why do you think they're here? Do you think he decided not to believe us, and he came to arrest us?" That thought had already crossed Carter's mind. All he hoped was that they'd come to collect the bodies from the RV and not to arrest them. Mary distracted his thoughts. "I can't see him." "He must be close to the entrance," said Mary. "Look, don't panic. I saved his life out there. If he has come to arrest us, he might just collect the bodies and leave." Jason nudged his dad. "Do you think the soldiers could blast their way in here if we just stay quiet?" asked Jason. "If they have armor-piercing rounds in their 50 calibers and explosives, I guess they could. Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Carter turned back to the screen. There wasn't any sign of the soldiers following on after the police officer. All he saw was the soldiers having the prisoners enter one of the armored vehicles, and at the other armored vehicle, he spotted 2 body bags on the ground. All turned to face the door at the sound of a metallic rapping. "Damn it! That must be the officer at the entrance," said Carter. Jason tugged at his dad's sleeve. "I know we agreed to make joint decisions, but what do you think we should do?" asked Jason. Both their eyes searched about him, waiting for his answer. Chapter 22. Carter had thought it rich of Jason putting the decision of what to do firmly on his shoulders. He took a seat at the monitor, then covered his eyes with a hand to give him time to think. The officer continued to rap on the door, making it difficult for him to think straight. He withdrew his hand and rolled his eyes at the thought that if the soldiers had armor-piercing munitions, there'd be nothing he could do to prevent them from eventually entering. Damn it, he knows we're in here and doesn't seem as though he's going to give up. I'll go talk to him. Depending on what he says, we can decide from there. And when I say we, I mean we, and not me alone. Mary shrugged her shoulders, with Jason rubbing at the stubble on his chin. Neither objected, so he picked up his rifle and turned to Mary. You stay here and keep an eye on the soldiers. If it looks as though they're heading this way, call me. Jason, grab your rifle and follow me. At the entrance, he stood there, tapping his chin with a balled fist to the constant rapping at the door. Professor Carter. I need to talk, he heard the officer call out, though it sounded muffled through the steel entrance. What is it you want? He called back. To thank you for taking a shot at that punk. Can't say as how that was the welcome I was expecting. My bad for going ahead of the guards. Do you know them? Carter wasn't of a mind to connect them to Mary. I've never seen them before. After you stopped us and we arrived here, they'd taken over the cabins. We were lucky to make it into the mine out of harm's way. The officer called back. I can see that from the state of your truck. Once again, thanks for taking that shot. Don't need to mention it. The pleasure was mine. Why did you come here? Was it to collect those bodies from the RV? No, but while we're here, I'll get the soldiers to take care of them. They can take them to the communal grave with the others. Open up, I can barely hear you. His answer puzzled him, especially when he'd mentioned a communal grave. He imagined it must be really dire out there in the world. If you weren't here for the bodies, why are you here? He asked. I have a letter for you from the governor. That really took Carter aback. From the governor, he mused. How did she know I was here? He asked. The National Guardsman reported that he'd encountered you when he heard that the governor put word out to report any staff that they came across from USGS. That answer threw him as to what the governor would want of them. Why? What does she want? What's in the letter? Carter asked. Dunno. It's sealed. Just open up and I'll give it you. Carter wondered if it was a ruse and if he should believe him. He stepped back into the monitor room. What are the soldiers up to? He asked Mary. Just milling around their vehicles, she replied. He stepped back out to Jason. I'm going to open the door. Cover me, he said, then called out to the officer. Look, I have to think of my safety. I'll open the door, but have your gun holstered and hand me the letter. Are you good with that? He said. Sure, no problem. Carter exchanged glances with his son. Jason shouldered his rifle and nodded. Fingers shaking, he tapped in the code and heard the buzz of the lock as it opened ajar. He peeked out to see the officer with his gun holstered and holding an envelope. Look, I understand your caution. Best you read the letter, then we can talk. I was told to wait for your response, said the officer. Carter sensed Jason step over behind him as he took hold of the letter. He turned it over and stared at the wax seal with the insignia of the governor and state. Well, don't just stare at it, open the damn thing, said Jason. The anticipation of what the letter would contain was palpable. Carter's fingers trembled and he overcame the seal and ripped open the envelope. He read through the letter, then turned to Jason. She wants me to return to work. She's arranging for a military escort in a week's time. Does she say why? Asked Jason. No, and really it's not a request, it says I'm ordered to return to work, and I'll be given instructions. Carter turned sharply when Mary called out. Dad, one of the soldiers is heading our way. He's carrying a cardboard box. That's Captain Hesketh. And just so you know, he is a she. She has something for you that you'll need for when we pick you up next week. One of the armored vehicles is to stay here with some of the guards until then to keep you safe, and there's another outside guarding the entrance. Seeing as how you said you were short of supplies, we've brought some with us for you, said the officer. Thanks, he said, and sensing his cheeks on fire at the lie he'd given him at the traffic stop. The last thing he wanted was for them to have access to the bunker, as pleased as he was that those supplies would replace what Roberto and his cohorts had devoured. Put the supplies in the cabin and we can retrieve them later. They can use the cabins to bed down when they need sleep. Captain Hesketh stooped under the broken garage door entrance and edged alongside the Tesla and on over to Carter and the officer. Is this Professor Carter? She asked the officer. The officer nodded. Then this is for you, she said and held out the box to Carter. Carter looked at her, bewildered. Her uniform was black and had a silky sheen. Even her gloves matched the material. Not at all what he'd expected. To cap it all, her helmet looked more like a motorcycle helmet. She raised the tinted visor. "You're to wear what's inside the box on the day we pick you up." "What about my son and daughter?" "They'll have to stay here until you return. There's only the one uniform in the box for you. My orders are for only one passenger when we take you to your office." Carter exchanged glances with Jason and Mary. They looked to be as gobsmacked as he felt at not knowing why him, and for what purpose. The officer stepped over to Hesketh. "I need your men to remove 2 decomposing bodies from that RV over there and bag them up to go with the others," he said and pointed. Hesketh turned and worked her way outside. "Well, are you going to open the box?" asked Mary. Carter placed it on the ground and ripped off the tape. He pulled out the same type of helmet as the captain had worn and handed it to Mary. He didn't have to take out the rest. There was a pair of gloves and a uniform of the same material. He turned to the officer. "What the hell, have I been conscripted into the army? Why the uniform?" The officer sucked air through his teeth. "Special material to guard against the rays that caused this," he said, and unfastened the button on his shirt sleeve, then rolled it up. "Serves me right for wearing short-sleeve shirts and not using sunscreen." Carter winced and turned away at the sight of discoloration the length of his arm and weeping blisters. "Sorry about that. Skin cancer. It's too late for me to wear protection of the likes of their uniforms. Besides, there aren't enough to go around, so I must be expendable. Medic says it's beyond repair. Just making the best of the time I have left," he said. Carter couldn't believe how the officer showed no emotion and simply rolled down his sleeve, with what he detected was a grin on his lips. "So sorry," said Carter. "It is what it is," he replied. "Got to go. See you next week. Or maybe I won't. And I'll end up with the rest of where they're jettisoning those body bags. In the meantime, I'd stay in your bunker," he said and turned on his heels and exited. Carter turned to Jason and Mary, who were equally slack-jawed as him. "Better get inside," like he said, and check the radiation levels before venturing outside. "Why do you think they'll want you to go to work?" asked Jason. That was something that was frying his brain. "God knows. It's not like I can reverse what's happening. Look at what happened to King Canute when he ordered the tide to go out." "What happened to him?" asked Mary. Carter shook his head. "Doesn't matter, better get inside." Jason turned to him once they were inside with the door locked. "Good of them to leave guards here to keep us secure. Captain Hesketh seems young for her position. Attractive to boot. Did you see her eyes?" he said. Mary rolled her eyes at Jason. Carter scoffed. He wasn't that naive to know the guards were there to make sure that they didn't skedaddle. Chapter 23. Carter rose from his bed in the bunker and dressed, then exited his room to the smell of coffee. Not quite fully awake, he took a seat at the table in the kitchen area. Mary stepped over to the table and poured coffee from the pot for him. "You look rough," said Mary. "Thanks for the compliment." "Not slept much," he said and rubbed at his eyes. "Things on your mind?" she asked. Carter caressed the mug and leaned in to savor the aroma, which restored some semblance of sharpness of mind. It was the only thing that reminded him of their previous life at home. Carter sighed. "It's been 6 days. I still can't work out what the governor wants of me, and it's getting to me, that's all." "Is Jason not joining us?" asked Carter. Mary took a seat opposite him. She'd stopped abruptly, then put a hand to her mouth and her cheeks flamed. "Oh, never mind." "What does that mean?" he asked, annoyed that she was likely hiding something. "Like I said, it doesn't matter." Her reply only agitated him some more. "Come on, out with it. I know you two have been thick as thieves since he rescued you, but where is he right now? I need to know. We have some more seed planting to do first light." Mary folded her arms, then uncrossed them, while huffing and puffing. "His bed hasn't been slept in." Carter rose from his chair. "What? Don't tell me he's left us. I had enough with you going AWOL." Mary smacked her lips. "No, nothing like that. You must be blind. Have you not seen how much time he's been spending with Captain Hesketh?" she said. "Well, yes, but what's that got to do with it?" Mary placed her elbow on the table and scratched at her hair. Last I saw of him was when I was monitoring the camera before dark. I saw him enter the cabin with her, and he hadn't returned when I turned in at midnight. Her eyes rose to the ceiling. God, you're so naive. He's probably still at the cabin. Carter froze with his mouth wide open while recalling the times he'd seen them laughing and giggling. He slapped the table with his palm at the truth of what she'd said, when realizing their interactions had been there all along in front of his eyes. Damn it! He'd better not have told her about the provisions we have. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he heard the screech of the entrance door to the bunker open, then close. I'll go to my room, said Mary. Don't be hard on him, and don't say that I said anything. Carter took a seat again, elbow on table, and with a fist, he tapped his jaw with his knuckles in an attempt to curb his anger. Ah, I see you've decided to join us. There's coffee in the pot. I'm not hungry, but when you've had breakfast, we need to check the radiation levels before going out to plant seeds, said Carter. Jason walked past him, a smile a mile wide on his lips. I had breakfast earlier, so I'm good, said Jason, and then took a seat opposite him at the table. Radiation levels are fine, he said, with something of a glow about him. Carter shook his head, deciding to be measured in his response, careful not to show his anger. I'm guessing you checked it with the radiation monitor at the cabin as you left just now, after having had breakfast with Hesketh, said Carter. Jason's cheeks rouged and he averted his gaze. Carter couldn't help himself and let fly. So, when were you going to tell me you had a thing going with Hesketh? Carter asked. Jason reared back on his chair. You mean Rosanna? Carter pushed back on the chair and his back stiffened. Rosanna, really? Have you told her about the supplies we have in here? Jason sighed. I'm not an idiot. Of course not, he said, rather on the indignant side. Carter leaned forward. Keep your shirt on. Just asking. What you do in your spare time is your own business, but what you might impart is all of our business, just saying. Jason shook his head and looked up at the ceiling, then looked his dad in the eyes. Yeah, well, for your information, Rose is going to arrange for engineers to collect your truck and bring it to here when you leave. She's going to have them try to piece one truck together out of the two. Carter raised an eyebrow. Rose is it now? Sounds like you've made a good impression. All I'm saying is be careful. Jason rose from his chair, the smile gone from his lips. When are you going to start trusting me? I'm not a teenager anymore. I know what I'm doing. Time you started giving me some credit. Jason's curt delivery took him aback somewhat. Carter showed him the palms of his hands. Hey, it's your life. Go for it. No harm in sowing your wild oats. Just be careful not to get in too deep. These are not normal times. Just remember what happened between Mary and Roberto, he said and rose to his feet. The both of them snatched a glance toward the exit at the sound of someone rapping on the door. Carter headed for the door with Jason following on. Who is it? What do you want? Asked Carter. Private Logan, sir. We've apprehended a male and female at the entrance. They were on horseback. We need to see if you can identify them. Chapter 24. Carter turned to Jason. Horseback. How the hell would I know anyone on horseback? Never been near a horse. Do you know anyone with a horse? Carter asked Jason. Jason shrugged his shoulders. Can't say as I do. They don't exactly use them for transport on campus. That left Carter puzzled as to who it could be. Then wait here and I'll go and see if I can ID them, he said. I'll come with you as far as the barn and collect some seed and wait for you there, said Jason. Carter turned back to the door. I'll be out shortly. Just have to get some suitable attire. Where are you holding them? Outside by the tailings mound. Any idea who it could be? Jason asked. Not got a clue. Let's go get dressed ready for work and collect our weapons. Carter peeled off to his room, racking his brain for who it might be. He decided it could be anyone, from one of the workers that Greg had hired, to say a truck driver who brought the prefab cabin materials, or maybe the mesh material for the Faraday cage construction. He was just thankful the guards had stopped them outside of the homestead, so they could send whoever was on their way. He doubted they'd return knowing it was guarded by National Guard. Jason was waiting for him at the door. With the door open, he pulled up his hood, then his neck scarf and donned his sunglasses. "Right, we need to make a move." Jason stopped off at the barn as Carter made his way to the exit. Hesketh exited the cabin and joined him. Apart from exchanging good mornings, no more was said. He couldn't be sure she felt the same embarrassment as him, considering she'd probably exchanged body fluids overnight with his son. As they walked around to the far side of the tailings mound, there wasn't 2 horses, but 3, tethered to some bushes. One of them was stacked up like a pack mule, probably carrying their provisions. "So, where are they?" he asked. "Hog-tied in the back of the armored vehicle," said Private Logan, and swung the back door open. The 2 of them were sat on a bench with the woman nearest. If he had to guess, he thought she could be somewhere in her 40s. One thing was for sure, he'd never seen her before. Carter pulled down his neck scarf and removed his sunglasses to get a better look. The guy leaned out. "Recognized your voice. You've put weight on. Well, don't just stand there. Tell them who I am for God's sake and get these ties cut." "Who are they?" Hesketh asked. "It's my brother, Doug. Never seen the woman before. It's Caroline to you, my fiancée." She sent Carter a faint smile. "Cut them loose," Hesketh ordered Logan. "Why didn't you tell them you were my brother?" said Carter. "Never thought. Just said Professor Carter will know who I am. No big deal. Good thing you told me that you'd be removing the sign, or I'd never have found you. Thank God you left the post in the ground. Well, you're here now, but you never mentioned any Caroline. None of your business." "Where I go, she goes," said Doug as they both scrambled out of the back of the vehicle with the ties cut. Greg wasn't sure if he was pleased to see him, especially as he'd brought someone along that he didn't know. He wasn't even sure if he was pleased that Doug had managed to find him. They stood facing each other, eyes locked. Doug had a grin on his lips, but Carter was frowning, thinking hard. "Suppose you'd better come on in and bring the horses," said Carter, unable to step over and hug him, and hoping this wasn't another mistake he'd made. "What about our weapons?" Doug asked. Hesketh stepped over to Carter. "That's your call. I have them stowed in my cabin." Carter pouted his lips and turned to Doug. "I'll have the guards look after them until you're settled in one of the cabins and we've reacquainted," he said, then turned on his heel to go to the cabin. "Love you too, bro," Carter heard as he walked on without responding in kind. He heard someone trotting on behind him, and Hesketh joined him. "It seemed as though there's bad blood between you two. Are you sure you want them here? I could arrange for them to go away." There was nothing he'd have liked better if it wasn't for the promise he'd made to his mom. "No, it's okay. Long story. I invited him here. Just didn't expect him having a lady friend with him I've never met before. Look, I need to talk to him on his own." "Are any of you using the far cabin?" he asked. "No, why?" "Well, if it's not too much trouble, I need you to keep Caroline company. She looks as though she could do with a shower. See if you can find out some of her background if it's not too much trouble, what with her being a stranger. That'll give me a chance to talk with Doug alone." "Sure, I'll do that," she said. Carter waited for them to arrive at the cage entrance to the cabins. He didn't have to wait long. "What should I do with the horses?" asked Doug. "How the hell should I know? Maybe remove their saddles and that horse's load and let them run free. They'll probably smell the water at the stream and wander off down there. Plenty of grass for them to chew on if that's what horses eat." Jason walked over to them as Doug dismounted and helped Caroline out from the saddle. "You see to the horses, and Captain Hesketh here will see to Caroline getting a shower. I'll wait for you in that cabin. You can shower there and we can have a chat," said Carter and pointed. Jason quickened his pace and ran over to Doug. "Uncle, is that you?" "Sure is. Christ, you've grown since I last saw you." Jason looked over at his dad. Carter had seen that questioning look before. "Don't ask, just give him a hand to remove the saddles so they can run free. What and eat the veg we're growing. Then you'd better get down there with the seed and make sure they don't go near the veg patch. Doug can round them up later and put them in the barn." Carter left them to it, entered the cage, and then stepped into the cabin. He watched Doug and Jason exchanging words, laughing and smiling. At least Jason was pleased to see him. It was how he'd get over telling Mary and Jason that he'd invited him to stay with them, without consulting them, that troubled him. Carter looked over at the saddles on the ground, then at one of the horses and noticed the brand on its rump. That got him to thinking. He'd need some serious answers from Doug to questions that were now branded on his brain. Questions that he probably knew the answers to, and it troubled him. Chapter 25. Doug entered the cabin, his eyes flitting around his surroundings. Nice room. Better than the cell I had, though not much bigger. What's with the cage? It'll be like I'm still locked up. I hope you don't lock the entrance. Why? You thinking of leaving now you've made it to here? Doug took off his hat. You wish. I could see it in your eyes back there at the entrance. Why not let us have our weapons? Doug thought he could hardly tell him it was because he didn't trust the two of them. You're on parole, remember. Felons aren't allowed to carry weapons. Doug looked daggers at him. What, you the sheriff around here or something? No, but the police are due here. For all I know, you could be on their wanted list. Doug laughed. For your information, I'm not on anyone's wanted list. Yeah, well maybe you should be on a wanted list. I thought you had no money. Doug dropped his backside on the bench seat. What do you mean when you say, maybe I should be on a wanted list? Anyway, it's no thanks to you I had no money. I waited at the MoneyGram office all day. Carter took a seat at the kitchen table and faced him. That wasn't my fault, the internet ceased just as I closed our call. What I want to know is where you got the money for the horses and weapons. Doug rose to his feet. What's that got to do with you? That incensed Carter and he pushed up off the chair and stepped over nose to nose with Doug. It's got everything to do with me. I'm not stupid. Tell me truthfully and you can stay. If I think you're lying, I'll have the guards send you on your way. I want to know exactly how you got here. Then get out of my face and sit down and I'll tell you. Carter took his seat again. He doubted he'd tell him if he'd terminated someone for the horses and supplies, which was more than likely in his opinion. If he confessed, he wasn't sure what he'd do. Well, go on then, I'm listening, said Carter. Doug put back on his hat, then pushed his back into the bench seat cushion. I know what you're thinking, and you're wrong. When I realized that the money wasn't coming, I made my way to Caroline's apartment when the blackout started. She told me there'd been a report on TV about a Doomsday event before the power was out. People were already on the streets, panicking and crowding the stores. People were fighting for what supplies that some had taken. We loaded up Caroline's car with what provisions she had and headed for her parents' farm. We just about made it there with the gas on red when we arrived. They weren't for letting us stay there, but he offered us the horses and weapons. Why wouldn't they give you shelter? Did they know you were just out of prison? No, they had a beef with Caroline. Said we had to go, Doug said. What was the beef with Caroline? Carter asked. None of your business. You should know about family fallouts. Anyway, that's the truth. Carter looked him over. From what he knew of Doug, he'd been masterful at telling lies. All he hoped was that Hesketh had gleaned Caroline's background story to corroborate what he'd said. Last thing he wanted was to have someone around his kids of the likes of Greg if he'd terminated someone for the horses. Okay, at least you made it to here. You take a shower. I have something to do. Best you move your supplies in here after the shower and we can talk some more. Carter exited and stepped on over the cabin where Hesketh was. He saw that she was alone and entered. Where's Caroline? He asked. Taking a shower. Then I need a word outside, he said. Once outside out of earshot, Hesketh reeled off word for word what Caroline had told her of their journey to the homestead. To his relief, it matched Doug's story, only she'd been more forthcoming about her fallout with her parents. Seemed she was ex-army and dishonorably discharged some years ago after a term in the stockade. She claimed her captain had tried to rape her and she'd beaten him to a pulp, but without evidence, they'd not believed her. So do you believe her? Asked Carter. It wouldn't surprise me, seeing as how she volunteered that information. I've had my share of harassment from the higher ranks, but I use my tongue in those situations, rather than get physical before things get out of hand. The army is still male-dominated. Complaints go nowhere. I see where you're coming from, said Carter. Hesketh stepped back inside the cabin when he saw Doug exit and he started gathering their provisions from the packs. Carter called out to him. Caroline's taking a shower. As soon as she's finished, I'll send her along to you so you can both get settled in after your journey. Doug gave him a thumbs up, then carried on retrieving his supplies. Looks like you'll be leaving, Hesketh called out. We have visitors. Carter stepped inside, sidestepping Caroline as she ambled outside and on over to Doug. Carter could see a police vehicle and an armored vehicle throwing up dust on the monitor as they raced toward the entrance. "They're a little on the fast side to be traveling over the terrain," said Carter. "You can say that again," said Hesketh as she picked up her rifle and headed outside to greet them. Carter followed on just as the police car came into view. Doug and Caroline pushed past him and onto the cage, then hurried into their cabin. They'd clearly been spooked at the sight of the cop car. It made him think that both of them had worked out a cover story for their journey and how they came about the horses. It was the same officer driving. He came to a crunching halt, with no sign of the armored vehicle which must have stopped outside of the homestead entrance. Hesketh stepped alongside of the vehicle as the officer rolled down the window and they exchanged words. She turned to face Carter, a look of agitation on her face. "Go get in the bunker with Jay and your brother and his woman. We have a serious situation here." Chapter 26. The police officer climbed out of the driver's seat, rushed around to his trunk and opening it, he retrieved a rifle and headed for the entrance to the homestead. Carter turned to see Doug with the blinds now down and him peeking out at events. Hesketh returned to the cabin. Carter followed her inside and on over to the monitor, but he could see nothing with the armored vehicles out of camera shot, likely stationed beside the tailings mound. All the same, he hurried along to Doug's cabin and entered. "What's the cop doing here?" Doug asked. "He was here to escort me to work." Doug and Caroline exchanged sly glances which set Carter ill at ease. "I need you both to go and get Jason and all of you to go to the bunker. Captain Hesketh says a situation is developing." "What sort of situation?" asked Doug. "I don't know, but she said it was serious, so get going and I'll catch up with you in the mine bunker after I've asked what the hell is going down. You'll be safe in there. Jason has the code for the entry door." He followed them out of the door and then peeled off and onto his cabin. The bench seat was up and Hesketh dragged out an aluminum case. Carter noticed 2 rifles and 2 backpacks in there as she dropped the seat. "Are those my brother's weapons?" "Yeah, the backpacks have spare mags." He looked on as she flicked open the catches on the case and lifted the lid. "I hope this still works," she said and withdrew a drone, set it down and then the controller. "The drone should work if you've had it stored in the case, but how will you control it without a signal?" She took out what looked like an oversized fishing reel from the case and fixed it to the controller. "Fiber optics. Keep your fingers crossed." "Well, it won't work from in here." "Not with the cage." "Look, what's happening? I need to know before I go to the bunker." "Then follow me." Carter followed her outside and on through the cage door. "Listen, escaped prisoners have taken over the town near to here. They exchanged fire with your escort, and the officer says some of them are following on, but they stopped half a mile back. With the firepower they had, the officer says that they're likely the ones who ambushed an army patrol and took all their weapons. We don't know what their intentions are, but with the flat terrain, they'll know your escort turned off to here. They might have just given up and gone back to town, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Now please, no more questions." Hesketh connected the cable to the drone and monitor device. Thankfully, the drone worked as she fired it up and launched it by hand. Hesketh had her eyes glued to the monitor when she spoke to him. "Look, make yourself useful. Go inside and watch the monitor. The image I have on screen isn't all-seeing and I'm sending the drone back down the road. If you see anything, holler." Carter's mind went into overdrive as he glared at the monitor. With news that a faction of prisoners had taken over the town, he failed to see how they could make it to his office without a paper map for an alternate route. That got him to thinking. He wondered how Doug and his woman had managed to make it to the bunker when he'd given him the directions through the town to the bridge over the river. With him telling Doug his homestead was self-sufficient, he hoped to goodness that he hadn't betrayed them to some ex-convicts of his that he'd encountered to save his skin. He shook his head to dispel the negative thoughts. His attention was brought back to the monitor. 3 vehicles came into view. 2 of them were flatbed pickups with machine guns mounted, each with a number of men in the back. More ominous was an armored vehicle, probably stolen from the ambush Hesketh had mentioned. "Captain, we have vehicles on the road," he called out. "They've stopped parallel to the tailings mound." Carter scrambled outside of the cage and joined Hesketh. "I see them. Better get down to the bunker before any action starts." He glanced over her shoulder at the monitor screen. A guy jumped out of one of the pickups and knelt with a rocket grenade launcher on his shoulder. No sooner than he took his position than he saw a plume from the grenade, then an almighty explosion echoed around the mountains. The machine gunner started to fire rounds towards the entrance, with men jumping off the pickup and joining them in firing off rounds. Some of them were mown down by what he assumed was his escort returning fire, with the rest scrambling back to the cover of their vehicles. Hesketh went to work at the control on the monitor device to spin the drone around. Carter covered his mouth with his hand when he saw the gunner in the turret of their guard's armored vehicle slumped over and the vehicle in flames. Soldiers scrambled out of the back to take cover. Hesketh turned to him. "I have to go and take control," she said, and handed him the controller, then ran to the entrance. Carter stood there, momentarily planted to the spot, slack-jawed. The second armored vehicle came into view, reversing along the narrow entrance with soldiers trotting and taking cover behind the vehicle when it stopped, with the gunner in the turret facing the entrance. Hesketh joined them. "What the hell is happening?" he heard Doug call out, and he spun around. "What the hell are you doing here? All of you get back to the bunker. We're under attack." He couldn't believe the four of them hadn't stayed in the bunker. "I gathered that when we heard the explosion and gunfire just as we were to go inside." "Better get us our rifles," said Doug. Carter still wasn't sure he could trust Doug with the possible scenario he'd worked out. "Captain Hesketh has control of them, so better get back to the bunker." With the firing stopped, he heard Hesketh call out. "What can you see on the monitor?" Carter couldn't see anything with the camera pointed skyward. Mary came up alongside of him and shouldered her rifle strap. "Is that a drone controller?" "It's like my gaming machine controller at home," she said. "Then see if you can work it to face the road." He turned to Jason. "Jay, go check the monitor in the cabin and relay what you see." When he turned around, Doug had run over to Hesketh. They had words and then he set off back. "Who are they?" asked Mary, which brought his attention back to the screen. One of the pickups was disabled, but the other pickup raced towards the entrance together with their armored vehicle and with what was left of the thugs following on foot. Then they peeled off either side of the tailings mound, then stopped. "I'd better go and tell Hesketh. Give me the controller so I can give it to her, then for God's sake get in the bunker." Carter ran over there and ignored Doug as they crossed paths. When he arrived, he handed the drone controller to Hesketh. "What did Doug want?" he asked. "He asked for his weapons, so I told him to go get them. We need all the firepower we can get, and Caroline has experience of active service. We've lost 5 of our men and the police officer." Carter slapped his forehead, turned and ran back to the cabin. All he could hope was that he'd been wrong about his thoughts that Doug could have betrayed them. Chapter 27. Jason and Mary were milling around outside the cage to the cabins. "Where's Doug and Caroline?" Carter asked. "In your cabin," replied Jason. "Did either of them see you enter the code to open the bunker door?" "No, why?" asked Jason. Carter answered him in a tone that made it clear his words were in order. "No time for questions. Go down to the bunker. Replenish 3 backpacks with extra ammo and put a pistol in each. Then both of you keep your eyes glued to the monitor. Don't let either Doug or Caroline in there unless I'm with them. Have your rifles to hand and wait for me there. Hurry." The both of them had puzzled looks on their faces, but they chose not to ask any more questions. Jason took a hold of Mary's hand, and they set off jogging toward the mine entrance. Carter took a deep breath, and with his rifle strap on his shoulder, he swung his rifle to his side, finger on the trigger guard, and he set off inside of the cage. When he stepped inside the cabin, the both of them were pulling their backpack straps over their shoulders, with their rifles on the bench seat. Carter took a seat next to the rifles, his own rifle on his lap, and with his fingers still caressing the trigger guard. "Did anyone attempt to challenge you when you passed through Moorfield?" Carter asked. "No, we didn't go through Moorfield. We pulled up just short when we heard gunshots. Took a detour until we found another bridge over the river," said Doug. "Good thing we were on horseback. We took a left over the fields for the hedgerow to give us cover." Carter's rigid stance relaxed, and he slipped his finger from the trigger guard. "Good thing you did, seeing as how that would be the escaped prisoners taking over the town." Hesketh rushed inside and on over to face Carter. "Go down to your bunker and change into the uniform and don't forget the helmet. We're leaving." Carter rose to his feet. "Whoa there. What about our assailants?" "Logan is keeping an eye on them with the drone. They've stationed themselves around 500 yards each either side of the entrance. They're climbing the mountainside, so it's now or never. It looks as though they're going to attempt flanking us. If Doug and Caroline take refuge in the bunker with Jay and Mary, they'll be safe," she said. Carter reeled at him, recalling that they'd left the rope dangling down into the homestead. That thought troubled him, especially when he considered if they had more rocket-propelled grenades to defeat the bunker entrance. Hesketh looked directly at Carter. "Look, I'll send a contingent of guards out to drive them from Moorfield once I land at base, and then have them sent on to here to take back your homestead," she said. It didn't go without notice that she referred to Jason as Jay. As much as he thought Doug's explanation rational, he wasn't about to trust him with his kids in the bunker, never mind that the convicts could blast their way in there. "No way. If I go, we all go," said Carter. "I'll second that," said Doug. "Not a chance in hell I'm going to stay confined in no damned bunker if your troops don't make it to here." Hesketh chewed on her lip. "There isn't the space in the armored vehicle for you all," she said. "Then I'll take the police car with Doug and Caroline. Mary and Jason will have to squeeze in with you. You said that you need all the firepower you can get. How do you expect to fight your way through Moorfield?" Hesketh tapped her nose, appearing to consider her options. Doug stepped over to her. "We're wasting time. I have a route that will take us to a bridge to bypass Moorfield." Hesketh appeared to be chewing over what he'd said as she inspected her boots. "Damn it. Okay, you and Caroline go to the entrance with me. I'll have my men give you their spare uniforms to change into. You'll have to take the body armor and helmets from our fallen," she said, and then turned to Carter. "Go get Jay and Mary. I can't have you in the police car either. I'll have Logan take your place and you'll go with me along with Jay and Mary." All of them scurried out of the cabin to go their separate ways. When Carter, Mary, and Jason returned, they were already at the police car. Doug stepped over, with a bundle of uniforms and 2 helmets, and handed them to Jason and Mary. Caroline dropped 3 armored vests on the ground. "We won't look," said Doug, and swayed his head at Logan as a signal to turn away as Mary stripped to change into the uniform. Carter was appreciative of Doug's consideration and slipped on the armored vest, securing it with the Velcro fasteners. They arrived at the armored vehicle. Hesketh was holding the drone controller. "Better bring it in. Their armored vehicle is to the right, and they've left one behind manning the machine gun. I've sent one of our men out to take him out, then we can go." Shots rang out. "That'll probably be him taking out the gunner," she said, and turned as the police car came up behind their transport and stopped. Hesketh looked back at the screen and slapped her forehead. "Damn it, they've taken out the drone," she said. "So, what do we do now if one of those shots wasn't our guy taking out their gunner?" Carter asked. "The police car just can't drive out there if your guy hasn't taken out the gunner." Hesketh didn't hesitate in her answer, but not directly to Carter. "Logan, go out there and see what you can find out, then report back." There was deadly silence as they waited. He checked his watch. 10 minutes had gone by, and Logan hadn't returned when a sudden burst of automatic rifle gunfire exploded, followed by the pounding of heavy machine gunfire which cut through the air. Then silence. Doug joined them. "What are you all waiting for?" Doug asked. "We're sitting ducks back there if they've made it up the mountains. We're waiting to see if our guy has neutralized the machine gunner. You can't just drive out there in the police car, or the heavy caliber rounds will rip right through it," said Carter. Logan appeared along the cliff sides, running. He stopped out of breath, bent over and held his knees, barely managing to get out the words. "Robertson. He's bought it in the exchange of fire. It's too open out there." "Damn," said Hesketh. "Look, here's what we'll do," she turned to Doug. "Go tell the driver that when we drive out, he's to position the police car to the left of ours for cover. Our gunner will keep their gunner occupied." She looked at her watch. "We're running out of time, everyone in the back and let's go." It was do or die time, thought Carter, as Doug scampered away with Logan, and they all climbed into the back of the armored vehicle. "All bend over and keep a low profile at the window ports," said Hesketh as the driver fired up the engine. "All of you hang tight," said the driver, and they set off with a lurch. Carter exchanged concerned glances with Jason and Mary. As scared as he was as to what might happen, he spoke in his usual brash way. "Do as she said. Keep your heads down." He reached out for Mary's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Chapter 28. Eyes closed, Carter prayed inwardly as their vehicle charged on its speed. The inertia of the turn at the road had him squashed up against Mary. Mary screamed at an explosive sound, and hooked her arm around his arm, holding onto him with a vice-like grip. Carter's innards turned to jello at thuds on the side of their armored truck. Rounds from their own gunner reverberated inside of what he hoped wasn't their metal casket. The gunner dropped down from the turret. "Got him." "We're good," said their gunner. "How is the police car doing?" Hesketh asked. "They're good," he said, then climbed back into the turret. Relief washed through Carter. He put an arm around Mary. "We're safe now, honey," said Carter. She expressed a faint unconvincing smile at him in return. It was somber faces all around from then on. No more words were spoken. The others appeared to have gone into an inward zone in their minds, probably considering their mortality, just as he was, that on this occasion, they had dodged the bullets meant to take them out. The driver broke the silence. "Damn it, why is the cop car overtaking us? Those in the back are pointing behind us." Hesketh rose from the bench and made her way to the back window port, when to a sound of a thud, it frosted. "Get down, everyone. They're pick-up us catching up with us." The gunner swung around to the sound of his rounds pumping rhythmically, deafening. Carter closed his eyes, leaned down, and with his fists clenched, he tapped his chin with his knuckles, then released them and covered his ears as rounds struck the rear. He'd not considered that their pickup would have heard the earlier exchange and was now giving chase. The exchange of fire stopped with the gunner dropping back down from the turret. "Fried his engine." "We're good," he said, and high-fived Hesketh. Just like on a flight after a turbulent safe landing, all spontaneously clapped hands. It didn't go without his notice that Hesketh, who sat next to Jay, their fingers entwined briefly. She turned and tapped the driver on his shoulder. "We need to find somewhere out of sight of the road to camp until nightfall, then we can drive onto the bridge and cross the river. We don't know if they'll have spread out from Moorfield and have the other crossings covered. If you see a suitable spot, honk your horn to signal Logan and turn off the road," she said. "Wouldn't we just be better charging on?" asked Jason. Carter interjected. "I think Captain Hesketh is the better judge of what we need to do," said Carter. Then he turned to Hesketh. "What if we find the second bridge compromised? That's one of the reasons we need to camp until nightfall. We can stop short and reconnoiter the bridge. The downside is, we'll have to travel without lights and hope it's a clear sky, so we don't run off the road." That didn't bode well for Carter's nerves, which had his innards appear to turn inside out, though he could understand her reasoning. Another 15 minutes along the journey and the driver honked his horn, slowed and turned off onto the terrain. When they stopped and climbed outside, they were in a slight gully with an incline forming a mound to give them cover from the road. Hesketh ordered Logan to climb the mound and to keep an eye on the road. As day turned to dusk, Carter and Doug replaced Logan on the mound, both scanning in either direction with their binoculars. "How did you meet Caroline and get engaged in such a short time? Is that wise? I hope it's not because of lust after being banged up for such a long time." Doug scoffed and shook his head. "You throwing morals at me now? For God's sake, give me a break. Give me some credit for once. For your information, a year into my sentence, a roommate showed me a picture of his sister. He wrote to her to say I had the hots for her, so in that sense you were right. We exchanged letters for a year, then she started visiting me, which is more than you did." "Some piece of crap brother you are," he snapped. The truth of that stung Carter, but he didn't want to show it to him and replied, "Is that right? At least I probably saved both your asses inviting you here." "Whatever," said Doug. "It just makes up for the times I saved your sorry ass from the Grangers at high school." That was another truth Carter couldn't deny when a vision of the Grangers laying into him with fists and boots when he was curled up on the ground, and Doug intervened, thrashing them all within an inch of their lives, leaving him with a degree of remorse, when thankfully Logan scrambled up the mound to save him further embarrassment, just as he was about to ask him why they hadn't moved in together, seeing as how he'd been living at the halfway house. "The captain wants us to move out in 30 minutes. Logan handed Carter a bottle of water which he passed on to Doug to take a drink first, as a token of his regret at the demeaning thoughts he'd had of him. Logan took a hold of his binoculars while Doug took a drink. Carter rubbed at his chin and furtively glanced at Doug, when he recalled his mom had to visit the principal over the affair, and that was when Doug got suspended. He'd never really dwelt on it, but now he thought that was probably the reason he never went back to high school. Logan handed the binoculars back to Doug. He had a look of concern written all over his face. "Damn, better tell the captain. They must have got their armored truck running," he said, and then scrambled back down the mound. Carter raised his binoculars while hugging the top of the mound with Doug. "I see them. They don't seem to be moving fast," said Carter. "Not surprised seeing as how they have some of their men sat on top." "Wait, are those my horses behind them?" said Doug and brought his rifle to bear on the road as they approached around 200 yards along the road. Carter's heart sank as he dropped his mag to make sure it was fully loaded to prepare for action. Chapter 29. Hesketh and Logan scrambled up the mound. "Get your heads down and don't shoot." "Let them pass," she said. "As much as we thin them out, they outnumber us. My orders are to get you safely to USGS, not to fight it out with those thugs." Doug sighed and withdrew his rifle. As soon as they heard them pass by, Hesketh raised her binoculars and scanned ahead. "Looks like they found your provisions in the cabin. They've loaded up the pack horse." The only saving grace that Carter placed on that, he thought, was that they were Doug's provisions, and they probably hadn't busted into the bunker, or if they'd found the provisions in there, they wouldn't have left. As soon as they were out of sight, Hesketh turned to them. "Best we wait for a few hours more for when it's dark," she said, then signaled to Logan with a sway of her head, and they scrambled down the mound back to the others. There was an uncomfortable silence between Doug and Carter. Finally, Carter broke the impasse. "So, why didn't you move in with her when you were released?" he asked Doug. Doug sighed. "What's that got to do with you?" "Just polite conversation, that's all." "Is it that she didn't trust that you really meant to get married when you gave her a ring?" Doug rolled his eyes. "It wasn't allowed, because of what I was convicted for." "Now leave it be." Carter turned away, and with his binoculars to his eyes, he scanned for any stragglers. His mind turned to Doug's illogical answer. Then it dawned. "Wait. So, she's a felon then? Is that what you're saying? Was it part of your probation not to consort with criminals? If you're to come back to the homestead, you owe it to me and my kids to tell me." Doug jumped to his feet. "You're pathetic. None of your business. Look, I need to take a leak." "Forget it and concentrate on keeping lookout," he said, and with that, he scrambled down the mound and on over to Caroline. Carter knew he'd hit a sore point and turned back to scanning the road. Doug, not revealing the reason, set him to thinking. And that was where in hell's name he'd got the money from to buy a ring, he wondered. He looked over his shoulder to see Doug kiss Caroline on the cheek, then he wandered off into some brush. Caroline marched on over to the mound, lips tight, then crawled up beside him. "What is it with you and your brother?" she asked, hands on hips, clearly annoyed. "He thinks the world of you with the stories he's told me of you growing up together. If you want to know about us, I'll tell you." He'd asked his probation officer for permission to move in with me to be on the safe side so he wouldn't break his parole conditions and get sent back to jail. He said they'd check me out and get back to us with an answer, then the blackout struck. As for me, after I was dishonorably discharged from the army after they refused to believe I'd been taken advantage of by my captain, my dad wouldn't take me in. He'd been in the army and said I'd disgraced him. I had no money and lived on the streets, something you wouldn't know about. Okay, so I got arrested for stealing food from a shop out of desperation, rather than starve, so now you know. That's how we formed a bond, because when Doug's wife threw him out, and he had no job, he had to live on the streets, and, well, I don't condone what he did. Does that satisfy you?" She faltered, not able to continue, and he was dumbstruck. Caroline was clearly emotional, her eyes moist, and a tear ran down her cheek. She nervously twiddled with her ring on her finger. "Sorry, I understand. I'll catch him some slack." "Is that the ring he bought you?" he said, in trying to change the subject, and not out of curiosity where he'd got the money from. Though now he'd said it, he thought her answer would be revealing. She swiped a hand across her eyes to wipe away the tears forming and snickered. "Bought me," she said, and threw her head back. Fidgeting with the ring, she partially moved it onto her knuckles. "It's brass. A curtain ring. See the green mark on my finger? It's the most romantic gesture anyone has ever given me. He said he'd get me a ring once he found work. Even then, I'd have this put on a chain and wear it for life." Carter sensed the heat in his cheeks rising. It was a side of Doug he'd never encountered. Never mind that he'd never known that Doug had been homeless on the streets. Not just that, but Caroline had just risen in his estimation of her. He could now see why they were nervous when the officer arrived. They needed have bothered, he thought, seeing as how no one could check their records with the power down. Same if they'd have been stopped while carrying weapons. "Got to get back to him," she said, and scurried down the mound. That encounter had given him plenty to think about over the next hour. A soldier relieved Carter and he headed back down to the others. Doug and Caroline were sat on a rock, arms entwined. Carter took a seat next to them. "Jesus, it's been like when we were kids with our friends in the woods playing cowboys and Indians," said Carter. "Hell, I forgot about that. We were always the Indians and won the battles as I recall," said Doug. "Yeah, well, that's because you were sneaky," said Carter, and they both laughed. Carter turned to Doug. Life was a lot easier back in those days. I wish we could go back there and start over. There's a lot of things I would have done differently in life. Yeah, me too. Maybe more so than you as it turned out. At least you have your kids, said Doug. Carter clenched his fingers together, then tapped his nose. Best not dwell on the past with the hands we were given, what with me losing Sandra and all you've gone through. This damn situation has given us both a chance to start over. Only this time the both of us can face it together, just like we did when we went on the warpath together, said Carter. High five to that bro, said Doug, and they exchanged fist bumps with Caroline smiling at them both. Hesketh interrupted them. Time for us to move on. I want you to keep your windows open in the back of the cop car and concentrate on scanning left and right, just in case you spot they've pulled off the road. Hopefully our gunner will spot them first if that's the case. Carter rose to his feet and walked on over to the armored vehicle. He wished she hadn't said that about the thugs. All he wanted was to get to work safely, get done whatever it was the governor wanted, and then get back to the sanctuary of his homestead. Chapter 30. Carter kept his eyes glued to the road at the rear port, next to the one that had been frosted when hit with a round. The last thing he wanted was for them to be flanked again, just in case they'd pulled off-road as they had done and maybe spot them passing by. So used to the different hues of the aurora borealis, they were now solely a ghostly green color and maybe not as dominant in the night sky. He deduced that the charged particles were weaker than they had been. A godsend really that the sun flares had likely rested for now, giving the atmosphere a breather, though the damage had been done. See anything? Asked Mary as she came up behind him. No, all's clear. All I can see is the aurora borealis has diminished, he said, and moved out of the way for her to take a look. Speak English, what's the aurora borealis? She asked. Carter shook his head. Did they not teach you anything at that college I paid for? Borealis is Latin for north. Aurora refers to the ribbons of dancing lights in the sky. So, it translates to the northern lights for common usage. Any further south below the equator and we'd be calling them aurora australis, or the southern lights. That's too much information, she said, turning to him and rolling her eyes. What causes them? Carter sighed, considering she'd never shown any interest in science. In terms you might understand, the sun's rays have electrically charged particles, and other particles that are invisible, other than if you sunbathe. The rays react with pigments in your skin to change the appearance to brown. If the rays are too strong, it burns your skin, and you get sunburn. Yeah, but what's that got to do with the lights in the sky? As welcome as it was that she showed interest, he thought it was a little late in the day for a science lesson of something he learned in high school, but he thought it best to enlighten her in the simplest terms, so she could understand. That's what I'm trying to say, just listen. What I said was an example of not seeing the rays but showing how they can have an effect. Fortunately, in normal times, the Earth is protected by a magnetic shield that repels most of the harmful rays carrying charged particles, so the rays that get through are not harmful to us if we don't over-sunbathe. Because that magnetic shield is weakening, like I told you, harmful rays like UVs are stronger and the reason we have to protect our skins. What you're seeing is charged electrical particles entering our atmosphere, and they react with the chemical makeup of the atmosphere, with such as oxygen, and that causes the coloration. The length of the ray determines the color. The shorter the rays, which are faster and dominant, they are what makes the sky appear blue, but there are longer rays across the color spectrum like you see in a rainbow. She lifted then dropped her shoulders. Sounds like mumbo-jumbo to me, but I sort of get it, she said, not sounding convincing. Okay, let's say the charged particles were dye, and the oxygen was water. Put the dye in the water and what happens? He asked. Ah, yeah, get it now. Their science lesson was over when the driver called out. Over to our left. Looks like Moorfield is on fire. Pull over, said Hesketh. Their vehicle stopped and Hesketh made her way to the back, opened the door and exited. Carter detected the smell of the toxic fumes from buildings on fire from the flames he saw as he stepped out beside of her. Even with his helmet on, he could hear the cracks of gunfire. Thank goodness for the right to bear arms, said Hesketh. Saying that, with the number of buildings on fire, the residents look as though they're fighting a losing battle. Let's just hope we make it to base, so we can send the cavalry out to rescue whomever is left. Logan stepped up beside of Hesketh. Are you thinking of us engaging them? He asked. No, those are not our orders. Let's get to the second bridge. Doug will tell you when to stop so we can scout it out to see if they have it defended. As soon as they climbed back into the vehicle, they sped onward, with Carter continuing to skin behind him, and with the flames now a reminder of how dangerous it was out there. He was only too thankful when they covered a distance, leaving only a faint glow on the horizon. The vehicle came to a halt. You all stay here. Get out of the vehicle and cover all points, but close enough to get back inside if you or our gunner spots anything. I'm going to the bridge with Logan, but for God's sake, listen for our password before shooting when you see movement. Get the vehicles off-road behind the brush. What will the code be? Asked Jason. I'll call out my surname, then incoming. Carter turned to Mary. You stay inside, said Carter. Mary appeared relieved as Jason and a soldier rose from their bench and exited, then both drivers steered the vehicles off-road. This time there wasn't a mound to hide behind or any rocks, just some tumbleweed and bushes. The soldiers got to work with their combat knives, slicing at the bushes and using them to camouflage the vehicles. I just hope they get there and find it clear, then they get back here, said Jason as they got down on the ground. The wait was excruciating, but Carter thought it was a sufficient distance from the Harrison's Landing bridge that the thugs hadn't considered any other bridges along the river. 15 minutes later and his thoughts were answered in the negative. The sound of muffled automatic rifle fire, interspersed with single rounds, exploded from the direction of the bridge. Dad, what do we do? Rose will be in danger. Carter called out to the driver of their vehicle. Did the captain leave anyone in charge? The driver looked over at the other soldiers. All exchanged glances with shakes of the head. Then we don't have any other option. Your orders are to get me to USGS. Mount up and let's back them up, said Carter. He's right, said the gunner. Chop chop. Let's do this. Keep your cop car in my shadow behind but to the right. He turned to the driver. Stop when we get near behind Logan in the captain's position and we can assess what to do from there. Chapter 31. Doug stepped forward. I ain't going anywhere in that cop car and neither is Caroline. Bullets will slice through it like toffee. He's right, said the driver of the cop car. The driver of the armored vehicle leaned out of his window. Best we go on then. You can follow on foot and we'll wait for you. Carter tapped Jason on the shoulder. I think that's for the best, get in everyone, we're wasting time, said Carter. Doug, Caroline and the driver set of jogging as they all climbed inside and Carter sat alongside Mary, facing the soldiers. What's happening? She asked, as the inertia of their vehicle setting off had them squashing into each other. Looks like we'll be in a shootout. Hesketh and Logan have come under fire at the bridge. Best you check your mag, said Carter. Hopefully, they'll have neutralized them by the time we arrive. Whatever, I want you to stay in here unless it's absolutely necessary. She gave him an indignant look. What, you think I can't shoot straight? I can shoot better than Jason. Jason snickered. I'll give her that, Dad. Carter wasn't for any heroics. Listen, the both of you. Let the soldiers lead. Just keep your heads down when we get there and so will I. It's likely our gunner will take them out, if Hesketh and Logan haven't already done so. The sound of exchanged rounds grew louder, and they came to a halt. I see Hesketh and Logan's position. They're locked down with not much cover, just some low boulders, the gunner called out. The soldiers with them exited and left the door open. The driver stayed put as did the gunner. Why are you not giving cover? Carter called back. Because they have the same setup as us. If I return fire, they'll know our position and spot we have backup incoming and mow them down with their machine gun. As it is, Hesketh and Logan are doing a good job of concentrating them on their position. One of our guys has hand grenades. Better pray he can get one to land in the turret. Doug and the others caught up with them. What's going down? Caroline called out to the gunner. Hesketh and Logan are pinned down. They're blocking our path across the bridge with an armored vehicle and it's manned with a machine gun. We have soldiers flanking them with grenades. If that doesn't work, I'll have to provide covering fire for Hesketh and Logan to disengage and get back to us. Carter stepped outside. You mean to draw fire in our direction? Will they have armor-piercing rounds? More than likely that's what they have by the sound of the rounds. They also have some thugs with rifles at their rear firing intermittently. Carter gulped when the shooting died down to sporadic rifle fire. Mary, Jason, get out of there. He called up to the gunner. If you have to give covering fire, we need to be out of their line of fire. As they clambered out of the back, Caroline stepped forward. We can't just leave it to them. I saw a boathouse back there. If we cross the river, we can flank them. We could do a coordinated attack. She called up to the gunner. You'll see us cross from your position up there. Wait till we open fire on those at the back of their armored vehicle. Their machine gunner will swivel around. Then you can let fly while he has his back to you. Carter hummed and awed. What if there isn't a boat? He said. Then we'll have to wait or swim across. Let's go, said Doug. What, all of us? Jason asked, his eyes on stalks, clearly nervous. There were bursts of rifle fire at short interludes, then an almighty explosion and a flash of light, intermingled with screams. Holy crap, they took out our guy with the grenade as he was about to launch it, and it took the others out, the gunner called out. Then we're out of options. We'll never find out if there's a boat unless we get there. Let's go! Mary and Jason can stay at the boathouse out of any line of fire until it's all over, said Doug. What, you want me to go with you? I can't swim, said Carter. Then you'll have to stay with Jason and Mary. Don't be soft. Let's get this over with. If we can't cross, and all's lost. We can make it back to the homestead in the cop car. Now you're talking sense, said Carter. All the same, Carter didn't think this is what he signed up for when he put pen to paper to buy the homestead. Not if they were now to expose themselves to an early grave. Nonetheless, as much as fear stabbed at his brain, he wasn't about to show his nerves to Doug. Chapter 32. They moved off the road and into the brush to head for the boathouse. When they arrived at the narrow road down to the boathouse, Carter could see a jetty but no boat. His heart sank. In the moonlight, the river didn't appear shallow, with no white water bouncing off rocks that would indicate they could wade across. Not only that, but judging by a fallen branch floating along, it appeared to have a strong current. You three wait here, said Caroline. I'll check out the boathouse with Doug. Carter glanced along the road. It was maybe 150 yards where the mound was that hid the police car. As far as he was concerned, if there wasn't a boat, and Hesketh and her men were defeated, that was the way forward to get back to the bunker and safety and to hell with the governor. Carter turned to Jason and Mary. We'd better take cover behind those trees over there, he said. As he watched Doug and Caroline stalk to the boathouse, he prayed the thugs hadn't stationed someone there. It wasn't locked, that was for sure, as he observed Doug partially slide the door open. Caroline snatched a look inside, then nodded to Doug. She took the lead, rifle shouldered, and they slipped inside. From what he observed, it looked as though she'd trained for this. After a brief wait, Doug appeared, beckoning them to join them. You two keep your eyes peeled left and right, said Doug, and they stepped over to Doug and inside. There was a boat all right. But it was chocked with wooden ramps and held in place by pulleys attached to girders. It was clearly under maintenance and not going anywhere. The far end was open to the jetty where he could see Caroline looking down at the river. She hurried back inside. We're in luck. There's a ladder down to a rowing boat, but it doesn't have oars. See if you can find some. Carter didn't think it was lucky when he considered their plan insane as they all scampered around looking for the oars. Found them, Jason called out. Caroline called them into a huddle. Listen, I've been in worse scrapes than this during my time in the army. One thing I learned was always to have a withdrawal plan. Here's what we'll do. Mary and Jason, you up a position this side of the bank and side of the bridge behind some barrels that are out there. Us three will cross and Ed will secure the boat to wait for us. Regardless of if the action goes down as planned or not, we'll head back to the boat. Last thing we want is to walk across the bridge on foot if we succeed, in case we take friendly fire. If we're compromised, you two let rip with rounds to give us cover while we make it to the tree line. Carter knew that what lay ahead was way beyond his experience as a scientist and that he should defer to Caroline's army experience. All the same, he thought he had to express his doubts. Excuse me, but if it does go wrong, wouldn't that leave us as an open target crossing back across the river, said Carter. Doug shook his head. Not if we only cross at the bend upriver. You think too much, said Doug, and he gave Carter a push toward the jetty. Carter glanced over his shoulder to see Mary and Jason exit through the entry doors, not giving him a chance to say be careful. It seemed he had no option but to get this over with. "Look, I don't want to be a killjoy, but that current looks strong." "How do you expect to row upriver to the bend?" said Carter. Doug responded right away as Caroline took no notice of his negative question and climbed down the ladder with one of the oars. "I've spent 5 years doing push-ups 3 times a day." "We'll be fine," said Doug and picked up the remaining oar, passed it down to Caroline, then climbed down the ladder. Carter sucked in a deep breath to steel his resolve, with no turning back. He gripped the rail to the ladder and worked his way down to the boat. Caroline and Doug steadied him as he set first one foot, then the other on the boat to it rocking, then helped him to sit. "You need to lose weight, bro," said Doug, and he set the oars, with Caroline casting off and they were away from the jetty. Carter ignored his put down, unshouldering his rifle strap and concentrated on pointing the barrel in the direction of the bridge, now fully on board with the mission ahead, if not a little on the jumpy side, especially when intermittent rifle shots and muzzle flashes filled the air, though thankfully not in their direction. For all Doug's claims at arm strength, Carter sensed he was losing the battle with the current. "Caroline, take one of the oars, we need to work them two-handed." He didn't bother to look over his shoulder, hearing her shuffle over to him, then the boat started to make progress to the point where the bridge was out of sight. "That'll do. Row over to the bank," said Carter. Chapter 33. The water was shallow at their destination, and they had to climb out and drag the boat to the bank, where they secured it to the branch of a bush. Carter had to ignore that water had entered his sneakers, leaving every step with an uncomfortable squelch. Caroline wasted no time in working her way to the tree line, then signaled for Doug to join her. Carter couldn't be sure where the emotion came from, but he wrapped his arms around Doug and gave him a hug. "Don't go doing anything heroic, bro. Just make sure you get back here." He released his arms and stepped back to see a shocked look on Doug's face. "Cowboys and Indians, remember." "I'll be fine," he said, then turned sharply and scuttled off. He began to worry that he was out of sight of where the action would take place. Worse, he ran over Caroline's plan in his mind and considered a massive flaw. If it did go wrong and the machine gunner turned his rounds to aim at incoming from Mary and Jason while giving cover to Doug and Mary, those barrels wouldn't be much use. God forbid if they contained fuel and exploded, he thought. Those thoughts spurred him into action, and he headed for the tree line to head toward the bridge. If his negative thoughts came to pass, he decided he'd have to add to the covering fire to distract the thugs and reduce any fire aimed at Mary and Jason and to draw the fire to his position. Every squelch and the twigs breaking underfoot heightened his senses and raised the fear factor that they'd hear him, as there seemed to be an impasse at the bridge with no shots fired. He saw the bridge come into view through the trees and noticed a rocky outcrop that would give him cover. Carter stalked over there to take up a position. He glanced across the river to see he was in advance of the jetty where Mary and Jason were positioned. When he turned to look over at the bridge, he could see 4 thugs at the rear of their armored vehicle. 2 of them were positioned in the cover of their vehicle at either side, occasionally glancing down the sides. The other 2 faced the opposite entrance to the bridge. To Carter that didn't bode well if either of those 2 spotted Caroline and Doug before they had a chance to engage. Carter scoped the nearest in his crosshairs and waited. He flinched at thunderous automatic rifle fire and moved his eye from the scope. The 2 facing the opposite entrance to the bridge were clearly hit, one of them flailing their arms, then they both dropped to the ground, not having a chance to return fire. Not so the other 2 as they turned, with their muzzle flashes exploding in the direction of incoming rounds. The machine gunner at the thug's vehicle in the turret swung around to the thunderous round of their own machine gun unloading rounds at him, tearing him to pieces. He hadn't seen the other 2 go down, but he considered they'd been taken out, when he couldn't see them, and they no longer returned fire. It looked as though it was mission accomplished as he awaited Caroline and Doug returning and relaxed, dropping his rifle to his side on the strap. He had a sudden oh-no moment, when he saw a thug rise as if from nowhere and run to the opposite side of the bridge. By the time he raised his rifle, he was too late, the guy was nowhere in sight. Carter headed back into the woods and positioned himself behind a tree trunk. He saw Caroline first, then Doug running, and called out. "It's Ed, I'm over here." The silhouette of someone a distance behind them came into view and shouldered his rifle, just as Caroline arrived. "Take cover," he called out. Carter swung his rifle to bear and fired a blast of automatic rounds, at the same time as he saw a single round muzzle flash. He heard Doug cry out. To his horror, Doug had turned to face the incoming round. He stopped mid-step, reared backwards, dropped his rifle, then he fell to his knees and keeled over. Caroline ran over to Doug and got down beside of him. Beside himself with angst that his brother had been hit, he still had the sense to stalk forward from tree to tree toward where he'd seen their assailant. He came across him on the ground and kicked his rifle away, then poked him with the barrel of his rifle while feathering the trigger. There wasn't any response. He took a deep breath, then looked up at the sky. Inwardly, he gave his apologies to his mom for failing to take care of Doug and that it was now her turn. He snapped out of his stupor and turned to run back to Doug, thankful he'd given him that hug. Chapter 34. When Carter arrived back at the scene of where Doug had been struck, he stopped. The sight before him had Carter stunned. Caroline had Doug sat on the ground, legs spread out, leaning with his back to a tree trunk. She gently stroked his cheeks. She'd removed his armored vest and helmet which lay beside of them, his rifle close by. "It's okay, darling, take short breaths," she said. Carter rushed over beside of them and knelt. "Damn it, I thought you'd bought it." "Don't you ever do that to me again," said Carter, beside himself with relief that he was alive. Caroline shot Carter a glance. It wasn't exactly his fault. "But yeah, I don't ever want to see that happen again," said Caroline. Thank goodness for the vest, though the impact took the breath out of him. Doug groaned and made to talk. Caroline put a finger on his lips. "Shush, save your breath. As soon as you feel able, we need to get you to the boat," she said. Carter stood there feeling like a third wheel. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Look, while he recovers, I'll go to see if I can see what's happening at the bridge." Caroline nodded. Carter headed for the bridge and saw their own armored vehicle backed up to the thugs' armored vehicle. He couldn't make out which of their soldiers were which with them all wearing their helmets. Two of them were carrying a body in the direction of the road. He thought it would be a damned sight easier making their way back across the bridge rather than taking the boat journey. Though thinking that, he imagined the possibility that they might be jumpy and trigger-happy if they suddenly appeared to cross over to them. He made the decision of what he needed to try to do and set off along the riverbank until he was across from the jetty. He could see Jason and Mary behind the barrels and called his presence across to them. Jason acknowledged with a wave and removed his helmet. Carter shouted out to them. "Jason, you and Mary go to the cop car. Drive to the bridge and tell Hesketh we need help with Doug. He's okay, but he might struggle walking. Ask her to send some of her men to help." Jason acknowledged with a thumbs up, then they both jogged away in the direction of the road. He returned and knelt beside of Caroline. "How is he?" he asked her. Doug groaned. "Hey, don't talk as if I'm not here. I'm alive if that's what you're asking, though I might not have been if that guy had got more shots off before Caroline said that you took him out. I owe you. You owe me nothing. That was payback for you taking on the Grangers at high school," he said. Doug attempted to snicker, but it turned into more groans. "I told you not to talk," Caroline said, then looked over at Carter. "I've seen this before in action. He'll have gone into shock with a lack of oxygen when it took his breath. He'll be sore for a few days and bruised, then he'll be good as new. Give him 15 minutes, then you can help me get into the boat." Doug sent her a smile. "No need. I called over to Jason. He's driving over to Hesketh to send some men to get into the bridge." She nodded her head like one of those toy dogs with its head on a spring. "Never thought of that. Thanks." It didn't take long for the soldiers to arrive with a stretcher and a medic kit. "We don't need the medic kit, but he'll likely be weak in the legs if you could stretcher him," said Caroline, and she picked up Doug's helmet. Carter gathered his vest from the ground, then his rifle as they maneuvered him onto the stretcher, and then Carter followed on after them with Caroline. In the aftermath of what had gone down, charged with adrenaline, it had now subsided, replaced with trembling fingers from the images of him seeing Doug getting shot, and the surprise and the immense relief at him seeing that he'd survived. All he hoped for now was that they could cross the bridge, get to the highway and onto the city without any more obstructions. Thinking that, it crossed his mind that maybe that a big ask of the big guy looking down on them. That was especially so as his faith had taken a downward spiral at the onset of the catastrophe facing humanity. Carter entered the bridge to see Jason Mary at the opposite end. As soon as they spotted him, they ran toward him. He handed Doug's rifle and vest to one of the soldiers, then held out his arms as Mary arrived first and they hugged each other. Jason simply gave Carter a thumbs up to set off back along the bridge at the side of the stretcher and appeared to be exchanging words with Caroline. Hesketh joined them. "Thank goodness for Caroline's plan. We were in a bind back there," she said. "You can say that again," replied Carter, with Mary letting go of him and stepping aside. "Anyway, we've cleared the body so we're good to go. Logan is going to drive the police car." The thug's armored vehicle has gas, so we have more space. Best we get going. Mary linked her arm in his. I'm relieved we got through this. Will Uncle Doug be okay? He'll be fine, thank goodness. His vest saved him. Hesketh now had the thug's armored vehicle turned around, then the police car and with their vehicle at the rear. Carter felt more secure when he took his seat in the rear of their transport, with the gunners and the turrets able to cover front and rear as they set off in convoy. He had expected more in the way of chatter about what went down as they drove on, but it wasn't to be, with Mary clinging to him, arm in arm. We've picked up the highway, the gunner called out. Carter estimated it would be an hour's drive or so to get to USGS. His mind turned to figuring out what the governor wanted that was so important for him to return to work. Even more of a conundrum was why they delayed his return by a week. His thought process was interrupted when the gunner called out. We have incoming. Looks like a convoy of vehicles in the opposite lanes. Hesketh leaned over to the driver. Honk your horn to signal the others and stop, she said, then rose to her feet and stepped over to call out to the gunner. Get down here so I can take a look. They exchanged places. Hesketh dropped back down, scuttled to the back door and exited without saying a word. What's happening? Asked Jason. Dunno, we'll have to wait for her to return and ask her. Carter turned sharply at the cop cars, red, white, and blues flashing. Hesketh entered with Logan. It looks like an army vehicle convoy. They've spotted us and stopped. From what I can make out, they have soldiers stalking our way, said Hesketh. She made her way to the turret opening, took off her helmet, then released the clip to the bun holding her hair, letting it cascade to her shoulders and called up to the gunner. Get down here, she called out, and after she took hold of a megaphone, they exchanged places. What's happening? Carter asked Logan. With the recent ambush on our guys by the thugs who are likely the ones now in Moorfield, we don't know if it really is army. By the same token, neither do they know who we are. Carter's demeanor shrank and he crossed his fingers when he heard Hesketh call out orders. Forget the empty cop car. You reverse around him and come alongside. Have your vehicles ready and reverse to evac. Chapter 35. With the cop car obscuring his view through the windshield and with the lights still flashing, Carter's nerves were on edge. He heard Hesketh call out from the turret. Maneuver behind us so we both have the cover of the cop car. If they fire on us, both reverse and I'll cover us with the machine gun. Glances were exchanged all around. Carter hoped they'd train for driving in reverse, especially as he had difficulty reversing between cars into parking spots. The megaphone boomed out. Virginia National Guard here. I'm Captain Hesketh. Identify yourselves. Carter couldn't hear the response, but someone replied. At least it wasn't the response of rounds fired at them. Then send out a vehicle with whomever is in charge to talk with me and stand down, she said. All went quiet when he heard her say, they claim to be army out of Fort Belvoir. Jason rose to his feet and over to the turret entrance. You can't just go out there and expose yourself. What if they're lying? You'll just have to trust me. Don't interfere, Hesketh said as if annoyed. Carter felt the need to intervene, rose from the bench and pulled Jason to one side, and on over to the rear. Listen. Out here, she's the professional in charge, he said, then lowered his tone. You can express yourself in the confines of a bedroom with her, but not now, got it? Jason looked sheepish. Sorry, Dad. Don't say sorry to me. Apologize to her for your outburst in private, or she'll likely ghost you. And for goodness sake, never call her Rose in front of her men. Try acting normal instead of appearing so damn thirsty when she's around on duty. No more was said as they returned to their seats. Hesketh climbed down from the turret, refastened her bun, then donned her helmet. Sorry for what I said. Sorry, I mean, we all trust you, said Jason. Hesketh didn't respond to him and turned to the gunner. Better get up there and cover me, she said, then exited through the rear door. Mary rolled her eyes. You're such an asswipe at times, Jason. He threw her a look. Yeah, well, just remember we carry the same genes. Carter sighed. Hey, let's not go back to sniping. We need our wits about us. Better hang on to something for if we both have to reverse at speed. Carter leaned forward and gripped the underside of the seat with his eyes closed. He was all out of prayers, just hanging on to the hope the next thing he heard wouldn't be bursts of gunfire. What seemed like a lifetime went by when the back door opened and Hesketh appeared with someone at her shoulder. Over there is Professor Carter and those are his children. He's the ones I have orders to take to USGS. A camouflaged uniformed guy stepped forward. Hesketh introduced him. This is Colonel Blake. He's on his way to Moorfield to relieve the town and to nullify the convicts who ambushed the supply detail. Nods were exchanged. Reach under your seat, Jason, and pass me my ruck, she said. Carter had never seen him move so fast, and he handed it over. Hesketh retrieved a map, opened it and stabbed a finger at a location. That's the bridge where we took out the thugs guarding it. That'll give you a chance to advance on them from north and south. Good intel, thanks. Safe journey, he said, with Hesketh saluting him, and then he turned and walked away. Well, that was a stroke of luck, said Carter as Hesketh entered and took her seat next to Jason. She turned to Logan. Go switch the lights off on the cop car. Put the key under the seat and we'll leave it here. The colonel said it would be too exposed when we passed through the city, she said, and then took off her helmet. What does that mean? Asked Carter as Logan passed on by and exited. The right to bear arms. Every man and his dog is armed to the teeth and searching for supplies, so we have to be careful. There's no respect for law enforcement anymore. We're now under martial law, the colonel said, with shoot-to-kill orders for looters. It's gotten that bad. We should be safe in our armored vehicles. Carter shook his head. Should be, thought Carter. Those words hadn't sounded promising. A glance over at Hesketh and he saw her reach out and touch Jason's hand, then she snatched it away as Logan returned and closed the rear door. The next thing Carter saw of him, Logan climbed onto the passenger seat. Hesketh turned to the driver. That's it, drive on, she said. How did they find out about Moorfield without any means of communications? Carter asked. I told him. They'd been ordered out there to find out why the latest convoy escorting supplies to the town hadn't returned to base. Carter pushed back into his seat and relaxed. Into the journey, Carter couldn't help but think about Doug and Caroline and what they had gone through in life. He thought they deserved better going forward. His thoughts drifted when recalling what had been said about the possible danger in the city. He leaned over to talk with Hesketh. I've been thinking, with you saying about the danger in the city, I've had an idea. My home is in the suburbs, which would cut out quite a chunk of the city to get to USGS. We could kill two birds with one stone if we went there. There's something I need to collect from my house if that's okay, said Carter. Let me check the map, she said and retrieved it from her ruck, then stepped over and sat next to him. Point to your street. Carter pointed. She took out a marker pen from her pocket and marked the position with a cross, then worked her way to the back of the driver. She passed the map over to Logan in the passenger seat. Change of route. Give Waltz the direction to drive to where I've put a cross on the map when we get near, she said. Mary tugged at his sleeve. What is it you need from there? Mary asked. Just something important I forgot to ask Jason to take along to the homestead. Chapter 35. Approaching the area of where his home was, Carter moved up behind Logan in the passenger seat to make sure he got the directions right, as the driveway would be hard to spot without headlights, especially as his house was set back from the road with a tall hedgerow obscuring the house. Through the windshield, he could see the outline of the city in the distance. He'd expected the high-rise buildings to be in darkness, but they were shrouded in an eerie glow of flames rising from scattered buildings on fire and pulls of smoke billowing into the night sky. He decided to say nothing to Jason and Mary for fear of spooking them. Slow down and take a left onto the driveway, said Carter. His jaw hit south, eyes wide, when he saw his home had been destroyed by fire, with the roof collapsed in on the upper floor. Only the detached garage had avoided destruction, and it looked as though either Jason hadn't closed it, or someone had been there. Their vehicle stopped. Mary opened the rear door and turned to Carter, appearing excited. He stepped out after her. She stood there, arms by her side as if in a daze, her eyes moist, glistening in the moonlight. Carter put his arm around her shoulder. Jason came up alongside them, with the soldiers spreading out around the front yard and others going around back. Holy crap! How did this happen? Asked Jason. Rage burned through Carter, that before him, a lifetime of memories with his family, there was now a pile of ash. Did you turn off the utilities before leaving? He spat at Jason. A tight-lipped and scowling Jason turned to him. No need to snap at me. Of course I did, Jason retorted, clearly angry at the inference. Sorry, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at what we've lost. Apology accepted. No point hanging around. Whatever you wanted from here will be toast. Hesketh walked over to them. Sorry for what's happened here. Probably looters. They seem to have a pattern of setting fire after they've taken what they want. Maybe it's so they, or others associated with them, know not to return. She looked at her wristwatch. Best we may camp here and drive through the city around 4 in the morning when it'll be quieter in the city. We're well hidden in here. Carter hoped there was access to his basement. Mary rushed over to help Caroline assist Doug out of the back of their transport. Where are we? Doug called out. We're at what used to be my home, he said. Oh, man, I'm sorry. Carter turned to Jason. Jason, come with me. The garage door is open. Collect a crowbar from the garage on our way. I don't have the keys for the basement door. Hesketh trotted over. Don't you go inside until I've had our guys sweep it first, she said and hurried on ahead. Carter climbed down the stairway to the backyard and on over to the door. It was wide open and splintered at the lock. Someone had clearly broken in. Soldiers pushed on by and into the basement. Clear, he heard one of them call out. Carter stepped inside and reached for a backpack on a hook. He emptied the contents on the floor, then picked up a flashlight. Over at the Faraday cage, whoever had been in there hadn't bothered with the lock. It was still intact. But then it looked as though all Jason had stowed in there was a food blender, toaster, and a television, together with his laptop. Not something the thieves could eat, he thought. Jason arrived. Get the crowbar to work on the padlock. I need my laptop. It has a lifetime of family photos on there. With the laptop stowed in the backpack, he stepped over to an empty cardboard box and moved it to one side and then removed a rug. Thankfully, they hadn't found his floor safe. He reached up and felt on the top of a cabinet and located the key. With the safe open, he retrieved a bunch of documents and stowed them with his laptop. What are the documents for? Jason asked. Our birth certificates, and other documents we might need in the future. He reached down to the bottom and took out a small ornate box, then stashed it with the rest of the items. What's in the box? Asked Jason. Memories. Listen, if anything were to happen to me, make sure you give the box to Doug. He'll know what to do with the contents. Let's get out of here. You go and see your sister, she looked to be in shock and might need consoling. I need a word with Hesketh. He looked around and spotted Hesketh talking with Logan. Carter stepped over to them. When you've finished your business with Logan, can I have a private word? He asked. Sure, we're done. Carter ushered her on over to his barbecue area under a gazebo. The bags of charcoal had gone, along with the means to barbecue the meat. But they'd left the chairs and table. He took a seat and she sat opposite. Look, I know you said that you don't know why the governor wants me at work, but if you know anything at all that would give me a clue, it would be appreciated. That's especially so as we're all putting our lives in danger to get to USGS. She took off her helmet and set it on the table. I wish that I knew. All I know is that she's had Signals Battalion digging trenches from her Doomsday bunker to USGS, and they've been laying fiber optic cable. We were tasked with guarding them. So I guess she intends communicating with you what's needed. She stalled and rubbed at her chin. He imagined that she had something on her mind as she shuffled her backside on the chair. Can I ask you something? She said. Sure, go ahead. How old is Jason? She asked. Carter thought the question was amusing, but held his reserve. Thought you'd have asked him what the times you've spent hanging around each other. I'm not blind. He's 25, is that a problem? She pushed back in her chair. Not at all, it's a relief, though I'm a little older at 27. I do enjoy his company. Look, I feel awkward saying this because these times are not for thinking about relationships, and I know it's early days, but when this mission is over, is it okay if I visit your homestead to see him if it's possible? Carter was quick to reply. Be my guest and see how it goes. I won't stand in either of your ways. Tell me, how come you made captain at such a young age? Experience, I guess, with the time I spent in the army. I was brought up in foster homes and ended up something of a tearaway. At least I got my high school diploma and decided I'd join the army right away. If I hadn't, my foster parents would have thrown me out of their house when my funding stopped. Anyway, I joined the army for a term. I passed lots of their exams but never got promoted. When I transitioned out, I sent in my CV and the National Guard made me a captain in charge of training new recruits with no experience. Sounds like you had it tough in your early years. Unlike that son of mine who lived a sheltered life. He was studying for his professorship. Guess he wanted to follow in my footsteps, but in software design, like all the kids do these days, or did. I have to warn you, he's not worldly wise, a bit of a loner, like I was with not much in the way of friends, so he might appear clingy. Hesketh put a hand to her mouth to stifle a snicker. "What have I said?" asked Carter. "Sorry, it's just that you're nothing like what he said you are." "What does that mean?" he asked. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that." "Let me guess, he says I'm authoritative and order people about." "You said it, not me," she said with a disarming smile. Carter laughed. "Well, if he said that, he's right. Or at least he used to be right, past tense. I've mellowed a lot since the upheaval started. I guess you could say, I've come down a few notches on the attitude scale, and he's risen a few notches for us to meet eye to eye. Man to man, so to speak." Jason and Mary joined them. "What are you two laughing at?" Mary asked. "Too long a story," said Carter. "How is Doug?" "He's fine. They've given him pain medication for the stabbing pains in his chest, and he's walking about." Mary and Jason sat at the table and the conversation flowed. Mostly at Carter's expense, as Mary and Jason recounted events at home growing up with him, and the wool they'd pulled over his eyes at his demands to make him think they complied. Considering the predicament they were in, he thought it was good to relax, and for a time, to laugh and to joke without dwelling on what might lay ahead. Logan appeared. "It's time if we want to make it there before dawn," said Logan. Maybe he hadn't realized it, but he'd just broken the spell. The magic of a family get-together faded as Carter's thoughts turned to what could be a dangerous journey ahead. Chapter 36. There wasn't any way of avoiding the acrid smell of fumes from the burning buildings as they hit the city. Carter sat behind Logan, who was in the passenger seat. The foul odor hit the back of Carter's throat, and he started to cough, as did some of the others. Hesketh leaned over to the driver. "Best turn off the fan for the heater, before we all get asphyxiated," she said. It was too late, with the fumes and smell lingering inside of the transport and smarting in his eyes. Carter preferred to freeze to death with his eyes closed, considering there was an early morning frost, rather than choke to death. Their vehicle stopped at an intersection. "What have you stopped for?" asked Hesketh. "Something doesn't look right. A semi-truck and trailer is blocking the road ahead. Can't detour left. That's blocked with two large vans. Our only option is to go right, like it appears someone wants us to. I smell a rat." Hesketh rose and stepped over to the gunner in the turret and called up to him. "Signal to the gunner behind to reverse, and we'll look for a different route." "Logan, check the map," she said, and then sat back on the bench. The vehicle behind must have reversed, and they followed on, then stopped. Hesketh sighed, then rose to her feet again and stepped over to the turret entrance. "What the hell have they stopped for?" Hesketh called out. "Looks like while we were deliberating, someone has pulled out a truck to block us." "They can't see anyone back there," said the gunner. "Can't we ram it, like we did with those abandoned vehicles in the middle of the street back the way?" she called back. With the amount of bodies they'd seen strewn around, Carter hoped they weren't about to join them. "Doubt it. It's a large truck," he replied. "Then keep alert. Call the other gunner and tell him we'll have to go right once they see us set off." Hesketh worked her way over to Logan. "Pass the map here." Carter rose from the bench and had Jason move, then sat next to her. She turned on the flashlight on her helmet, and the both of them studied the map. Hesketh pushed back. "If we go right, it's the start of the high-rise blocks. If we're blocked at the next intersection, we could come under attack from above and all compass points at street level. The gunner can't cover both sides top and bottom at the same time. We could end up with a shower of Molotov cocktails, beside getting sprayed with bullets," she said. "God help us if they've managed to get a hold of rocket-propelled grenades like the ones at your homestead." There wasn't any hiding what was said from Jason and Mary. Jason moved over to Mary and put his arm around her. "Can't we just stay here and wait for them to come to us?" said Logan. Hesketh smacked her lips. "Maybe." "I need to think," said Hesketh. Carter turned his attention back to the map. "I know this area. There's a large clothing store to the right with a full glass facade. We could smash our way inside. There might be loading doors at the rear we can drive through," said Carter. She leaned over and looked at the map. "Well spotted. We can bypass the blockade if we can make it into the back street. If not, they can only make a full frontal attack," she said. "Why would they want to ambush us with all our firepower?" Jason called out. Hesketh leaned out to reply. "Desperation. Survival of the fittest. They know all army personnel carry provision supplies, never mind our weapons and our transport. Anyway, better do this, she turned to the driver. Reverse closer to our rear transport. They might have ears on us and we don't want them knowing what we plan to do, she said, then stepped over to the back door. In position, she opened the back door and talked with the driver of the vehicle behind, then returned and took her seat again. Hang tight everyone, here we go, said Hesketh, and she tapped the driver on the shoulder. The gunner dropped from the turret and took a seat. The plan seemed half-baked to Carter, with no mention what they would do if there wasn't a rear loading door for them to escape through. There wasn't any further discussion as they set off, squashing him up against the separation metal sheet between him and Logan as they turned the corner at speed, then shortly after he was thrown into the gunner. There was a violent bump, then the smashing of glass, with the vehicle coming to a sudden halt with the windshield covered with a clothing rack and dresses. Like a Big Dipper ride, it had left him queasy as if his innards had been rearranged. The gunner jumped to his feet and on up into the turret. Hesketh was at the back door and flung it open. He saw her hammering a partition wall with her fists. She opened a door and stepped through into the partitioned area and returned. Their second vehicle drew up alongside to the crunching of glass. He turned to see Logan outside and yanking the clothing rack from the hood. Everyone out except the gunners and take cover behind the vehicles, Hesketh called out when she returned. She called everyone together. No point smashing through the drywall partition. There isn't a way out back for our vehicles, just a rear door. Logan, go around back and force the door open, then check it's clear out back. If it turns into an attack, we're going on foot through the back door. She turned to the drivers. Unclasped her hoods in readiness to drop hand grenades into the engine compartment, but not fully open so we can close them quick if there's a chance to drive out. I want 2 of you out back to make sure we're not flanked. She called up to the gunners. If we have to evac, disable the 50 cals and toss grenades into the back as you exit in unison with the drivers. Carter huddled together with Jason, Mary, Doug, and Caroline. They don't have a firing position from across the street unless they can defeat the shutters of that store, said Caroline. Logan returned. All clear out back. Okay, I'll grab your rucks for if we have to leave on foot, said Hesketh. Carter was the first inside and pulled out a ruck, then the backpack he'd salvaged from home and stuffed it inside the ruck. Others pushed past him as he exited to the sound of gunshots, then the store suddenly lit up in flames along with the smell of gasoline. The clothing scattered around caught fire. He could see it wouldn't be long before the store was an inferno as another Molotov bottle smashed, igniting more clothing. Go go go, shouted Hesketh. You all know what's needed. Hesketh ushered Jason and his family together with Caroline out back, but she stayed behind. It was all a blur as he made his way out into the street. The 2 soldiers outside guided them into the cover of garbage containers. He didn't have to wait long for the drivers, the gunners, and last of all Hesketh to exit to a series of thunderous explosions inside the store, probably from the grenades exploding and disabling their transport. Hesketh pointed. Get to the alley we marked out. You 4, cover our civilians at the rear, she shouted. Call it fear, or a flood of adrenaline, but Carter wasn't aware of anyone around him as he ran hell for leather to the alley as if floating, his weight of no consequence. Out of the alley and into an adjacent street, he slowed to a jog as physics took over to the sound of single shots and rifle fire. Keep going, he heard Hesketh call out. Our guys are fighting a rear guard. Carter stubbed his sneaker on something, then stopped, his hands grasping a telegraph post to prevent him falling over. He was all out of energy, his legs weak and sucking in rapid breaths. He wanted to discard his ruck and his vest, but he knew he couldn't if he wanted to stay alive. Caroline and Mary came up alongside of him. Come on, Dad. We can't leave you here. Carter looked over his shoulder to see Hesketh and some of the soldiers kneeling, rifles shouldered ready for action while covering them. For Christ's sake, Ed, get a move on, he heard Doug call out. The shooting had stopped. The 2 carrying out the rear guard ran towards them, one holding his upper arm. Hesketh rose to her feet and on over to them and exchanged words with the rear guard, then she hurried over to Carter. We have one with a shoulder wound. They've retreated and taken casualties, but we can't stay here. They're bound to regroup. Carter was still panting, trying to catch his breath. You all go and save yourselves. I can't move, said Carter. Chapter 37. Hesketh turned to one of her soldiers and ordered him to go forward to find a position to take up a defense, then turned to another soldier to go to the corner to scan their rear. She turned sharply back to Carter. Mary and Jason had a hand on each of Carter's shoulders. He leaned over and gripped the post with both hands, still breathing heavy. "We can't leave you here." "That's a stupid thing to say," said Mary. Hesketh stood there, her hand on her hip. "He's right. We'll have to carry you if you really can't move on. You're the sole reason we're here." Carter glanced up to see Doug stood facing him, shaking his head. The soldier at the corner called out. "Hostiles. At least 10 of them closing in on foot. 200 yards. They're stalking slowly." Doug stepped up to Jason. "Take his arm over your shoulder. I'll take the other. We'll have to drag him if we have to." "Are you up to it?" asked Caroline. "I'll just have to suck it up." "The painkillers have helped," said Doug. No one else objected as they each wrapped his arms over their shoulders and then stumbled onward. A soldier appeared out front heading for them. "I found somewhere." "This way," he called out, signaling with the sway of his hand. All followed the soldier to be led down a narrow front yard to a ranch house with an open charred door and blackened fascia boards. Hesketh charged on ahead and waited at the entrance as they entered and scuffled along a blackened hallway with the smell of burned wood. They arrived in a living area at the back of the house where the flames hadn't reached. Carter removed his helmet, tossing it onto a table. "Get this damned ruck off of me," said Carter. Hesketh arrived with their rear guard. He was aware of Hesketh organizing her men to take up positions, pointing in different directions, but her voice appeared muffled. "You really need to go on a diet," said Doug, with Jason and Mary helping him to sit on a chair. Mary placed Carter's rifle on his lap, concern written all over her face. Caroline was tending to the soldier's wound opposite him. Logan walked over to Hesketh. "There's the body of a guy in a wheelchair in the kitchen. Been shot by the looks of it. All the cabinets and drawers are open. We have an exit out back if needed." Carter's feet were on fire, his legs cramping, and he groaned loudly. "For goodness sake, keep it down," said Hesketh. Carter gritted his teeth and turned to Mary. "Take off my sneakers, will you?" he asked her in a low tone. Caroline intervened. "No, don't. I once made the mistake on a training exercise. If your feet swell, you might not get them back on." Hesketh walked over, finger on lips, then withdrew it and whispered. "They're here." Carter's heartbeat, already off the scale, now pounded loudly in his chest in the stillness. Carter glanced around to see everyone with their rifles at the ready. Logan had placed a hand grenade on the table next to his helmet. The weight was excruciating, with him expecting a burst of rifle fire at any moment. Hesketh stepped into the room. "All clear for now." They passed on by. "We have to plan a move before dawn breaks." She pulled out a map from her pants pocket and spread it out on the table. She stood there studying the map with Logan alongside. "There's not a chance of getting there before dawn when we'd be out in the open," said Logan. "Isn't there a chance one of your patrols will spot us to escort us there?" asked Carter. Hesketh looked up from the map. "Not a chance. They've stopped all patrols in the center of the city. Too many casualties. That's why I chose to go in the early hours at night when it was likely to be quiet. The soldiers and the patrols were needed to relieve the guards at the supply distribution points." Carter frowned. "I have an idea," said Logan, and stabbed his finger on the map. "Oh, yeah, I see," said Hesketh. "The hospital. It's heavily guarded with army personnel. Maybe 20 minutes on foot at pace." Carter didn't think he could walk for 20 seconds, never mind 20 minutes on foot at a forced march. Not with the soles of his feet still on fire, and now the cramps had left his calf muscles in pain. He called Caroline over to him. "You seem to be adept with a medical kit. Is there anything in there that could help me walk?" he asked, and explained his predicament. "I'm not sure. I still don't want you to take off your sneakers. Please. My feet are painful." Carol retrieved the medikit and rummaged inside. Mary had listened in on his conversation with Caroline and she turned to Jason. "Come with me," said Mary. They disappeared out of the room as a soldier entered. "The hostels are 300 yards down the street at an intersection. They stayed there a while, but they're on their way back in our direction." Hesketh picked up Carter's helmet and passed it over to him. "Put the medikit away," she said to Caroline, then turned to fold up the map. "We've gone our length with Lady Luck. We'll exit out back. Come on, bro, you can do this." Doug picked up Carter's rifle and handed it to Caroline, then grabbed a hold of Carter by his hands and pulled him to his feet. Agonizing pain shot through his calf muscles and he winced, scrunching his eyes closed and then wobbled unsteady on his feet. Good initiative, he heard Hesketh say, when something touched him at the back of his legs. Better sit, said Doug, still holding his hands, and he lowered him to sit. Carter looked either side of him to find he wasn't sat on the chair he'd been sitting on, but a wheelchair. Doug dumped Carter's ruck on his lap and Caroline handed him back his rifle. No excuses now. Let's get the hell out of here. Jason, you push. Hesketh opened the slide door, then she exited with Logan. All clear, everyone out, he heard Hesketh say. Jason pushed him down the wheelchair ramp and along a concrete walkway until they hit the sidewalk. He'd never felt so small, feeble, and vulnerable in his lifetime, having to rely on Jason for the escape, never mind that his son and daughter would have had to overcome the odor of the deceased body in the kitchen to manhandle it from the wheelchair to rescue him. Guilt hit him for all the times he'd been stern with them. Moving along with everyone jogging, Carter was left in shock at the ransacked stores they passed along the streets, with the occasional bodies lying around, or in vehicles with bullet holes visible in the metal and the trunks open, likely plundered for whatever provisions had been inside, he concluded. They turned a corner. Hesketh held out her arm as a signal for them to stop. There in the road was a pack of dogs, as if frozen statues, all with their heads turned in their direction. As Hesketh backed off with Logan, both shouldering their rifles, the largest of the pack stalked forward. If it wasn't bad enough that they'd been ambushed by humans, it looked to him as though they were about to face off with abandoned dogs. Chapter 38. Carter's heart sank as the lead dog was joined by two more on either side. Both of them were pit bulls, all three snarling and drooling at the mouth. The rest of the pack of different breeds were more measured, stalking behind them, stopping then stalking some more. Carter readied himself with his rifle. As soon as ever they backed off around the corner, the pit bulls charged at them. Hesketh let fly with rounds taking out the lead dog. Logan took out the second one, but the third leaped at him and sank its teeth in his arm, forcing him to let go of his rifle. A German shepherd broke ranks and ran at Hesketh, only for her to take it out with a round, then she swung her rifle at the remaining pit bull ragging at Logan's arm. It all happened in a flash, when Hesketh's barrel danced around, unable to take the shot in the frenzy of the attack. Logan frantically attempted to shake it free, now with his back to Hesketh. The strength of the pit bull brought him to ground. His backpack hadn't helped, likely its weight throwing him off balance. Mary appeared, pistol drawn, and put an end to the pit bull, but not its grip on Logan's arm. The rest of the pack ran away. Two of the soldiers ran forward and knelt beside Logan, forcing the dog's jaw apart, one of them dragging it away, the other helping Logan to his feet, then retrieving his rifle. Caroline ran to Logan, dropping her pack and retrieved the medic kit. Mary obscured his view when she stepped over in front of him. Her face displayed no reaction to what she had taken on by her own volition. "You okay?" Jason asked. "I'm okay," she said, though Carter couldn't be sure she was okay with the lack of expression on her face. Carter had expected her to crumble, but it was as if she'd entered a zone free of emotion. Mary stowed her pistol and turned away as Hesketh joined them. "We need to make haste as soon as ever Caroline has bandaged his wound. Not far to go. We need to raise the pace to get there quickly. Those shots could have alerted those who were seeking us out." With Logan's arm treated, they moved on. Relief washed through Carter when the hospital came into view, maybe 300 yards ahead, with the rare sight of the windows illuminated. It was obviously operational with emergency power, likely generators. On the home stretch he was wheeled under a banner above, stretched across the road and fastened to poles. "Hospital closed. No entry. Army personnel only," it read. The road ahead had pyramid-style concrete blocks staggered right up to the entrance. They were of the type used as tank traps, spaced out in a zigzag formation, clearly to slow down any incoming vehicles. There was an explosion of a round, followed by a bullet skimming off the surface of the road. Carter couldn't be sure if it was from behind or from those guarding the hospital as a warning shot. "Get behind those tank traps," Hesketh called out. "Hostiles at the rear." Jason pushed him behind one of them and helped him out of the wheelchair to take cover. "Goddamn," he called out, at the pain of his soles feeling as though he'd walked on coals. He wasn't stupid enough to know it wasn't from the earlier exertion of running, but likely an infection. Even on his knees behind cover, his feet were on fire. Carter kept his head down at the sound of more rounds fired in their direction with bullets ricocheting off the concrete blocks. Hesketh called out, "No return fire unless you have a target. Jones, work your way to the entrance and seek help. Tell them we're pinned down." "Why the hell are they firing on us knowing we're so close to those guarding the hospital?" Carter said. "Like Rose said. They want our provisions and they're desperate. Doug called out from the tank trap behind him. Those damned zigzag tank traps are a curse. Judging by the muzzle flashes, they're advancing out of sight for us to take a shot with the angle of the blocks. Carter could hear that was the situation, considering there was more incoming than return fire. Dawn started to break. But for the hold-up, they could have arrived in the dark, thought Carter. Now he worried they wouldn't make it at all, when he heard a rumbling from behind. An armored vehicle zipped by, their machine gun blazing. Another arrived and stopped further along, the rear door opening and a soldier jumped out. Jones, if he wasn't mistaken from his uniform, which was at odds with a soldier in the back wearing a camouflage uniform. He saw some of their unit ushered inside, then it reversed to the next block and 2 more were ushered inside. Finally, it arrived at where they were taking cover. Hesketh jumped outside and with Jones and Jason, they helped Carter get inside. Jones appeared and folded the wheelchair, then passed it inside, then his ruck. Doug, Caroline and Mary hadn't waited for it to get to them, and they climbed inside, to the thunderous roar of both gunners laying down cover. Jones entered and closed the rear door. The firing stopped and they reversed slowly. It seemed to take forever to get to the hospital where they came to a halt. No one spoke. Not surprising really, he thought. He imagined they'd all be the same as him with a lack of sleep and internalizing what they'd gone through on their journey. Hesketh broke the silence and talked in a low tone. Don't volunteer that you're civilians. If asked, say you're with the National Guard. The rear door opened. A sergeant stood there. Walking wounded up first, his voice boomed out. Logan and the other of his team climbed outside. Doug passed up the wheelchair, then helped Doug outside, got him seated, and then placed his ruck on his lap. Get him to the triage with the others, said the sergeant. This time Mary pushed him on through the entrance and on through to triage. A nurse with a clipboard talked with the other 2, taking notes, then ushered the one with the bullet wound through swing doors. She returned and on over to Carter as he removed his helmet. What seems to be the problem? She asked. It's my feet, they're on fire. Let's take a look, she said and knelt in front of him. Unfastening the laces on one of his sneakers, she removed it and scrunched her nose. It's damp and smells of pond water, she said as she put it to one side and removed his sock. Oh dear, you have an infection. Let's take a look at the other one. Mary looked over his shoulder. God, Dad, that's disgusting, she said as the nurse pried his toes apart to see his skin split between them. It's a fungal infection, she said and poked at the redness on his feet, to him flinching at the pain. The infection has spread. You need a script for some antibiotics, some cream and antibiotic talc before it spreads to your legs. I'll go see the doctor. Another nurse entered and walked on over to Logan. Come with me. I'll have to give you an anti-rabies injection. Caroline walked over to Carter. Has your toes been itching of late? She asked. Yeah, for about a week. Why? That explains it. You've picked up a fungal infection on your bare feet. Waiting at the river's edge with the broken skin will likely have caused bacteria to enter. You're lucky to be here. If it spread up your legs, they might have had to amputate. Carter gulped. Too much information. Anyway, how come you're so adept at seeing to injuries? That was my training in the army. I was a front-line medic if needed. Saw action in Yemen when we invaded. The nurse returned with the prescription. The pharmacy is down the corridor. Look, we're busy, we've just had a truck arrive with injured soldiers, so you can apply it yourself. It's not life-threatening, she said, and then stepped over to some soldiers pushing gurneys carrying the injured soldiers, one of them screaming out in pain. Mary took the script from him. I'll go to the pharmacy, said Mary. The sergeant walked on in and over to them. I'd had the others settle into the huts in the car park. I'll send someone over to take you there. I've arranged for an escort to get you to USGS tomorrow evening, so you can get some sleep. Considered they'd taken the others for treatment, seen to him, and now with the injured soldiers arriving, it begged a question. I thought the hospital was closed to treatment from the banner sign. It is to the public. Only Army and Services personnel. Not sure how long that will last with the doctors saying they're running low on drugs. That left Carter praying the pharmacy would have what was needed for his treatment. He could now see why they'd estimated it would only take 9 months for the population to be reduced by 90%, and not just through a lack of food and water, never mind the cosmic radiation. Chapter 39. The sergeant took a seat next to Carter in triage and held his head in his hands, then looked up at the ceiling and sighed. I don't know why we bothered trying to deliver provisions to the public. Those guys they just wheeled in were ambushed and paid the price. Not to mention the ones that were lost. Thank God we've had word come down from headquarters they'll have to stop handing out supplies in another week. Why's that? Carter asked. We'll only be supplying ourselves and the National Guard from there on, thank goodness. It's getting evil out there. Those guys they just brought in were part of a patrol. They saw a line of people outside of Butcher's and went to investigate, but they were fired on. When they took control and got in the rear, they found a mincemeat machine and human bones stripped of flesh. Carter felt sick inside at him saying that. While Carter taken in what he had said, he had another question. Do you have an army chaplain here? Yeah. I can send him over to you once you're settled. I can understand the need for some spiritual guidance in these times. Ah, your guide is here, he said, and he rose from his seat, then scurried away. Carter exchanged glances with Doug at hearing what the sergeant had said about the supplies. I knew that would happen eventually, said Doug. It won't be long before they start fighting against each other for provisions as they dwindle. Anyway, what's all that about a chaplain? You got religion in your old age. There's a lot we have to learn about each other, he said. Maybe we could all do with some spiritual solace for what we've encountered, to give thanks we're alive. Doug blew a raspberry through his lips and showed him the palms of his hands. With Doug saying that about the fighting over supplies, he now wished he'd refused to go with Hesketh and taken his chances holed up in the bunker that no one would have blasted their way inside. Mary returned with his items from the pharmacy. Can you pick up my sneakers and socks and bring them with us to the hut? You can forget that, said Caroline, who scooped them up and tossed them in a garbage can. You'll find spare socks in the pouch at the front of your ruck. What size are you for shoes? 11, why? I'll wait here. I'll see if someone has any spare. Oh yeah, and don't go applying anything until you've washed your feet. Just take one of those antibiotic capsules. Carter turned to Doug. She's a keeper, that one. Lucky you. Doug took a seat next to him and handed him a bottle of water from his pack. Pass him one of those capsules, he said. Mary fished in the bag and took out a blister pack, removed a capsule and handed it over. What about you, have you been seeing anyone since, asked Doug without spelling out what he was supposed to know, but he understood what he meant. What, since Sandra passed you mean? No, not at all. I've just kept myself busy this past 3 years, with work and then the project at the homestead. I miss not having a partner at times. Mary leaned in. Pity really, he could have done with someone to keep him on our backs, she said and laughed. Caroline returned carrying a pair of desert boots, used ones at that. Where did you get those from? Carter asked. The incinerator room next to the morgue. Lucky that I got there before they tossed them in the oven, she said and smiled. Then let's go, said the orderly who was to guide them. Halfway to the parking lot, it dawned on him where the boots came from. Likely from a deceased soldier, seeing as how the incinerator room was next to the morgue. What with the wheelchair and now the boots, he hoped that wasn't an omen that he'd be a dead man walking. Doug was now pushing the wheelchair. The others were ahead and he saw them enter a hut. Stop a second, will you? Carter asked. What is it? That curtain ring Caroline wears. It's tarnishing her finger. I have a gold chain I salvaged from home. It was Grandma's chain. Caroline told me that eventually she'd like to keep it on a chain. After all she's done for you and me, why don't you ask her for the ring and say you want to polish it, then give it to me and I'll fish out the chain. You could give it her as a surprise. You going all soft or something? Seriously though, that's a good idea, thanks. I just wish I'd have had the money for an engagement ring and a wedding ring. I was hoping the parole officer would give me the all clear to be with her and we could have gotten hitched. Wait, I don't have to say anything. She takes it off when she retires. I can sneak it to you when she's asleep. Carter smiled. Great. At least the gold chain will help to compensate as a romantic gesture for not having the wherewithal to buy the rings. Let's go and get it done with. When they entered, everyone had removed their packs and helmets and were laying on cots. Carter took his helmet off the top of his pack and placed it on a nightstand next to an empty cot. He ripped at the Velcro straps on his vest and shrugged out of it, then handed it to Doug. Doug removed his pack from his lap and placed it on the floor, then helped him out of the wheelchair, his backside dropping on the mattress, then Doug helped him to swivel his legs onto the bed. Inside my ruck, there's a backpack and a bottle of water. Pass them here, will you, then go and get the ring. With Doug gone, Carter called out to Mary. Don't go to sleep, Mary. I need you to wash my feet and apply the cream and some talc. Wash your feet? How gross. You think I'm Jesus or something? Normally he'd have called back and said just do as you're told, but on this occasion he chose not to. Thankfully, she walked over and did the honors, even giving him a painkiller to swig down from his pack without him asking. When she'd finished, she kissed him on the cheek and hugged him tight, which was a first. Love you, Dad, she said. Love you too, he said, another first, this time for him, and then watched her as she walked back to her cot. He lay there exhausted, but as tired as he was and with the cream having something of a soothing effect, his feet now throbbed, preventing him from drifting off. With the blinds down, night-light candles burned on the nightstands. They had obviously not made provisions to have the electrics connected to the huts. Most of the night lights were eventually extinguished. The door opened. Someone entered wearing a uniform, but his dog collar gave him away. The chaplain looked around. Carter waved his hand to catch his attention for him to come and join him. He stepped over lightly as if walking on broken glass to avoid waking the others. He pulled over a chair and sat beside Carter's cot. Carter swayed his hand for him to move in closer. Thank you for coming, Chaplain, Carter said in a low tone. Don't mention it, he said in a gentle, calming voice. The sergeant says you've had a few close shaves. I'm always available to talk. Has the sergeant said what time we'll be leaving here later today? No. Sorry. Carter continued to exchange words with him, then their meeting concluded. The chaplain leaned over close to his ear. I'll see myself out. I'll call back in 8 hours after you've all had some sleep. As he exited, Carter pushed his head into the pillow, satisfied with their talk. He turned his head to see Doug stalking over to him. I have it here, said Doug. She's fast asleep. Better get back there in case she wakes up and asks questions. Pass me the tin from the top of my ruck. I'll clean it. I saw they have stuff in there to clean the rifles. Give me 15 minutes and get back here. Doug gave him a thumbs up, then tiptoed away. Carter set about cleaning it the best he could. He reached out for his backpack from the nightstand and fished inside it for the ornate box. Unfastening the clasp, he withdrew the chain, then closed the box. He took a pen and a notebook from his pocket, placed the ring on the first page, and with the pen he circled around the inside. Doug returned and he handed him the chain and the ring, then tore off the page from his notebook. Here, if you ever get a chance to get her a new ring as a surprise, check it against the outline on the page, he said and handed it over. Carter sank his head back into the pillow and the next thing he knew was Caroline calling out. Where's my ring? Doug, check under the cot. Carter was amused as Doug got down on his knees and pretended to look for it. He scrambled to his feet. I have it, hold out your hand. He placed the ring and chain on her hand. She stared at it, wide-eyed, one hand clutching at her chest. What the hell, where did you get that from? Thank Ed, it was our grandma's chain. It'll save your finger from going green. Give it back and turn around. The door opened. In walked the chaplain, to Carter cursing he hadn't woken in time to spring the surprise on Doug. Where's the happy couple to be wed, he said, a beaming smile on his lips. All eyes turned to Doug and Caroline as he fastened the clasp on the chain around her neck. What us, said Caroline, clearly shocked. It was kinda obvious it was them, seeing as how it was early days for Hesketh and Jason, and they were the only couple in the room, he thought. What the hell, Ed, said Doug. Chapter 40. Carter sensed the heat in his cheeks, now knowing that he'd got his timing wrong. He now thought it would have been better to have told Doug what he had in mind than to have kept him in the dark. Mary and Hesketh huddled around Caroline. Doug marched on over to Doug with the chaplain following on in his wake. How am I supposed to get married without a ring, said a furious Doug. Calm down and give me that notepaper I gave you, then pass me my backpack from the nightstand. I have the ring. What? You have a ring, said Doug. Rings actually. Our grandma's rings. He took the box from the backpack and opened it, taking out 2 rings, an engagement ring and a wedding band. I checked the sizes last night, but I couldn't see straight. Best we check again as my eyes were blurred. If they don't fit, I have some of my Sandra's dress rings. He handed the rings over. Doug checked them against the outline on the notepaper, a stunned expression on his face as he inspected them. They're perfect. The chaplain intervened and turned to Doug. I take it you're the groom. Who's your best man? Doug looked at Carter as if not of this world. Damn, I never thought I'd ever say this. Will you be my best man? Doug turned to the chaplain. Sorry for the cussing. Sure I will, said Carter. Better go and propose to her and give her the engagement ring if you want to do it right. Doug set off in her direction with a spring in his step. Carter caught sight of Hesketh exiting the door. Caroline was sat on her cot with Mary beside her. Doug arrived and got down on one knee and proposed for the second time. Caroline chuckled as he placed the ring on her finger. She held out her hand to look at the ring, her face beaming with excitement, then she leaned over and they embraced. That's a relief, said the chaplain, and he pulled over a table to the center of the aisle to the rows of cots. He opened his briefcase, took out a Bible and placed it on the table. Jason stepped over to his dad. I never thought this would happen, he said. Better get me into my wheelchair. Where's Hesketh gone? She's gone to see if any of the nurses have clothes in their locker she can borrow for Caroline. Hesketh entered with an arm full of clothes, followed by the sergeant. She hurried over to Caroline, with the sergeant peeling off and heading toward them. Strange times for a wedding, said the sergeant, and rolled his eyes. As soon as it's over, the convoy is ready. I've arranged with Captain Hesketh for some of your escort to stay here because of our losses. He turned on his heels and exited. What a miserable dude, said Jason. Mary and Hesketh held up a bed sheet. Carter assumed to save Caroline's dignity as she changed. When they dropped the bed sheet, Caroline looked a picture. It was the first time he's seen her with her hair down. It wasn't exactly a wedding dress with a white blouse and black skirt, and barefoot, but she looked to be blooming. Hesketh and 3 of her men stood either side of the aisle and started to hum the wedding march, holding their rifles aloft, the barrels touching. Jason, hurry, go and take her arm and walk with her. Mary joined them at the table. The sergeant had been right, they were strange times, thought Carter. But at that moment of seeing the smile on her face as they approached, it restored some sense of humanity in him. Carter scribbled their names on a sheet from his notebook and handed it over to the chaplain. Vows were exchanged, the both of them looking into each other's eyes like 2 lovesick puppies. The chaplain turned to Carter and held out the Bible. The ring, if you please. Carter thrust his hand into his pocket to find it empty. Red-faced and thrusting his hand into his other pocket, Doug rolled his eyes. To his relief, he retrieved the ring and placed it on the Bible. The words over and with the ring on her finger, the chaplain gave Doug permission to kiss the bride. The chaplain took a long pad from his briefcase and started to fill out the wedding certificate. He beckoned them over for their details. Don't put the address of the homestead, said Carter. Use Caroline's old address. They both signed the certificate, then the chaplain and Jason signed as witness. The chaplain detached the certificate and handed it to Doug. You're supposed to register it, but the register office has burned down along with all the records. I wouldn't worry. You have the certificate, and in the eyes of God you're now married. With that he placed the Bible and the certificate book in his briefcase and bid everyone a safe journey. All crowded round, shaking Doug's hand and hugging Caroline. She broke away and stepped over to Carter. I can't thank you enough. It looks as though we're family now. She took a hold of his hand, leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, then let go and returned to Doug. The door opened and the sergeant entered. Come on, you lot. Time to go. The girls all went back to her cot for her to change into her uniform. Doug came over, leaned down and gave Carter a hug. You're not a bad brother after all. I take back all I've said. Likewise, said Carter. Listen, I need you to help me with my vest and to put on clean socks and those boots. Least I can do, said Doug. With everyone lined up outside their transport, Logan joined them, but not the other injured soldier. All climbed inside and they were off, this time with 2 armored vehicles up front and 2 at the rear. All the bitterness that Carter had been carrying since Sandra passed away appeared to be cleansed. He felt as if a ton weight had been lifted from him after seeing Doug being given a second chance at happiness. Though thinking that, he knew that Doug was right, and he needed to shed the pounds. Maybe it was the excitement in the aftermath of the wedding, but this time there was no somber mood among the others, with everyone laughing and recounting anecdotes from their past lives and laughing without a care in the world. Maybe they were acting that way as a means to forget their predicament as a survival instinct, not of the body, but of the mind, he thought. Carter stared out of the window at the rear. In the parking lot of what was once a thriving supermarket, now gutted with fire, there was a sizable contingent of soldiers and armored vehicles. He counted 6 trucks, all with emergency services painted on the livery. People were lined up, handed boxes, then peeled off. Men, women and children all looked emaciated, not fighting for position in the line as if exhausted. The scene reminded him of zombie apocalypse films he'd watched, only this wasn't fiction. Carter couldn't help but wonder how many of them would make it home, considering there were predators out there, prepared to take those boxes from them at any cost. He had to look away, with the guilt that struck him for the weight that he'd retained and the provisions he'd had stashed at the bunker. His thoughts turned to what the governor wanted of him. He thought it a waste of time, but then he knew he'd soon find out as he snatched a look at familiar surroundings. 10 minutes and he reckoned all would be revealed. Chapter 41. The sight from out of the back window of the armored vehicle was staggering, as they approached headquarters and passed through a security barrier around 400 yards out. Engineers had constructed a wire fence, topped with razor wire, and with rows of razor wire on the ground at least 6 coils deep to prevent anyone getting to the fence. There was the same zigzag formation of tank trap blocks, leading to a second security barrier, manned with machine gun posts. Just what was worth them having such heightened security levels was beyond Carter's comprehension. Carter thought it highly unlikely that headquarters would be a target for looters and scavengers to take the desks and chairs. Even the computers would be of no use to them with the power out, he thought. The parking lot where they parked was already teeming with a vast array of army vehicles. "Do you still need the wheelchair?" asked Doug. "No, my toes are sore and itchy, but the fire in my soles has gone, so I'll give it a try." Hesketh opened the rear door and exited. Carter took tentative steps outside, with Hesketh reaching out for his hand to steady him. "I'll ask Jason to bring your ruck along," said Hesketh. She turned to the others. "Whatever any of you do, don't let on your family or I'll be in trouble." It felt good to be independent on his feet again, considering he'd had to rely on others to get around, he thought. Carter turned around to see 2 tankers with diesels signed on the sides of them. Alongside of them were a line of 6 box trucks. He could see the faint outline of the wording, "State Emergency Supplies," but barely visible with all the box trucks painted green, unlike the ones in the supermarket parking lot. There was no sign of the governor's limo, and no one seemed to be there to greet them. With everyone now outside, his family gathered around him. "What now?" asked Jason. Carter lifted then dropped his shoulders, a clear signal he didn't have a clue. "I'll go and find who's in charge," said Hesketh. She needn't have bothered when someone with the appearance of top brass approached them. "Which one is Professor Carter?" he asked. Carter removed his helmet. "That's me. Come with me, Professor." He turned to Hesketh. "Captain, you and the other guards go around back. I'll have the duty sergeant join you there to sort out your accommodation." Carter turned to Jason. "Take my backpack from the ruck and hand it over. It has my medication. Then take the rucksack along to the accommodation." "I'll see you later," he said, in the manner of an order, not wanting to let the brass know they were family. Following on behind the brass and with a limp, he headed for the entrance. When he looked up, he could see National Guard soldiers on the roof, identifiable by their black uniforms, unlike the soldiers outside with normal camouflage uniforms. The glass door was missing and the panel next to it was boarded up with a pile of broken glass to one side. As they entered, the brass turned to him. "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Colonel Braithwaite. I'll have to go and see Staff Sergeant Jameson. You know where your office is. Go and wait for me there and I'll have Jameson meet you there." "Wait, what happened to the entry door?" "Looters. They broke in through the glass door and took the canteen supplies. Found it smashed when we arrived. Probably insiders who knew there'd be provisions in there. Nowhere else was touched." With that said, he turned and marched away. Carter made his way to his office. Braithwaite hadn't quite told it as it was, he thought, as he passed by drinks and snack machines on their sides, the glass fronts smashed and empty and with the debris swept up into a pile beside them. He entered Gloria's reception office and stepped over to her desk. The pen drive he'd placed there for archiving the conference call wasn't where he'd left it. He lifted some papers to look for it and turned sharply as the door opened. "Gloria! What are you doing here? Have any of my department heads arrived?" "No one else is here that I know of." "Thank goodness I am here. I'd been living in my basement for 6 weeks and I'd had all the windows boarded up so neighbors would think it was empty. I just put some water to boil on my camping stove when I heard breaking glass. I could hear them rummaging around above, then they tried to batter down the door to the basement, then I heard shots. Thank God a patrol was around to rescue me and the looters wouldn't be bothering anyone else. I was in a state and one of the officers talked with me. As soon as ever I said that I worked at USGS, they whisked me away. I have to thank them for bringing my supplies here, but no one has said why I'm here. What about your family? He asked. She stood there akimbo and shook her head. Family? How long have I worked for you? I don't have any family for your information. Just shows how much interest you took in you staff's personal lives. Sorry, I just assumed, he said and sensed he was blushing. Jameson entered. You're to go to the boardroom right away. I have the signals engineer patching you through for a conference call with the governor. Carter looked over at Gloria. Better come with me and we can find out why we're here. On the way to the boardroom, he turned to Gloria. Did you archive the conference meeting with the president? No, the pen drive is in the drawer. They've only just installed a generator to fire up the mainframe in the basement and for power to the offices. Did you delete the security meeting? She asked him. I did. Wiped it from the PC as well before I left. When they arrived, there was a soldier, he assumed from Signals Battalion, making a connection to the TV monitor on the wall. An image appeared with a desk and a high-backed chair, but there was no one there. Colonel Braithwaite was already seated. He ordered him to leave and to wait outside, and they took their seats. This should be interesting, said Carter when the door opened, and he turned to see who was joining them. Two soldiers escorted a prisoner inside, wearing a bright orange jumpsuit, handcuffed and with his legs shackled. His bald head was bowed. Carter wondered what the hell they'd brought him in there for, and they had him sit. Braithwaite ordered the prisoner's escort outside and to wait at the door. The guy raised his head, to Carter's mouth gaping. What's he doing here? Carter asked Braithwaite, having not recognized him with his head shaved, but now he knew exactly who he was. We understand he was a computer technician here. Not been able to locate anyone else because we've not been able to access computer records, so we thought you might need him. The governor appearing on screen prevented any further questions. He just thought it incredulous that the one who'd taken his pen drive and posted the data information on the internet was now sat at his table. Professor Carter. Glad you could make it. I suppose you want to know why I wanted you here. Chapter 42. The lights flickered to the clicking of the starter on the fluorescent lighting, then settled. At least Carter thought that the automatic lighting system hadn't been damaged now dusk had turned to night. Someone passed the governor a note. Bear with me. We're having difficulty patching through the head of NASA and SpaceX to join us. Carter drummed his fingers on the table, impatient at wanting to get to the meat of why he was wanted at headquarters, when the screen adjusted, and they both appeared to one side of the screen. He glanced at Sutherland, the computer tech guy, and scoffed that he appeared totally disinterested. Right, we're all here, said the governor. Carter knew who Tom was, but she introduced them anyway. With both her palms on her desk, the governor continued. Colonel, what's the situation with the mainframe there? It's fired up in the basement, but Signals don't have the passwords to check if it's operational. I understand the basement was constructed to shield against EMPs, so fingers crossed. Luckily, there are spare monitors down there and some PCs, as all the ones in the offices are toasted. We have Sutherland here in custody who is familiar with the system, but apart from the professor here and his secretary, we have no one else until we can operate the computer for staff records. Sutherland rattled the chains on his cuffs. I ain't helping no one without a pardon, these shackles removed, and a change of clothes. All I did was to let everyone know what they could expect. How is that a crime? Rage boiled inside Carter. He thought he should have been shot for the panic he caused and the accelerated breakdown of law and order, never mind the subsequent lives lost in the riots. He failed to see how he could work with him on whatever the governor wanted him to do, except he was the only one with computer experience for repairs should it be required, but that was a rare event. We don't need him. I have the passwords, said Carter. Sutherland threw his head back and laughed, then brought his vision to bear on Carter. All you have is your access passwords. I have the passwords to get the mainframe up and running, he said, then pushed back into the chair and smirked. It was all Carter could do to prevent himself wanting to go over there and to wipe the smirk from his face as he shuffled in his chair, chomping at the bit. Maybe Gloria sensed his anger, but she placed her hand on his. "Let the governor answer him," she said. Elbow on table, the governor stroked her chin. "Seems we have no option. I'll have the pardon drawn up." Sutherland leaned forward. "Yeah, well, better get it sent over here before I do anything." The governor raised a palm. "We're wasting time. I'll have it sent over right away. Tom, could you explain what we need the professor to do?" "Hi Ed, things are moving fast. The aurora borealis is weak just now, with some areas experiencing none at all. It's the only indication we have that the solar winds have died down. We're going to need you to analyze the data to confirm that it's so." Carter intervened. "And just how do you expect me to do that?" "We only have old data on our computer," said Carter. "If I may," said the head of SpaceX. "We found a solution to that. We had European satellites that we were contracted to launch in our hangars, both to collect data on the Earth's magnetic shield and one to collect data on sun flares. Bureaucracy and a lack of political will for permission to push the launches forward prevented us from doing so. Tom has cut the red tape after talking with the president, with an apparent diminishing of the sun flares. We've launched them. NASA will patch through the data once they're in position, fingers crossed." The governor called over her secretary and whispered to her. "Give me 5 minutes while my secretary prints off a pardon." "I'll need your Christian name," she said. "Jeff to my friends, that's Jeffrey to you," he said, in an insolent tone of voice that only incensed Carter more. The wait over, the secretary placed the pardon in front of the governor. She reached into her desk drawer and took out a metal seal, slid it over the pardon, and pressed the handles together to emboss the seal on the pardon. Then she signed over the seal. That done, she held it up for all to see, then passed it over to her secretary, which made Carter feel sick to the stomach. "It's on its way with a change of clothes." "It'll be there in no time," she said. Sutherland scowled. "It had better be soon. In the meantime, have those goons outside remove my shackles." The colonel called in Sutherland's escort and beckoned them over to Sutherland. "Escort him to his accommodation, then stay on guard outside." Sutherland turned to him. "What about releasing these chains?" The colonel gave him a look that if looks could kill, Sutherland would be dead. "When I have the pardon in my hands, I'll have them removed. If it were up to me, you'd face the firing squad." Still protesting and cussing on his way out, the governor called the meeting to a close, for them to reconvene once they had confirmation that the satellites were in position and transmitting data, though just what good that would do escaped him. "He has some nerve," said Carter. "Yeah, he's some piece of work. The FBI agent who handed him over said he was known to them. Apparently, he'd turned up on their radar when he joined a fringe libertarian group and posted hate speech on social media on how the country was being governed. Said it was time for the power to go back to the people with less government involvement." With that, they all exited the boardroom. Gloria and Carter returned to their offices. On the way through Gloria's reception office, he groaned and collected his backpack from the side of her desk where he'd left it, and then winced. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Damned feet are playing up. Fungal infection. It's time I took some medication and applied some cream." Carter set off limping to his office. "I'll bring some water." Carter gripped the arms of his chair and lowered himself to sit. Gloria entered with a bottle of water and plastic cup. "What did you make of all that in the meeting?" she asked. "Not sure. It all seems pointless to me. Whatever we find, it still doesn't alter the fact that the poles are about to flip. Strong eruptions of sun flares, or not, with the magnetic field weakening, I'm more concerned as to the effect of life-threatening cosmic radiation on us all from out there in the universe. EMPs are the last of my worries." "They've already done their damage," he said and groaned. Chapter 43. Gloria took a seat opposite while he retrieved a capsule from his backpack, poured some water and chugged it down. He took out the talc and the cream, set it on his desk, then bent over to unfasten the laces. He found it impossible with his leg muscles tightening, not having fully recovered from his ordeal. "Here, let me help," she said. Gloria knelt and removed his boots and socks. "Ooh, that's nasty. Your feet are red and swollen." She rose to her feet and dragged over a chair, then lifted his feet to rest on the cushion. "That's the painful part. It's the itching between my toes that's driving me mad." Gloria picked up the tube of cream and screwed off the top. "Let's see if we can fix that," she said and sent him a disarming smile. Carter thought it too much of an intimate thing to do for one of his staff, but there again, he knew he had no option with the tightness in his calves. Relying on others was becoming a habit, he thought. One that screwed with his mind as someone who had always had a strong independent streak. Why was the technician arrested, she asked, as she pulled his toes apart to apply the cream, which had him rearing back into his seat cushion and wincing at the pain. She threw him a look. Thought you'd be stronger. Suck it up. It'll soon be over, she said. The cream immediately soothed the pain. Carter sighed with relief. Sutherland never returned my pen drive with the data graphs. He stole it and posted it on social media, which started the panic. Oh, dear. Good thing they need you or you'd likely be under investigation as to how he came about having it, she said. Yeah, well. There was a lot going on that day. Gloria finished off massaging the tops of his feet with the 2 cream where they were red, then shook talc on the both of them, leaving Carter blushing at the intimacy. It wasn't exactly in her job description, he thought. Nonetheless, he was grateful as she put on his socks and then his boots. How does that feel? She asked, and lifted his legs off the chair. 1,000 times better, thank goodness. I have my camp stove in the office. I'll make coffee. Don't have any real milk, only powdered. Black will do. When she sorted out the coffee, he beckoned her to take a seat. Carter thought about what she said about knowing nothing about her. She was right, he'd never engaged with staff about their personal lives, he mused. It wasn't that they could talk about work until they'd had word about the satellites, and seeing as how he'd missed company nearer his own age, he thought he'd put that right. Carter learned a lot about her, surprised she'd never married, having drifted from one poor relationship to another, only getting dumped when she found them cheating or that she couldn't have children. Carter was more reserved, not giving too much away, only talking about his children. Carter looked at his watch. It's late. I think it's time that I turned in for the night. The colonel said that our accommodation is around back, he said. Yeah, me too. The cabins are a little on the basic side and set out like dorms. No electric, just candles with blackout blinds. She wasn't kidding when he turned the corner to see rows of cabins, and opposite rows of mobile latrines. Looks like I have company, said Gloria. The only company that he could see was Hesketh and Jason outside of a cabin. Acting out a little in an over-friendly way. That it looks as though we're all in the same cabin, said Carter. Hesketh and Jason stepped apart when they saw him. How did it go? Asked Jason. Give me chance to get settled in, then I'll tell you all. Carter exchanged the introductions with Gloria and the 2 of them. Mary looked up from her cot as they entered. This is Mary, my daughter. Mary, this is Gloria from my work. Ah, yeah, he's talked about you. All good, I hope. Of course, Mary replied and then chuckled. How is he at work? Is he as grumpy and demanding as he is at home? Mary asked. Gloria snickered, but didn't reply. That's enough of that, said Carter. He pointed over to where Doug and Gloria had pushed their cots together. Over there is my brother and his wife, but I won't disturb them. I'll introduce them to you later. Better I get settled in, said Gloria and stepped over to her cot. Mary made a beeline over to her. Carter gathered the others apart from Doug and Caroline, and then told them what had gone down in the meeting. Is that it? Said Jason. Afraid so. Jason pulled his dad to one side. Listen, if your tech guy enters his password, depending on how strong the security is, I can hack into the password file, so you won't need him. We'll see. Thank goodness you know your way around computers. Good thing you came along. Just you keep what you said between you and me. Why the secrecy? Asked Hesketh. Oh, nothing. Just saying, Gloria seems like a nice woman, said Jason. Yeah, thank goodness. Not like the National Guard here tasked with security inside of the building, she said. What makes you say that? Asked Carter. I know them. They're a bad bunch. Rumor has it they were in a right-wing militia before they joined up with the National Guard. I don't trust them. Watch out for their Sergeant Barker, he's a nasty piece of work. It's a blessing I outrank him, but it hasn't stopped him making misogynist remarks aimed at me in training. Jason looked annoyed at her saying that. He'd better not say anything of that nature to you in my earshot, or he'll have me to deal with, said Jason. Hesketh smiled, a little on the patronizing side, if he wasn't mistaken. Don't you dare tackle him. I can handle myself, said Hesketh. With all that said, Carter bid them a good night, deciding it was time to get some sleep. All he hoped for was that the satellites would be in place in the morning so he could analyze the data and get back to his homestead. He didn't hold out much hope. Carter thought of many things that could go wrong, even if they arrived in orbit in one piece, which in the circumstance, he knew it was all down to luck, however many calculations they'd made. Chapter 44. After breakfast in the canteen, Carter made his way with Gloria and the Colonel to the boardroom. When they arrived, Sutherland was at the table smirking. It peeved Carter that he was now dressed casually and without restraints. Behind him stood a National Guard. The guard looked over at Carter. "I'm Sergeant Barker in charge of security inside of the building. I have orders to ensure that Sutherland here is under observation at all times." Sutherland clasped his fingers together, elbows on the table, and twiddled his thumbs, contorting his features into a look of disdain. Carter nodded in acknowledgement of the introduction and took his seat. There was no governor on screen, just the head of SpaceX and Tom. "Right, let's get this over with so you can get to work," said Tom. "The satellites are in position and transmitting. It's all down to you now. When you've analyzed the data at your end, I'll check it against our analysts here." "Is your supercomputer fired up and online?" Tom asked. Sutherland leaned forward on his seat. "Yeah, I brought it to life earlier and added some monitors in the basement." Carter placed his palms on the table. "Well, that was short and sweet. Fingers crossed. Better get to work then," he said. They said their goodbyes and the screen blanked. With the meeting over, they made their way to the computer room in the basement. Sutherland and Carter took their seats at the monitors. Sutherland turned to the Colonel. "You do know what's going on here. Nothing any new data is going to show, or that Carter can do, can alter the fact that the poles are flipping. We're about to be bombarded with cosmic rays, for which you and your troops will end up as barbecue meat, along with the rest of the population, even if you and they hide in buildings." "Cut it out," said Carter, "we have work to do." Sutherland scoffed. "Bill of Rights, free speech. I'll say what I want. It's not like I'm on the payroll here anymore." The Colonel stepped over to him and placed his hand on Sutherland's shoulder. "Any more of that and I'll have you locked up, pardon or no pardon. You're forgetting the Constitution's suspended. Better get on with earning your pardon agreement, or you'll be back in chains." Sutherland scoffed, then turned to type away on the keyboard. Carter was distracted from entering staff records by Sutherland constantly huffing and puffing. Sutherland twirled around on his chair to face the Colonel. "If I were you, I'd get the hell out of here and make your way to York County and try to get into the U.S. military bunker at Camp Peary. That's your only chance of surviving before the month's out. All I ask is that you take me with you. I doubt the governor will allow you sanctuary in the Mount Weather bunker. It's probably full of politicians and their families." Barker interrupted. "Do you want me to take him outside and teach him a lesson?" asked Barker. From what Hesketh had said about Barker, he didn't think that was a good idea with no one else there to help him. "No, leave him. Look, I can't concentrate." "Just keep it buttoned," he snapped at Sutherland. The Colonel stepped over to Carter. "Is this true what he's saying?" asked the Colonel. "You know. About getting fried." Carter placed his elbows on the desk and clawed at his hair. He took a deep breath, then faced the Colonel. "I wish you'd have ordered a firing squad for him for the chaos he's caused, but yes. Unless the magnetic field stops weakening, he's right. That's why our work here is important, and why we need you here to protect us, not like that coward who wants to run and hide. He doesn't know the meaning of loyalty. Just so you know, we're running blind until we've correlated the data for the government to know how to proceed. Look, get him out of here. He's caused enough panic." The Colonel tapped Sutherland on the shoulder. "You heard the professor. I'll escort you with Barker to your cabin, and you can stay there under guard." Carter was glad to see the back of Sutherland. Apart from needing him for the startup password, there wasn't any need for him to be there anymore with the distractions which were holding him up. "On your way, could you call at my cabin? One of the guards there is called Jason. I need to talk with him." Gloria, who'd been sitting out of the way, she piped up. "It's okay. I'll go and send him over here. Nothing much I can do here just now." "Send one of the guards if you need me later," said Gloria. In the quiet, with only the gentle humming of the computers running, their dancing lights strangely acted as a calming influence, knowing they indicated incoming data. Carter hit the key for a printout of the staff record file. Jason arrived. "Gloria said you wanted to talk. I'm going to need your help to find our way around the computer systems. There should be an analysis program somewhere we need to run that Sutherland wrote a program for. I only ever get the finished product." Jason took a seat and typed away on the keyboard. "Everyone okay up there?" Carter asked. They're fine. I left Gloria talking with Mary and Caroline. Doug was still asleep. Logan was cleaning his rifle and chatting with our other guards. On the way over here, the colonel had all his soldiers on parade and he was addressing them, Jason said. The colonel was probably sorting out their rosters, said Carter. Found it, Jason said. Carter glanced across at Jason's monitor as he clicked on the file. Oh no, said Jason. Carter frowned at the words on screen. File empty. Did you feel that? Said Jason. Carter's pen rolled off the desk. That's all we need, an earthquake. We can't hear anything on the outside in here. The construction acts as a skiff. We'd better go and take a look to make sure the others are okay. They made their way out of the basement and on up to the corridor on their way up to reception, with the sound of rumbling growing louder. When they arrived at the exit door in reception, Carter stopped, his jaw hitting south. Oh, God, no, said Carter. Chapter 45. Carter looked on at the moving column of army vehicles, stretching along the exit road and back into the parking lot. With many of them having tracks, he now knew what caused the rumbling. He turned to hurried footsteps behind, to see Sergeant Barker and his crew appear from the stairwell. His face was set in a scowl. Out of my way. Get back to the basement, now. That's an order, he spat at Carter and Jason as he pushed them out of the way and exited reception. He stopped 10 yards out with his guards. Jason turned as if to comply. Carter stopped Jason mid-step. Step behind that boarded panel with me so he can't see us, said Carter. He heard an engine struggling to turn over. Barker called out orders. You 6, go stop that fuel tanker and those 2 provisions trucks from leaving. That empty troop transport looks as though it's blocking them. Shoot the damn drivers if you have to. Jones, go get that slimeball Sutherland from around back. He told me that he knows where there's an underground server where he used to work that'll likely be abandoned. The rest of you, get to our armored vehicles and man the machine guns. Once we have everything secure, we'll go take the women and leave. If the men resist, shoot them. Carter and Jason exchanged glances, both with horrified expressions at his last orders. Quick, there's a fire door around back. Follow me, said Carter. Carter moved with all haste, his mind in turmoil with what it was obvious they likely wanted the women for. He cursed inwardly that neither of them had their weapons to hand when shots rang out. They arrived at the fire door. Carter faced Jason and put a finger to his lips, then stood back from a window in time to see Jones and Sutherland jogging on by. Go grab a chair from the office over there to jam the door open. This door only opens from the inside. Carter pressed the bar on the door and opened it slightly, relieved that Jones and Sutherland had turned the corner out of sight. Jason returned. Better I stay here. You'll get to the cabin faster than me. Have everyone load up with vests on and grab their backpacks and weapons. Grab mine and bring them with you. With the door jammed open, Jason sprinted over to the cabin, to the worrying sound of rifle fire from the direction of the parking lot. As he watched Jason sprint over to the cabin, he cursed yet again inwardly that he'd wasted precious seconds having Jason collect a chair. Hesketh and Logan darted up first, and ran to the corner past the fire door, rifles at the ready. The rest exited with Gloria in the middle of them. Good thing really, he thought, seeing as how she had no uniform. Hesketh kept snatching a look around the corner. Jason returned to the door first and handed Carter his vest and helmet, then once on, he handed him his rifle. Logan looked over his shoulder as Carter tapped the last one inside. Logan touched Hesketh on the shoulder and they both backed off on over to the door. Jason, go get everyone into the basement. What's happening? Asked Doug. Just go. Questions and answers later, he said. Logan and Hesketh entered. He pushed the chair to one side, then closed the door, then set off for the stairway to the basement. Whatever was going on outside, Barker's crew were clearly meeting resistance, with the firefight ongoing. As he gripped the handrail on his way to the basement, he hoped that whatever was happening in the parking lot would keep them pinned down. When he finally entered the basement, Carter closed the steel blast door and turned the internal lock. Would someone tell me what the hell has happened? Asked Doug. Carter took a seat at his desk, then took off his helmet. We've been abandoned, by both the Army and the National Guard who were guarding headquarters. Jason took over and told them all he'd seen and heard. Carter sighed. It looks as though Sutherland, the one who I told you about, he's gotten through to them. We'll just have to wait it out until they leave, unless the Army have taken them out. Logan scratched at his chin. Just how long do you expect that to take? We only have 3 days of provisions in our backpacks at best, and that includes water. Hell, I can't see any CCTV in here to know when they leave, or for if they decide to stay. Carter ran his fingers through his hair and looked up to the ceiling. He now knew what those on the outside must have felt in the early days when their fridges and cupboards were nearly empty, and the ensuing fear, with no likelihood of doing any more weekly shops. He wondered if, like them, those with him would turn on each other in a battle to survive. Or, maybe some would become resigned to their fate, like the ones who accepted the inevitable outcome, and who would simply gradually waste away. He shook his head. Then we'll have to fight our way out if that's what it takes, and take our chances returning to my homestead. They'll likely be gone before the day's out now they have somewhere to go. We'd be no use to them to be worth fighting it out. Gloria stepped forward. He's right. No need to worry. All the same, everyone empty their packs, and I'll take charge of rationing. Doug snickered in Carter's direction. About time you went on a diet, he said. Carter chose not to respond, considering the gravity of their predicament. All turned in the direction of the door as the handle twitched, followed by someone battering at the door. Chapter 46. The battering at the door stopped. Carter stepped over and put his ear to the door. He could hear nothing. No one talking, no footsteps. He flinched to a simultaneous loud explosion and metallic thuds reverberating and ringing in his ear. Carter reared back disorientated in shock and almost fell over, but for Doug grabbing a hold of him. Hesketh moved the two of them out of the way, signaling Logan to join her. They took up positions either side of the door, backs to the wall, rifles shouldered and pointing them at the door. Everyone take cover, safety's disabled, Hesketh ordered. She took out a grenade and placed it on the shelf next to her, then turned back to cover the door. Carter took a hold of Gloria's hand and led her behind a filing cabinet next to his desk, signaling for her to get behind him for cover. After an initial scuffing of boots and sneakers on the floor, all went quiet. He took a glance out and gulped. The steel sheet door had held fast, but right where he'd been stood he could see where the bullets had made small dents at head height. Gloria placed a hand on his shoulder. "Will we get out of this?" she asked, the fear evident with the way she spoke. "They can't come at us from behind. If they defeat the door, they can only enter one at a time, 2 at the most, so we'll be fine," he said, in the hope it would calm her down, when he thought that with his fingers trembling, he could have done with someone calming himself down. What seemed like 10 minutes passed by when Hesketh turned around and let her rifle rest on its strap. "I'll stay here with Logan. Everyone stand down. They've likely gone." The tension drained from Carter, and he took a seat at his desk. He called over to Jason. "Have a look around the files and see if you can find the analysis program. Sutherland might have hidden it elsewhere under a different name. Gloria, could you drag over a chair, please? I might need you to operate the printer." Gloria took a seat. "Do you have a fever?" she asked. "Fever? No, why?" "You said please, a first for you," she said and chuckled. Carter shook his head and turned to face the 2 monitors displaying data transmitted by the 2 satellites. Rows of data cascaded slowly before his eyes on the both of them. There wasn't anything he could make of what he was seeing without being able to run it through an analysis program. The only thing he might be able to spot, he thought, was if the numbers were out of the ordinary. It didn't help his concentration with everyone in conversation close by. He swiveled around on his chair. "Listen everyone, can I have all of you but for Gloria and Jason moved to the back of the room? It's difficult for me to concentrate with everyone talking." Everyone scuttled away. "This is useless," said Jason. He rose from his chair and stepped over to a desk with a PC and fired it up. Carter turned to Gloria. "Listen, I'm finding it hard to watch the 2 screens. Could you watch the one on the right and nudge me if you see a large divergence either way of the numbers? If you spot something, press the space key and it'll stop so I can take a look." 20 minutes or so went by when Jason called out. "Hallelujah. I've found it. I've also found Sutherland's password key for the supercomputer for if it stops and we need a reboot. I'll send the file over and we can start analyzing the data." Carter pushed back on his chair and clapped his hands. "Well done," he said, aware he had an ear-to-ear grin. He turned to Gloria in the excitement of Jason finding the file, leaned over and gave her a hug and a squeeze, then let go. "Yay, we can relax now and save our eyes from having to stare at the screens." "That's another first for you," said Gloria, her cheeks slightly flushed, and a puzzled look on her face. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to get personal." Just don't report me to HR, he said, then snickered. Ah, you can't, thank goodness, he said in jest. I wouldn't anyway. I like this new you. Look, I need a drink of water, she said, then rose from her chair to head over to the others. Jason stepped up behind him. Excuse me if I'm wrong in what I gathered from what I just saw and heard, but was that you hitting on Gloria, he said and winked, then took his seat at his desk. He was quick to reply. No, it was relief at you finding the analysis file, he lied. Besides, I doubt she'd be interested in an overweight grumpy guy like me. Guess you're right there, said Jason and snickered. Though saying that, she was all compliments to Mary about you at the wedding for what you'd done for Doug and Caroline. Carter sighed, not wanting to go further down that path. Just run the data we have so far on satellite number 1. Let's see where we are with our magnetic field. Incidentally, son. Proud of you for finding that file. Carter turned at hearing the hinges on the door creak. All he saw was Hesketh sneaking outside, then Logan closed and secured the door. Where the hell has she gone? Carter asked. She'll be back, said Logan. Why haven't we all gone? She could end up as toast without backup, said Jason, clearly disturbed by the look on his face. We all have our expertise. You have to trust her. Your expertise is with that keyboard of yours. Now get back to work. Jason sulked, but turned to his monitor and began typing away, his fingers maybe a little on the heavy side on the keys. Gloria returned all smiles. Why the glum faces? When I left here, you were both smiling like the cat that had found the cream after Jason found the analysis file, she said, and placed 2 small bottles and an energy bar on either of their desks. That's thoughtful of you, thanks, said Carter. Hesketh has slipped out to see if Barker and his crew have gone. It's left us both on edge, he said. Ah, I get it now. Fingers crossed. She took a seat and began to scan the numbers. These numbers, they're gradually increasing from what I saw before, she said. Are you sure they're not decreasing? Let me take a look, said Carter. All turned to 3 dull metallic-sounding raps on the door. They exchanged glances with each other. Carter experienced a tightness in his chest. Guess you were right, said Carter. Time to cross out fingers. Chapter 47. Carter stared at the door, with a sensation as if his heart were trying to escape through his windpipe. Another 3 faint metallic raps and Logan disengaged the lock, turned the wheel, then opened it by the handle. Hesketh hurried inside, puffing and panting, and Logan closed, then secured the door. Well, what's happening? Carter asked. Hesketh showed him the palm of her hand, sucking in deep breaths until she recovered, and then she took a seat at the desk with the PC. They've gone. Left a mess in the parking lot with bodies strewn around. The troop carrier is burned out. Both supply trucks have gone, but there's an armored vehicle with a gunner hanging over the turret. Everyone gathered around her. Carter sighed inside, akin to the relief of breaking wind to relieve a violent stomachache, when she continued. I want all you civilians to stay here. Logan, you go to the canteen and see if they had the foresight to take the provisions. She turned to the driver. Do you know how to hotwire a vehicle? I couldn't see a key in the ignition of the armored vehicle, but it might be in the pocket of the driver inside of the cab. We need to check if they filled it with gas. I know how, said their gunner. Carter noticed Doug take Caroline to one side and whisper in her ear, and she nodded. Right then, all follow me. Same double 3 taps to let us back in, she said, and then signaled for them all to exit. Carter was about to close the door when Doug and Caroline rushed past him and followed Logan outside, calling out for Carter to lock the door. What the hell, said Carter as they disappeared up the stairway. Mary stepped over. I heard what he whispered to Caroline. He said there was no way he trusted them not to drive away, and that the armored vehicle was the only transport left for us all to get back to the homestead once all our food ran out. He said they should go out there to keep an eye on them. Carter rolled his eyes, then closed and secured the door. Well, it's too late to debate it now. He turned to Gloria. I can manage now we have the analysis program. You and Mary go and check what provisions we have left in the rucks and calculate how long it will last if no one returns. Do you think Doug could be right? Asked Jason. He stood there for a moment, giving the question some thought. Nah, thinking about it, they wouldn't have left their rucks behind. Let's all get to work. All the same, make a list of all the provisions if you wouldn't mind. Mary laughed. Seeing as how you asked nicely, we don't mind, do we, Gloria? Not at all, she said, and they linked arms and set off to the pile of rucksacks. Carter and Jason took their seats at the desks. I have the results on the data to date, said Jason. Great, I'll close this screen and take a look. Carter flicked through the pages of analysis and graphs that the program had produced. This can't be right, run it again. Carter scrolled back to the first page and absorbed the analysis results. He read through the rest, then pushed back on his chair. If this is right, then the magnetic field has reversed again and it's heading back to Siberia. It must be wrong. He scratched at the hair on his head, not believing what the data had shown him. Didn't Gloria say the numbers were gradually increasing on her monitor? If that's the one for the satellite surveying the magnetic field, wouldn't that indicate the analysis is correct? Carter stroked the beard he was now blessed with. Yes, but I need more than one analysis. Is it ready yet? Carter asked. Almost. Even if they show the same trend, I need to see if our results match those that NASA will be compiling. If it is correct, then the big guy above has just thrown us a lifebelt. It would help if we had a compass, never mind all this technology. All done, said Jason. Carter slapped his forehead. What am I thinking? There's a compass in the visitors' gallery. We'll need to get up there as soon as the others get back here. Carter opened the screen for the new analysis and scrolled through it. There must be an anomaly. This shows the magnetic field expanding since that last analysis, Carter said, and sat there confused. I think your brain must have had a dose of those cosmic rays you told us about. We've collected more data than the last one. Carter opened the screen for the cascading data. It was there in front of his eyes. The numbers were gradually increasing. He jumped up from his seat and did a jig. Now I know your brain is fried, said Jason. What's going on here? Asked Gloria. Carter reached out and took a hold of both her hands and he twirled her around in a dance. We're safe, he called out and laughed like someone demented. Gloria snatched away from the grip of his hands. Enough! I was going dizzy. Will someone please explain what there is to celebrate? The analysis. Go take a look on the screen. You okay, Dad? Mary asked. Never felt better. In fact, I should say that I feel ecstatic. The magnetic field is reversing. We're all saved, he said, and forming his hands to pray, he called out. Thank you, God. Sorry I doubted you. There were 3 raps on the door. Jason rushed over there. Wait! Don't open it until you hear 3 more raps, said Carter. Chapter 48. After the second set of raps, Jason opened the door. Hesketh was the first inside, followed by the rest of them. I have some great news, but first let's hear what you have to say, said Carter. Well, we found the keys where I said we'd find them. The tank is full too. Logan says they must have forgot about the supplies in the canteen, so that's a bonus. What's your good news? Gloria answered for him. The magnetic field is on its way back to normal if it continues. So really, there's no need to rush back to the homestead until we've finished all our analysis here. Hesketh didn't look all that pleased. What's wrong? Carter asked. That's all well and good, but you need to hurry up with whatever it is you need to do. We don't have the numbers here now. The army and Barker's crew have gone for us to mount a serious defense if we're come under attack with hordes from the city. I've left our gunner and the driver out there to keep a lookout. Carter turned to Jason. Run the program on the data from the satellite monitoring the sun. I need to check the compass in the visitors' gallery. Then I need to contact NASA. We'll come with you, said Doug. We need to get back out there too, said Hesketh. Jason closed the door behind them as they all exited. At the top of the stairway, they went their separate ways. Carter couldn't help but smile as he entered the visitor center. At the same time, he hoped that the analysis program wasn't flawed. Normally highly polished, the brass frame had tarnished. He peered over the top, then fisted the air. What got you so excited? Asked Doug. The analysis is right. The magnetic field is up from 50% to 60% from when this catastrophe first started. The magnetic pole is on its way back to Siberia. If it continues, we can survive forever at the homestead. I hope you're right, said Doug. Yeah, well, even if I am right, it still leaves us vulnerable to more sun flares. Come on, I need to get to the boardroom. In the boardroom, Carter picked up the notebook next to the handset that the signals installer guy had left him. He turned on the television, then dialed the number. A woman answered. I need to speak with your director on screen. Tell him it's Professor Carter from USGS. Affirmative. Hold on the line. Carter hit the switch for the camera and mic. You can put the handset down, I can see you, said Tom. We've done some analysis here. How about you? Asked Carter. We have, and by the smile on your face, I'm guessing we have the same results. They exchanged results as if they were two high school graduates sharing the results of their diplomas. What about the data from the satellite sending data from activity from the sun? Asked Tom. We're running that now through our analysis software. Have you any results yet? Carter asked Tom. We have. The surface is quite active as of yet. In fact, I'd say it's more active than is normal for the 11-year cycle, which is a worry. I'll speak with the president, and he can distribute what we have so far to the state governors and armed services. Carter sighed. Talking about armed services. The soldiers guarding us from out of Fort Belvoir have deserted us. As have the National Guard under a Sergeant Barker. Could you report it to the governor for me? I really want to get back to the analysis. I'll do that. It's par for the course from what I hear, with many going AWOL. Once they have the latest news, maybe that will give some comfort for the service's personnel to stay loyal. I've made a note. They said their goodbyes and Carter closed everything down. Let's get back to the basement, said Carter. You go. I still don't trust the others. Especially after what the guy from NASA said about desertions. I'll stay out here with Caroline. Carter thought it rich, considering it was he who hadn't trusted Doug when he first arrived at the homestead, so he could see where he was coming from. You do that. With luck the governor will send out replacement security for us. When he arrived back in the basement, Jason was still at his desk. He passed him on by and walked over to Gloria and Mary, who were stuffing the provision back into the rucks. Did you make the list? Yeah, we have 2 days each, plus whatever we can fit in them from the canteen. I have the results, Jason called out. Carter hurried over there and brought the results up on his screen. Run the other one again while I take a look at this analysis. It confirmed what Tom had said. Carter relaxed while waiting for the latest analysis and changed the screen to observe the data from the satellite gathering info from the sun's surface. The numbers were all over the place as he expected for the increased activity from what Tom had said and the analysis he'd done. Whoa there. What's happening? He said, and leaned closer to the screen, alarmed, not believing what he was seeing. What the hell? He called out. Any relief that he'd enjoyed quickly dissipated and turned to severe angst. Chapter 49. Carter clawed his fingers down his cheeks. He didn't need an analysis to tell him the obvious. The numbers had been 3 times which Tom had relayed to him for the strength of the coronal mass ejection that had forced them to retire to the bunker. Jason, go outside and get all the others in here now. I need them to get their backpacks. We need to get the hell out of here and get back to our homestead. Jason looked puzzled as he rose from his seat. Why, what have you seen? Jason asked. Trust me. No time for questions, just go. Carter closed the door behind him and hurried over to Jason's workstation. The analysis was complete. There it was on the first page. He didn't need to look any further. What was the commotion about? Asked Mary. He glanced at the workstation monitor sending the data from the satellite facing the sun, when the screen blanked. Damn, we've lost the feed. It must have taken out the satellite. Go and get your backpacks loaded. We're leaving. Carter was about to put on his own backpack when they were plunged into darkness. He reached down to his ruck and felt for his flashlight, found it and switched it on. What caused the power to fail, and what is it you've seen? Asked Gloria. Dunno about the power. It can't be EMPs down here. Maybe with the soldiers leaving, they hadn't topped up the generator with fuel. What were you shouting at Jason for? She asked. For the others to get down here and to collect their packs so we can get back to my homestead. But why the urgency? She asked. I hope you're ready for this. There's a mega CME discharged from the surface of the sun. It's of a magnitude that I've never seen before. Mary switched on her flashlight. What's a CME when it's at home? Mary asked. Gloria turned to her. It's an acronym for a coronal mass ejection. It's what sends electromagnetic pulses our way that knocked out the power. Mary placed her hands on her hips. Fat lot of good it'll do. The power is already out. Has been for weeks. So, what's the problem? Mary asked. Carter intervened. I'll explain to everyone when we're on the road. I don't want to have to repeat everything. Someone rapped on the door. Carter didn't wait for the second 3 raps, and he opened the door. "Why is the power out down here?" asked Hesketh, and she turned on her helmet light. "Probably the generator is out of fuel. I'll collect your packs. We have to go. I'll explain why the urgency once we set off." With everyone in the armored truck, the driver set off. Carter's mind was in turmoil. He hoped that Tom at NASA had seen what he had witnessed with no chance of him being able to make contact. Though thinking that, from the pipes and ducting in the background on his video call, it looked as though he was calling him from an underground facility. "Do you mind telling us why the urgency of our departure?" "Not that I mind," said Hesketh. Carter sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Yeah, I'm ready." Just before we lost power, the data showed a massive coronal mass ejection from the surface of the sun that defied belief. It'll hit the Earth anywhere from 15 hours to 3 days from what we've experienced in the past. Saying that, this one is of a magnitude that could land here quicker. We need to be in the bunker to protect ourselves before it arrives. It'll pound the Earth with EMPs on a scale we've never experienced in my lifetime. Carter left it at that, but Jason posed a question. "I thought you said EMPs couldn't harm us." Carter let out a long soulful sigh. "Let me explain it this way. There are 2 ways EMPs arrive here, if you discount a deliberate nuclear explosion in the atmosphere from an adversary, that is. One is from solar flares, which is from an explosion on the surface that we see as a flash of light from observations through a telescope. They take only around 8 minutes traveling at the speed of light to hit our atmosphere, which normally filters out most of the radiation except at weak points at the poles," he said, when Hesketh interrupted. "So, what's the difference between those and a coronal mass ejection that they take longer to arrive?" Hesketh asked. "I was coming to that. Basically, both types occur when the sun's own magnetic field fluctuates, which is more active during an 11-year cycle. Like I said, solar flares are detected as exploding flashes of light carrying energy that can cause EMPs. But CMEs occur when the explosion is of such a magnitude that it throws off molten plasma and gases out into the universe, and if we're unlucky, it sends it our way. It has a far greater mass of particles and therefore travels at a slower rate. With our own magnetic field diminished and with the intensity of this CME, it'll punch right through our atmosphere, bringing with it cosmic radiation that will end up destroying us from the inside out. That's why we have to get to our bunker where the mountain will shield us, where we can wait it out." There was an amount of stroking of chins and hands on mouths, but no one asked any more questions. It was clear they got the picture. They drove on in silence for a while, with Carter looking out of the windshield from between Logan and the driver. There in the road as they approached an intersection was someone on the ground, lifeless, and wearing clothing he recognized. "Slow down. Isn't that Sutherland?" asked Carter. Their vehicle came to a halt and the driver rolled down his window. "That's him all right," he said, and then drove on. "Why would they terminate him?" asked Hesketh. "They'd need him for directions to that underground server you mentioned." Carter had been thinking the same thing. Logan turned on his seat to face Hesketh. "Maybe he'd already given them the directions and he was no longer any use to them," said Logan. Carter thought that explanation more than likely. Either way, he thought that Sutherland had deserved his fate. The vehicle stopped once more. "Why have you stopped?" Hesketh asked the driver. Logan turned to her from the passenger seat. "Looks like we could have a problem ahead. We need to check it out before we go any further," he said. All Carter could see through the windshield from his position was an overpass. He rose from his seat to get a better look. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a supply truck with the back doors open and empty. He checked the time and committed it to memory. Hesketh cursed on her way to the back and climbed outside. Logan exited the passenger seat and joined her. They stalked toward the truck either side of the road. Rifles at the ready. Jason and Mary looked worried. "It's okay. Looks like a broken-down truck. That's all." No sooner had he said that, over on the right down a banking at the side of the road, he noticed an overturned armored truck. Hesketh and Logan scurried back. Hesketh climbed inside and closed the door, then took a seat again. "What have you seen?" Doug asked. "There's another empty supply truck in front of that one." She tapped the driver on his shoulder. "Reverse back the way 50 yards. Logan, pass me the map." "Did you see the upturned armored vehicle?" Carter asked. "I saw it. It's Barker's crew. None of them survived the ambush. Probably hit them from above with the cover of the overpass, judging by the bullet holes in the windshields and the front grills. The armored vehicle looks as though someone tossed Molotov cocktails that landed through the turret from above, before it failed to take cover under the bridge. It's burned out. Likely the flames set off the ammo. It's impossible to identify anyone, but those are the supply trucks from headquarters, so it has to be Barker and his crew. Carter exchanged glances with Doug. The last thing Carter wanted was a hold-up, and the clock was ticking, like the Doomsday clock approaching a second from 12 o'clock. Chapter 50. Hesketh studied the map. I really don't want to go through the city in daylight. It was bad enough with what we went through in the early hours when it was dark. And I sure as hell don't want us to attempt driving under that underpass, said Hesketh. She went back to poring over the map. So, what do you suggest? Carter asked. I suggest we take a diversion around the city through the countryside. And just how long do you think that would add to our journey? Carter asked. Hard to say. I'm trying to find a way to cut out all populated areas, even small towns and villages. It's down to if the roads are blocked on the narrow country roads with abandoned vehicles, or say those deliberately placed there to prevent access. If we allow for towing some out of the way, to be on the safe side, say an extra 3 hours. Better in daylight, so we can scan the fields for signs of any ambush. It would mean going back to that last intersection we passed. Carter checked his watch. It had been 30 minutes since they left headquarters. The journey would have only taken him 1.5 hours depending on traffic, 2 hours at the most cruising along the highway. He estimated that with her talking about an extra 3 hours on the outside, then that would put the journey at 5.5 hours. All that left them with was a cushion of 9.5 hours for them to have already arrived to get into the bunker to be on the safe side. God forbid if the CME struck Earth before then, he thought. He looked across at Hesketh, who was drawing out a route with a marker pen. Then hadn't we better make a start, said Carter. Hesketh called out to the driver to reverse to the intersection, then handed the map to Logan, and their journey commenced as they reversed. Through the windshield, Carter spotted a horde of people arrive at the trucks, with early arrivals crowding around the rear entry doors, then peeling away to go back the way they came. There didn't appear to be any urgency, their gait slow and deliberate, reminding him yet again of zombie apocalypse films that he'd watched. He was only too pleased for their transport to have turned around to head away from them. It didn't take long for any chat to die down as they settled into their journey. He thought the others were likely the same as him, turning inwards to think about their mortality, what had been, and what was now taken away, with an uncertain future ahead. Hesketh had been right about abandoned vehicles, fortunately with none of them blocking their way, with the driver able to steer around the ones in their path. That was until Carter saw a long line with a gas station sign in the distance, where it looked as though vehicles had tried to turn around to go back the way they came. It wasn't that he caught sight of any people. He surmised they had maybe been there sometime in the line to get gas, and that the station had exhausted its supplies. Carter looked at his watch. They were now 1.5 hours into their journey when they stopped at their first obstruction, a large truck blocking their way forward. If anyone wants to stretch their legs, now would be a good time, but be prepared for if there's anyone around, said Hesketh. Can't see anyone, the gunner called out. I'll keep a lookout from up here. With that said, everyone climbed outside. Logan dragged out a cable tow rope from under the seating. Why not use the winch? Carter asked. This one is missing a winch. Probably removed it for maintenance, said Logan. I'll give you a hand, said Doug. Mary moved up close to him, wrapped her arm in his and did a dance on her toes, with her legs crossed. Dad, I need the bathroom. So do I, said Gloria. There's a hedgerow over there where there's a gap, said Carter. I'll go and guard them, said Caroline, and swung her rifle to her side on the strap. All the same, Carter stood there on alert as he watched them walk through the gap. Mary returned first and stepped up to him. What do you think of Gloria? She asked. Don't you start. I had enough with Jason on that subject earlier. She's loyal to a fault, that's what I think of her. She's worked for me for years. Strictly professional. Surprising, really. I'm only just getting to know the real Gloria. You're an old fuddy-duddy. I meant, don't you find her attractive? I find her different than at work, that's all. Mary shook her head. Pity. She said you look good with a beard and in uniform instead of wearing your usual suit with a shirt and tie. Did she? Well, right now, I have other things on my mind, he said, and saw Caroline and Gloria both step through the hedgerow toward them. I'll go and see if I can be of help with the tow, he said, while sensing he was blushing. When he arrived, Doug was in the cab, with Logan fastening the tow cable to their armored vehicle. Logan signaled to the driver. The cable tightened, then the truck lurched, but thank goodness, Doug managed to steer it to the side of the road. Carter's demeanor shrank. With the truck out of their way, he could see many cars ahead blocking their way that would need clearing. With dusk drawing in, the women were sat on the grass verge chatting away as the last vehicle was moved. He glanced at his watch. 2 hours they'd wasted, raising his angst levels. "Come on everyone, time to get moving," he called out. That time wasted put them at 4 hours into their journey, leaving him anxious, especially as they had a distance to go. Logan shook the map. "Damn. We could have saved ourselves a lot of time and effort." "There was an alternative route that would have meant traveling back the way for 30 minutes, said Logan. Carter rolled his eyes. What was done, he thought. They'd been driving for some time when the driver called out. "There's a sign for a town ahead." "Take the next right before the town," said Logan. Carter wasn't happy that it was a narrow country lane. Easy to block if someone had a mind to with tall hedgerows. The entire vehicle started to vibrate violently. Gloria and Mary, who were sat either side of him, they gripped his arms. "What the hell is happening?" the gunner shouted. The driver stopped. It had nothing to do with the vehicle malfunctioning as it bounced on its suspension. "Likely an earthquake," said Doug. It only lasted a few minutes, then the shaking dissipated. "Earthquakes are rare in Virginia," said Hesketh as they drove on. He knew she was right, which concerned him. He doubted they'd been in an epicenter. Carter knew that earthquakes could cause ripples to travel for hundreds of miles from where they occurred. They turned a corner and stopped yet again, much to Carter's annoyance, and he checked his watch. "What is it this time?" said Hesketh. "Better get the tow rope out again. There's a tree across the road." "The ground shaking probably dislodged it," said the driver. All climbed outside. Carter's innards sank. The trunk of the tree was stout, the branches entangled in the hedgerow. It was as if the big guy above was teaching them a lesson for attempting to survive from what he was sending their way. "I can't see me hauling that out of the way. Look at the thickness of the trunk, and it's trapped in the hedgerow either side of us, and we don't have a chainsaw," said the driver. The gunner was scanning the field through his binoculars. "Better think of something. Looks like the townsfolk have the road blocked," the gunner called out. That agitated Carter some more. "Anyone got any bright ideas?" asked Hesketh. "We'll have to take our chances that we can defeat the roadblock and turn around to go through the town," said Doug. Hesketh didn't appear to be with them, head bowed and stroking the toe of her boot on the asphalt. She raised her head. "Get to work with the tow cable. It might work. If it doesn't, then we'll have to go through the town." Carter's irritation at the holdup boiled over. It was like the ticking Doomsday clock was saying, "Heads I win and tails you lose," he thought, then let out a primeval growl. Chapter 51. Logan and Doug got to work fixing the cable to the tree trunk. "How come we're not coming across people?" Jason asked Carter. "Fear, probably. They'll likely only be venturing outside out of pure desperation in the built-up areas to avoid marauding armed gangs. I saw some back at the supply trucks at that underpass as we reversed. We're in the countryside, so it's not likely we'll see anyone. It's dusk just now. Even less of a chance to see anyone once it's dark." The gunner must have heard the conversation and called down to them. "You'll soon see people if we have to attempt to go through the town. I can see movement at the barrier. They're bound to be armed to protect what's theirs." That was the last thing Carter needed to hear. He looked on as the driver reversed slowly until the cable became taut. "Everyone stand back for if the cable snaps," said Doug, and then ushered everyone a safe distance from the fallen tree. Their vehicle kept bucking with the wheels spinning and then stopping in the attempt to haul the tree out of the way, but to no avail. "It's not working. It's held fast in the hedgerow," the driver called out. Dusk turned to night and the driver switched on the headlights. Carter stepped up with Hesketh to inspect the problem. "It's moved a little," said Carter. "Why not try to cut the hedgerow branches with your combat knives? Maybe that will do it so you can haul it out of the way." "There isn't time," the gunner called out. "I see flashlights. Many of them coming from the direction of the town. They must have seen our headlights. I have an idea. I'll get in cover behind our vehicle. Leave the cable fastened." Carter was at a loss to see what good that would do and headed around back with Hesketh. The deafening sound of the gunner firing off rapid rounds for some time had Carter covering his ears. He thought maybe he was firing at those advancing on them to get them to back off. The firing stopped. "Everyone inside," the gunner called out. With everyone inside, he called out to the driver, Try hauling the tree once more. Their vehicle bucked a few times, then to a drawn-out loud crack, they slowly reversed, then came to a halt. Someone remove the cable, the gunner called out. Logan climbed out of the passenger seat and after a short while he appeared at the back and stowed the cable, only to disappear again, then he climbed onto the passenger seat. What made you think of that? Hesketh asked the gunner as they drove onward. Hope and a prayer that the trunk was less than 20 inches in diameter where it thinned out. That's the limit. 50 caliber bullets can rip through tree trunks if anyone is hiding behind them. The downside is, I don't have any rounds left. I'll only be any use up here as a lookout. The shakes returned. This time with an aftershock more intense than the first one. The gunner dropped down from the turret, unable to keep his footing. Doug and Caroline held onto him. With everything shimmering before Carter's eyes, the tremors rearranged his insides. When the shakes stopped, the driver sped on. Carter prayed there would be no more fallen trees. Relief struck when they eventually returned to the road, having bypassed the town. With the headlights illuminating a sign for the highway to take them to Moorfield, Carter allowed himself a smile that he would soon be on familiar territory. It helped his nerves that the northern lights were a single faint pale green color, to show the CME hadn't arrived as yet. When they hit the highway, Carter relaxed while staring out of the windshield. It didn't take long for the headlights to pick out his Cybertruck, still wedged in their assailant's vehicle, with the trapped thug and the others strewn around exactly where they'd fallen. He shrugged his shoulders and shivered at the recollection of how it had all played out as they passed on by. He noticed the northern lights were now a stronger green, augmented with pale yellows and blue streaks. Carter checked his watch for the umpteenth time on the journey. It was looking as though the coronal mass ejection might be arriving early. "Can you step on the gas?" Carter asked. "Sorry, but with the extra miles, I need to conserve what fuel we have," said the driver. Carter clasped his hands and twirled his thumbs. His mind was flooded with thoughts that he didn't want to die a slow, agonizing departure from this life if the cosmic rays struck and ate away at him from the inside out. An image of him holding Sanders' hand at the hospital when he made his promise to take care of their kids passed through his mind, like an old sepia film playing back. He closed his eyes and shook his head to dispel the thoughts. "You okay, Dad?" Mary asked, and she took a hold of his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. He opened his eyes, but couldn't look at her, fearing she would notice the emotion welling in his eyes. "I'm fine. It won't be long now, and we'll be back at the homestead and safe," he said. "The cop car is still there," said the driver. Carter had a flash of inspiration at him saying that. "Pull over and stop." "I have an idea," said Carter. "What's that?" asked Hesketh as the driver pulled over and stopped. He signaled to Hesketh with a sway of his head, as clear as he could make it that he wanted to talk in private, and he stepped over to the back door, then exited. "What is it you want?" asked Hesketh. Carter beckoned her away from earshot of the others. "I want Mary, Jason, Doug, and Caroline to take the police car and drive on ahead. They'll get to the bunker at darn sight faster than we can. They can take the same bridge to avoid Moorfield." Hesketh chewed on a fingernail, appearing to think it over. "But why?" He responded right away. "Because they're my family, that's why, and we might run out of time before the cosmic rays strike. I just don't want them to know why," he said. "Then what the hell are we wasting out time for out here?" She called out for his family to join them. "I want you four to go across there and take the cop car, turn it around and scout ahead all the way to the homestead. If you see any obstacle, don't engage, turn around and get back to us so we can plan a way forward. Avoid Moorfield. Use the same bridge as before. I'm putting Caroline in charge. I want you to follow any orders she might give you." Doug gave Carter a sort of knowing look. "I'll drive," said Doug, and ushered the others away before there was a chance for any of them to ask questions. It was such a relief to Carter that the instructions came from Hesketh, or he imagined he would have had pushback. They hurried back inside, and Hesketh told the driver to drive on. "Where are the others?" asked Gloria. "They're going on ahead in the cop car to scout for us." It didn't take long for Carter to see the rear lights of the cop car as it sped past them in the opposite lanes. All he hoped for was that they wouldn't return with news of any more obstacles. Chapter 52. Driving on in silence, Carter hoped that he hadn't made a mistake in sending them on ahead. He looked at his watch. With the speed they'd have traveled in the cop car, he imagined they'd be across the bridge by now and on the home run to the safety of the bunker. Halfway up the exit ramp to take them to the bridge, the vehicle bounced on its suspension. "Not again," the driver called out and he stopped the vehicle. The tremors hit with vengeance at another earthquake, sending violent tremors their way, more intense than those they had already experienced. Gloria clung to his arm. This time there wasn't anyone to steady the gunner as he dropped from the turret, and he ended up face down in the aisle. To everyone's relief, it stopped, leaving only silence and Carter disorientated. A thunderous cracking sound, followed by the roar of something hitting the road and cutting through the air, left Carter in shock. Concerned glances were exchanged when a dense cloud of dust engulfed the windshield. "Damned overpass is down," the driver called out. The gunner scrambled to his feet and closed the hatch to the turret as the dust entered, leaving everyone coughing. When the dust cleared, Hesketh and Carter climbed outside. There was a small fissure on the ramp in front of their vehicle, thankfully narrow enough in width to pass over it. Hesketh signaled for the driver to cross over the crack. "Thank goodness we don't need to cross the overpass." "Let's get back inside," said Hesketh. With the gunner back in the turret, they moved onward. "I don't get why we're having earthquakes," said Logan. "It's to be expected, according to NASA, with the charged particles disrupting the tectonic plates. Just be thankful we aren't near the coast." "There are bound to be tsunamis," said Carter. "We're nearing the bridge." "Damn it, better stop." "Looks like the bridge is down," the gunner called out. Panic set in when Carter thought it could have happened as his family crossed over. He grabbed his flashlight from his pack, then charged to the rear door and flung it open, then ran to the bridge. Hesketh caught up with him as he arrived. There was no way they could cross over in their armored vehicle as it tilted at an awkward angle that would prevent them even walking over there. The only saving grace was that the side rails, though twisted, they were intact. It would have been impossible for the cop car to have driven over the side, he thought. All the same, he ran his flashlight beam over the river. "Well, that's thrown a wrench in our plan. We'll have to head for the bridge north of Moorfield," said Hesketh. "But that will mean driving through Moorfield." "What if the thugs defeated the army?" Carter said. "We'll have to stop within walking distance and scout it out. It would take too long to find another bridge. That's our best chance of getting to a bridge over the river quickly." Carter looked skyward. The northern lights appeared stronger as they pranced around. "Let's do this then," he said. Back in their vehicle, Hesketh gave the driver instructions, and they turned around to head for Moorfield. "I wish I'd have brought that compass with me from the visitor's room," said Carter. "Why do you need a compass?" asked Hesketh. "The poles are moving in reverse, so there's every chance the magnetic field is strengthening, which will repel some of the cosmic rays. If I had a compass, I'd be able to check if it's continuing to reverse back to normal," he said. Hesketh smacked her lips and tossed back her head. "Why didn't you say earlier?" "We all have compasses." "Check the small pouch on the side of your pack," said Hesketh. Carter retrieved the compass and the map from his backpack. "Damn, it doesn't have a compass bearing on my map," he said. "This one has a compass bearing," said Logan, and he turned on his seat and passed it over. Carter knew the road they were traveling on towards Moorfield, but not the surrounding area to get a fix on the exact compass bearing, leaving him frustrated. "If you see a road sign, let me know," he said. It wasn't long before the driver called out. 2 miles to Moorfield." Carter orientated the map in line with the road, then placed the compass facing north on the map. "This can't be right. It's showing the magnetic north is going in the wrong direction from when we left headquarters. I need a better landmark." Hesketh shrugged her shoulders. "We have more things to worry about right now. Pull over and stop." "Kill the lights," she said. "What have you seen?" Carter asked, sensing something was untoward. "Nothing. That's the point. We can't just risk driving through Moorfield. I can't see any lights ahead that you'd expect if the army was still there. We have no way of knowing if they are there or not, or if they managed to clear out the town of all the thugs if they've left the town. We need to scout ahead." She tapped the driver on his shoulder. "Drive on, but keep your eyes peeled. Find somewhere to park off the road in cover before we get too near any buildings." They drove on in silence, save for the motor turning and the tires running on the road, in tandem with Carter's heart thumping in his chest. To his relief, the driver steered off-road and parked in an area of shrubs. "I'll go and scout out the town." "Logan, you come with me," she said. "Wait, I know the town." "Best I come with you." "The other two can safeguard Gloria," said Carter. "Okay, but stay between us, slightly to the rear and step lightly. No talking. Hand signals only. Safety's off. Rifles at the ready." Carter turned to Gloria, took a hold of her by the fingers and gave them a gentle squeeze. "You'll be safe here. Just stay inside, he said. She gave him a faint smile. No heroics. Just make sure you get back here in one piece, said Gloria. With that said, they exited at the rear. Logan crossed the road, with Carter following Hesketh. They'd stalked onward for maybe 200 yards to the edge of town, not encountering anyone, only bodies strewn around, surrounded by an atrocious smell he recognized from when he'd found the owners of the RV in the bedroom back at his homestead. Both turned sharply at the sound of gunfire at their rear, sending Carter's mind into sheer panic. There wasn't any return fire when it stopped. Hesketh signaled across to Logan and they stalked at speed back to their armored vehicle, when a shot rang out, to Logan letting out a cry. A quick glance over there and he was laying motionless on the ground. Drop your weapons. We have you covered, a male voice called out. There wasn't anywhere to dive into cover. Hesketh slowly bent over and placed her rifle on the ground, then straightened up and held her hands in the air. Carter followed suit. Someone appeared from the hedgerow opposite and kicked out at Logan to no response, then picked up his rifle. Another guy stepped out from behind cover pointing his rifle right at them. That was when he realized the two of them were wearing National Guard uniforms. All he could see were eyes staring at him, with his helmet disguising his features. Hey, we're on the same side. Why shoot our guy, said Carter. No talking, he said, signaling them with the sway of his rifle to walk on in the direction of their vehicle. The guy opposite jogged over and picked up their discarded rifles, putting the straps over his shoulders. With their vehicle in sight, Carter could see two more guards. One of them was standing over Gloria, who was knelt on the ground with her hands behind her back. The other was dragging out their driver from the cab and laying him alongside who he imagined was their gunner. Clearly, they were no longer with them. Who are you? Why do this to us? Asked Carter. I know who he is, said Hesketh. So you do, and I know you too. Captain Chastity Belt Hesketh, isn't it? He said, and then slipped off his helmet, only to reveal an ear-to-ear smirk. Carter's jaw dropped. You! How on earth? The guy stopped him mid-sentence, showing him the flat of his hand. Quiet. I'll ask all the questions. Get them hogtied with their hands behind their backs next to the woman over there. First check them for other weapons, he snarled at the guard. Carter exchanged glances with Hesketh as the guy behind them removed their pistols and Hesketh's combat knife. He hoped for her to make some unexpected hand combat move, but he was wrong. He just wished he knew what they wanted of them. Chapter 53. A guard forced Carter to his knees alongside Gloria, then secured his hands behind his back with a plastic tie. He arched his wrists apart as the guy tightened the tie in the hope he could wriggle out of the tie, given the opportunity. He turned to Gloria. Sorry. I messed up. I should have stayed here to guard you, he said. Under the circumstances, she appeared to be remarkably calm, he thought. She shrugged her shoulders. Wouldn't end up like those two poor souls. At least we're alive. Barker stepped up close to them. Where are the other two women? Sergeant Barker snapped at Carter. Hesketh, who was now knelt next to him, she elbowed Carter and answered for him. Same as what happened to you back at the overpass on the outskirts of the city. We were ambushed and lost 4 of us. How come you terminated Sutherland and managed to escape? She asked him. Same as the way you escaped, I imagine. Good fortune. We were lucky to be driving at the rear of the provision trucks. Pity about the other 2 women. There are 4 of us and only 2 women now. That means we'll have to share the 2 of you between us. As for you, Professor Carter, you can give us directions to your bunker. Carter stretched his wrists at the tie with all the strength he could muster at hearing what he said. Incensed at what Barker intended for the women, the heat in his cheeks flamed and he ground his teeth. What bunker? If you hadn't terminated Sutherland, you had a safe place to hide out, Carter spat back at him. Barker shook his head. Oh, yeah, Sutherland. He got what he deserved. With provisions the city folk took from us, that would have been a waste of time, so we reverted to Plan B. Slim here heard you son and daughter talking, so we know you have a bunker and provisions. But how did you know we'd passed through Moorfield? Hesketh asked. Doug was heard saying that with the army going to clear out Moorfield, it would be quicker to get back to your bunker that way. Anyway, that's enough talking. Let's get them in the armored vehicle and get going. They dragged Hesketh to her feet and guided her to the rear of their vehicle. Carter looked Barker over, who appeared relaxed, his rifle resting on its strap. The other guard dragged Gloria to her feet and ushered her to the rear of the vehicle. Barker withdrew his pistol. "Take off his helmet," he ordered one of his guards. Barker stepped over to Carter and put the pistol to his forehead. "This is as far as you go. Hesketh will know how to get to your bunker." Carter reared his head away from the barrel of his pistol. "Pull that trigger and you won't get inside. Only I have the code." Barker sucked air through his teeth and withdrew the pistol, placing it back in its holster. Carter had no intention of giving him the code with his son and daughter in there, whatever the outcome to his own fate. One hand slipped through the tie. Barker turned to his guards. "You drive their vehicle, and you guard them in the back. You go and bring our transport here at the double." As the driver climbed into the cab and with the other out of sight at the back, Carter lunged at Barker, wrapping his arms around his legs and shoulder, charging him down, reminiscent of his days as a college linebacker. He knew exactly what to grab for and snatched Barker's combat knife from its sheath and plunged the blade into his neck. With Barker clutching at his neck in a vain attempt to stop the flow as it oozed through his fingers. He grabbed his rifle, but the strap held fast under the weight of Barker laying face down on the ground, when with a final gurgle, he went limp. Carter flipped Barker over and retrieved his rifle at the sound of automatic gunfire some distance away. It must have alerted the guard in the rear of the transport as he appeared. Hesketh came into view behind him, still with her hands tied behind her back. Carter squeezed the trigger, only to find it on safety and curse. The guard raised his rifle in Carter's direction. Hesketh lashed out with her boot, striking the back of the guard's leg. He fell to his knees, but he squeezed the trigger to an explosion and muzzle flash, the bullet digging up the dirt at the side of Carter's boot. With the safety released, Carter still couldn't get a shot off as Hesketh rounded on the guard and planted her boot on the guy's chin. Carter turned his attention to the cab as the door opened. He took aim with the door obscuring his view, but before he could take the shot, automatic gunfire to Carter's right had him flinching and the guard at the cab tumbled to the ground. He grabbed Barker's knife and charged forward, kicking the rifle of the guard tackled by Hesketh as he attempted to get to his feet and drew his pistol. Another burst of gunfire and the guard flailed his arms, the pistol taking flight, and he dropped to the ground. Carter sliced the plastic tie securing Hesketh's wrists, then hurried into the back of their transport and cut Gloria's tie. She threw her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek. Considering their circumstances, Carter wasn't sure where the emotion came from, but he pulled her in tight and planted a kiss on her lips. They disengaged at a muffled voice calling out and exchanged concerned glances. The voice called out once more, this time there was no mistaking what was said. "Step outside. Hands in the air." Chapter 54. Carter froze at hearing the demand to exit with their hands in the air. It flashed through his mind he'd made a mistake in wanting to abandon headquarters to get to the bunker. Damn it. All this is my fault. We should have stayed in the basement. Gloria gripped his arm. Don't beat yourself up. We wouldn't have lasted long with what supplies we had. We'd have had to have made the journey at some stage, said Gloria. We know you're in there. Come on out now, a woman called out. Carter turned to Gloria. We'll have to do as they say. Stay behind me. Carter peeked outside to see Hesketh cross-legged on the ground with her hands on her head. She was surrounded by a number of armed people. 2 more were pointing their rifles at Carter. They weren't army, that was for sure. If they were surviving thugs, he wondered why they weren't already terminated. All of them wore hooded jackets, their mouth and noses masked with neck scarves. Their weapons were a hodgepodge of shotguns, hunting rifles, and AR-15s. Carter stepped outside, hands in the air. One of them stepped forward and patted him down, then urged him to join Hesketh, with Gloria following on. One of them stepped forward and pulled down their face mask. It looked as though it was a woman in charge. He hoped to diffuse the tense atmosphere and decided to speak up. I have to thank you for rescuing us, but we need to move on, said Carter. Move on to where? The woman asked. Look, I'm Professor Carter. I have a homestead north of here. I have to get there to see my son and daughter, he said. Professor. Then why the National Guard uniform? And why were those other National Guard apprehending you all? She asked. They wanted our supplies. I have my ID in my pocket. The uniform and vest is for my protection. Captain Hesketh here was escorting me on the governor's orders. The woman swayed her head to one of the others. Check his ID. The guy stooped and withdrew his wallet. He checked the contents, pulling out a letter and read it, then put it back in his wallet and teased it back into his pocket. He's legit. There's a letter in his wallet from the governor. The woman lowered the barrel of her hunting rifle. Okay, you can get to your feet and relax. We have your other injured escort back the ways. We're treating his wound. That stumped Carter. From what he saw, it didn't appear Logan had survived the attack. So, who are you? Hesketh asked. We're what's left of the townsfolk here. We saw the other guards arrive and we'd been watching them. How many of you have survived? Carter asked. 48. Many left after the food ran out to go to family or to the city. If they'd have waited, we received emergency supplies. Still, maybe it was for the best. The escaped prisoners arrived and systematically invaded the homes, doing away with the occupants, and collecting all their supplies and put them in the community center. We've lost many friends and family. Luckily, the army arrived and terminated them all. It was maybe good fortune for your guy back there they gave us some of their field medical kits. We've given him a shot of morphine. Must have been a close-range shot. The bullet went right through his shoulder and missed his artery. Carter shook his head at the carnage the townsfolk must have endured. It explained her dour expression and lack of any display of emotion in her eyes for what she must have witnessed. I'm so sorry for your losses, said Carter. He looked up at the sky. The aurora borealis was out in force, now with all the colors of the rainbow. Look, we have to go. I work for the USGS geomagnetism program. Our data shows a super geomagnetic storm from the sun is on its way. It'll bring with it cosmic radiation with the current weak magnetic field, which normally protects Earth, by bouncing the radiation back into the universe. The radiation can do our bodies terminal damage. You need to get into cover in basements until it passes. If you look at the sky, it looks as though time is of the essence before it strikes. All looked up into the sky. 2 more townsfolk arrived with Logan's arms over their shoulders and set him down with his back to the wheel of their vehicle. Then we had all better go. Safe journey. Wait. Our fallen colleagues. We can't just leave them here, said Carter. We'll take care of them and bury them at our communal burial site once the skies have cleared, but not the others, said the woman, and they backed off into the brush. Hesketh stamped her boot on the ground. No way I'm leaving them here. We don't leave anyone behind. I'll get some body bags. We have others to bury when we get back to the homestead, whatever the danger. She turned to Carter. Go and see if you can find Barker's vehicle and drive it to here if they've left the key. If not, grab a box of ammo for our machine gun. Gloria, you can give me a hand to bag them. He didn't have far to trek when he saw tire tracks leading off-road. Fortunately, the key was in the ignition. When Carter arrived back there, they'd already moved the gunner and the driver. Gloria and Hesketh were struggling to get Logan into the passenger seat. Carter turned off the ignition, climbed out of the cab and trotted over there. He tapped Hesketh on the shoulder. You get inside and between us we can haul him onto the seat, said Carter. Carter had to muster all his strength with Logan completely out of it and limp-bodied. He wondered if they'd overdone the morphine. All the same, between them, they got him seated and secured him with the seatbelt. I'll drive this one. You follow on with Gloria, said Hesketh. But first, I'll grab an ammo box for the machine gun. Carter thought it best to give her a hand. It'll be heavy. I'll help, said Carter. With the ammo box retrieved, they climbed into their cabs. Following on behind Hesketh, Carter sensed heat in his cheeks. Nothing had been said since that kiss. His mind entered overdrive in trying to think what to say. He needn't have bothered when Gloria spoke first. So, was that hugging and kissing back there just relief, or what? She asked, putting him on the spot. He answered without thinking it through. You hugged and kissed me first. It's not as though I took advantage. Guess it was partly relief we were both still alive, he said. Partly relief. Really? So, I guess you won't be making a pass at me again unless you're partly relieved at avoiding danger. I didn't say that. Gloria folded her arms. We're not children. Stop dancing around the question. What percentage was partly relief as you say, and what percentage was impulse? Carter huffed as Gloria unfolded her arms. Jesus, what sort of a question is that? It was both in equal part. Gloria chuckled and reached out to take a hold of his hand. Same here. So can I call you Ed now, instead of Sir, or Mr. Carter? Guess so, he said, and snickered, while giving her hand a squeeze. Carter saw Hesketh brake lights illuminate, then her vehicle stopped. He applied the brakes and stopped behind her. Hesketh stepped out of the cab and walked forward. Looks as though she's stopped at the entrance to the bridge. Wait here. I'll go take a look, he said. No way. Look what happened last time you left me alone, she said and opened her door. What's the problem? He asked when they caught up with her. My headlights picked up what appeared to be a crack on the surface. It looks okay to me. I'll go grab a flashlight, said Carter. When he returned, Hesketh was halfway across the bridge on foot with her helmet light on. She turned and trotted back. It's a crack all right. Give me the flashlight. I need to go down the banking so I can take a look at the struts to make sure it's safe to cross. Carter couldn't believe their bad luck, when all they had to do was to cross to the other side and then they'd be home and dry. He handed over the flashlight and she set off down the bank. Carter stepped up close to Gloria and took a hold of her hand and looked her in the eyes. Now then, where were we before we were rudely interrupted, he said, and they both leaned in and shared a lingering kiss. They broke apart, yet still held each other's hands, both smiling like the cats that had found the cream. Carter saw the flashlight beam dancing around. She's back, said Carter and let go of her hands. Hesketh took off her helmet and scratched at her hair. It's touch and go. One of the struts in the river is badly cracked. Not sure if we'll make it across without it failing. Carter smacked his lips. We could get to the rowing boat I tied up this side of the river and row across, said Carter. Hesketh stood there, one hand on her hip and shook her head. Wouldn't walk the 8 miles to the homestead. Look at what happened to your feet last time, said Hesketh. He knew she was right. Last thing he wanted was for them to get struck by a dose of cosmic radiation. Carter blew a raspberry through his lips. What if we speed across? Less time to put weight on that strut. We could back up and make a run at it to gather speed. But only if you both agree, he said as an afterthought, for if it went wrong. I'm in. That could work, said Hesketh. What about you, Gloria? She shrugged her shoulders. I go where you go, she said. Right then, let's do this, he said. They all climbed into their cabs and reversed 100 yards or so. Carter sat there gripping the steering wheel with 2 of his fingers, while crossing the other 2, and feathered the accelerator pedal. Hesketh's tires screeched to a cloud of burning rubber and she was away. It was all down to the luck of the draw now as he let go of the steering wheel with one hand and grasped Gloria's hand, his nerves on edge. Chapter 55. Gloria wrapped her arm in his, as Hesketh sped on. Halfway across, and judging by her taillights, her vehicle appeared to bounce. Carter gulped, at thinking she had said nothing about one side of the crack being lower than the other. Relief washed through him when she reached the other side and stopped, then climbed out of the cab and waved across at them. Gloria let go of his arm. It's our turn now. We can do this, she said. Carter stamped on the accelerator pedal, and they were off, his eyes homed on the other side. There was a thunderous crack, and he jammed on the brake pedal. Their vehicle slewed to one side, coming to rest against the side rail. Get out now, Carter called out, and then flung his door open. I can't, it's jammed against the rail. Carter reached across and grabbed a hold of her and dragged her out through his side. Run, he called out, and they both set off back the way they'd arrived. Both held their knees as soon as they cleared the bridge, sucking in air, when to a thunderous roar, the entire bridge collapsed, taking the armored vehicle into the river below. Carter slapped his thigh. Damn it, that's all we needed. I saw her vehicle bounce at the crack. The weight must have weakened the strut, and it gave way. So, what do we do now? Gloria asked, her eyes dancing about for his answer. The boat. We have to get to the boat. He cupped his hands to his mouth and hollered across to Hesketh. Wait for us. We'll cross with the boat. Hesketh hollered back. I'll drive to the boathouse and meet you there. They set off along the bank. The trek was arduous, with bushes and long grass in their way as if determined to slow them down. They'd covered around a mile when he stopped. Wait here. I need to rest. My leg muscles are stiffening, he said. She turned and stood there, hands on hips. Then suck it up. The sky looks weird with the lights. Do you want us both to burn from the inside out? When we get back to your homestead, we'll have to do something about that weight of yours and get you exercising. Carter couldn't help but laugh at the thought of one lingering passionate kiss back there at the bridge, and she wanted to change him. What's funny? She asked. Just thinking that you're right. Let's move on. Carter trudged on through the pain barrier until they came to where he'd fastened the boat by a rope to a branch. The both of them slid down the bank on their backsides. The current had the rope taut, with the boat around 6 feet out in the river. Carter tugged on the rope, with the boat fighting against the current when the rope slackened as it came loose at the boat. "Holy crap! I can't swim," he called out to a splash and seeing Gloria wade into the river, then swim along in the current. Carter hauled on the rope and scrambled along the bank to follow her. Intense panic overcame him that she might drown as he splashed along in the shallows. It was something of a relief when she caught up with the boat and grasped the side with her hands. Try as she may, she failed to haul herself into the boat, until it stalled, when it hit and got snagged at a fallen tree branch as it rounded the corner and the boathouse came into view. "Catch the rope," he called out. She held onto the side of the boat with one hand and held out her other hand. He tossed the rope, but it fell short. At the 6th attempt, she grabbed a hold of it. "Fasten it to the oar shackle," he shouted. She held the rope in her teeth and inched her way to fasten the rope, then the maddest thing happened. She appeared to be stood in the river, with the water cascading on her back. Against the current, she waded back to the shallows while holding onto the rope, then collapsed on the bank. "Don't ever do that to me again," he said, and he hauled the rope like it was a tug-of-war until he managed to get it into the shallows. "Are you both okay?" he heard Hesketh call out. Out of breath at the exertion, he held out a thumbs up. Hanging onto the rope for dear life with one hand, he reached out with the other to help Gloria to her feet. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Just wet. I'll be fine. Let's get in the boat and across there before I freeze to death." The both of them waited out there. Carter tossed the rope inside, then they pushed it out to where it was knee-deep and clambered on board. They took a hold of an oar each, and battled against the current to the other side. In the shallows, Carter tossed the rope to Hesketh, and they climbed into the shallows and onto the bank. "Better get you to our transport." "I have a towel and a change of clothes in my kit bag," said Hesketh. Carter followed on behind, not quite believing what they had gone through on their journey. With Gloria towel dried and a change of clothes, Carter climbed into the back of their vehicle. There was to be no celebrating surviving their ordeal. Not with the body bags in the aisle. "How's Logan?" "Still out of it but coming around." "Let's just hope we don't come across any more ordeals," said Hesketh, and they drove on. Gloria held his arm with her hand and rested her head on his shoulder. That her hair was wet, it didn't bother him. He was just pleased he wouldn't be alone in spirit anymore. Chapter 56. Carter sat behind Hesketh as they drove around the tailing mound. It was something of a surprise not to see their fallen soldiers and the police officer on the ground from the glow of their headlights. Doug exited the cabin to greet them, followed by the others. As Carter climbed out of the cab, Mary and Jason overtook Doug, with Jason peeling over to Hesketh. Mary launched herself at him, wrapping her arms and legs around him. "Whoa there, you're too heavy for that," he said and set her down. "Welcome back, bro," said Doug, and slapped him on the back, then he headed over to their vehicle. "What kept you?" "We've been going out of our heads here," said Mary. "Long story. I'll tell you later when I get changed out of these wet boots and pants." "Anyway, why aren't you all in the bunker?" he asked. "The radiation was only just an orange when we arrived. Caroline insisted we bury the soldiers. No way, she said she was going to leave them to attract dangerous critters to scavenge on them. Uncle and Jay did the honors." "Where have you buried them?" "Down by the RV. Jason said there was already a grave dug there that just needed extending some more. Me and Caroline kept an eye on the radiation gauge and took turns monitoring the camera to look out for you." Jason stepped over with Hesketh. Jason had an ear-to-ear grin and he hugged his dad, then let go. "Got to go. Doug is driving me down to the RV to bury Ron and Jacob," said Jason and then hurried on over to Doug. Carter sensed embarrassment after all they'd been through that he hadn't known their names, but he imagined he'd never forget them. "Where's Caroline?" he asked. "Caroline is seeing to Logan in the cabin," said Hesketh. "I'll go and help her," said Mary. Carter flagged Doug down. "Hang on a minute. There's something I need for my pack." He opened the back door, dragged over his backpack and retrieved the compass. "You can drive on now," he said. Hesketh and Gloria followed him on over to the compass plinth. He lined up the actual north with the compass, then stared at it and his demeanor shrank. The needle hadn't settled to stationary, but flipped back and forth slightly. "Damn. It's reversed again, and the magnetic core looks as though it's unstable. Let's get inside. As soon as ever Jay and Doug are back, we all need to get to the bunker." Carter left the compass on the plinth and hurried on over to the cabin. Mary was leaning over Logan on the bench seat, holding his hand. "How's Logan?" he asked. "The name's Rob. I'm fine now. I've had another shot of morphine." "Just weak in the legs," said Logan. "Thought you'd bought it back there," said Carter. "Yeah, well thank God the punk who shot me thought the same. I had all on not to scream out when he kicked me. Maybe you can tell me what happened after that." "All I can remember is people crowding around me and they gave me a shot," he said. "Later, I'll save it all for when we're all together." Carter stepped outside. The radiation monitor was halfway into the orange. "What are you doing out here?" asked Gloria. "Keeping an eye on the radiation levels and sky watching." Gloria looked skyward and did a twirl. "I never seen it like this. The colors are so vivid. But then they disappear over there, to the north, which looks kinda strange," she said and pointed. "The sky is just black, but I don't see any stars. Could it be the magnetic field is stronger there?" He turned to look at where she pointed. "I see a star," said Carter, and he pointed. "Oh yeah, so there is. Maybe we should wish upon a star, like the song goes," said Caroline. Carter chuckled. "I'm a scientist, so I don't believe in wishes." "Well, you should. Especially now you've left your work behind." "Maybe I'll translate a wish to hope as a compromise," he said and twitched his nose. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Can you smell that? It's like rotten eggs." "Wait. Damn, I can't see that star now. I know what that darkness is now. It's volcanic ash. Hope to goodness it's not Yellowstone blowing off steam." "There you are. You've just made a wish," she said and snickered. Carter turned to see their vehicle returning. Hesketh stepped outside. "We should all go down there and say some words." Carter looked over her shoulder to the radiation monitor hovering just below red. "No time, or we'll likely be joining them 6 feet under. We have to get to the bunker right away. Go get the others." With everyone settled in the back, they set off down to the bunker. Inside, Carter left Mary to allocate rooms for the rest of them. Carter went to his room to change into dry clothes and applied cream to his feet, then he set off to the monitor room. Doug and Jason joined him. They'd arrived in the nick of time as the radiation monitor rose quickly to the limit of the red scale and he pointed it out to them. "So, what now?" asked Doug. Carter sighed. "Guess we'll just have to wait it out and hope that the volcanic ash is sent east or west with the winds." "Dad, you need to see this," Jason called out over at the monitor. It was clear why he sounded alarmed. Sparks were flying at the back of the nearest cabin. "Oh, no, that'll be the regulator for the cabin battery," said Carter. "But I thought the cabins were protected from EMPs," said Doug. "They are, but not from cosmic radiation. The regulator stands away from the cabin. Let's hope it doesn't cause the cabins to set on fire." Carter reared back when the monitor screen whited out. "What's happened?" asked Jason, and he tapped the screen. "Looks as though the camera has been wiped out. Let's not say anything to the others just yet. No point staying in here. Let's get into the common room." Carter turned off the light as the last one out. On his way to the common room, he cursed that the Doomsday clock had finally struck midnight. All he could think of was that this was a new way of life they'd all need to adapt to, and going forward they'd all need to make the best of the time they had left. When they entered the common room, Logan was laying on the couch, with Mary placing a damp cloth on his forehead. Gloria stepped over to him and gave him a hug and kissed him on the cheek. "My kids," he said, with Jason and Mary looking his way and stifling snickers. "You're so naive at times. They've been trying to get us together for some time. So, I told them you'd made a move, and we'd see how it would go from here." Carter was thankful it was out in the open. He thought it was as good a time to address them all. "Just so you all know, apart from Jason and Mary over there, I'm no longer Professor Carter. From now on it's Ed to you all, seeing as how we're all going to be one big family. Any major decisions we make from now on, we'll all discuss and come to a consensus." He put his arm around Gloria's waist. "What about you, Captain Hesketh? How should we address you?" he asked her. "Same goes for me. All of you call me Rose. No need for ranks in here seeing as how we're all going to depend on each other, as we already have done to survive to get here." "I'll second that," said Doug. "Just wish we had alcohol for a toast. But anyway, cheers to everyone. Here's to our new future, as uncertain as it is," he said to everyone calling out cheers, responding with an imaginary toast. Carter reckoned that going forward there was a lot of things they'd have to get used to not having, besides alcohol. But then he thought that, you lose something, but gain something, now he had someone beside him to face whatever was to be in the future. Thanks for listening. If you got this far, I'd appreciate it if you could take the time to leave a comment and maybe to like and subscribe for notices of new stories. You'll find many more of this type of story on my channel, and once again, thank you for listening.